Sally.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Taste has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He awaits the 3-1, and here it is. Swinging a high fly ball out into deep left center field. Racing back is Langford, still going back, and this one is gone. That ball carried well to left center, just over the wall, a little to the right of the 376 marker. Holiday in opposite field, 3-run blast to give Baltimore a 4-0 lead.
Pixie with a call on the game you heard right here. It would end 6-zip. Rangers shutout again. Can't even keep track of how many times it is this year, but they get blanked, goose-egged, 6-0.
Oh, they got blanked. They got blanked, all right.
Yeah.
Or bleeped.
Or
however you
bleeped.
wanna say it.
Either one. Patrick Corbin, we may have seen the best is not yet to come, I don't think, for him anymore. 5 innings, 5 earned. And the Rangers lose 6-zip.
Yeah, it's not been great lately with Patrick Corbin. He had every start this season had been 3 runs or fewer through like his first 12, and his last 3 starts are 3 runs or more. So he's starting to get hit a little bit, and I mean everybody on the staff's starting to get hit a little bit. I tweeted out some note yesterday about the fact that Rangers starters had allowed 4 or more earned runs 5 times in the first 60 games. And they've done it 7 times in the last 19. And if you take the DeGrom starts out of there, it's 7 out of the last 16. And I tweeted that, and boy, we got some people in their feels a little bit.
Oh, no. Like they are upset.
They go, now do how much run support the starters have gotten. Why are people trying to spin this like it's on the pitchers? I was like, I didn't spin it like it was anything. I just shared a stat of the pitchers have struggled lately. That's it.
Yeah.
The offense has been bad. I've shared plenty of stats of how bad the offense has been.
You know, I think one thing that social media has taught me is that people are really dumb.
Yeah.
And they tremendously lack nuance and context in just about everything.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this guy's he may not be dumb. It's just he was very clearly emotional about it. So it's just like, okay, all right, you can be emotional. It's just I'm saying.
Or how about this? Maybe that's dumb. They read what they want to read.
Sure. There's that aspect to it, 100%. And so, but I mean, the offense has been terrible this year. The offense has been bad.
The offense stinks.
3 hits, no runs. I feel like that's happened plenty of times this year for them. So, whether it's been games where they've had 3 hits and no runs or 3 hits and 1 run, that's been a pretty standard performance for them. The offense looked like it was turning around for a little while, and now it's kind of back to what it was.
How many shutouts is this now? 7?
I'm looking for this now. So we're going to look at Texas Rangers and everybody else.
It's high. It's high, man.
Oh, it's definitely high. I know we're at least up to 4. It's 10. They're tied with Pittsburgh for the most shutouts in Major League Baseball.
They've been shut out 10 times.
Pittsburgh and Texas shut out 10 times this year.
And they have played 79 games. So basically, that almost is once a week.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Almost.
They're bad.
Almost once a week. It's like once every 8 games you're getting shut out.
Yeah, they're really bad. And that's, you just beat Pittsburgh. That's one of the 2 out of 3 games. That's the only team that's been worse in that situation. I'm curious now if we were to narrow it down to 3 hits, no runs. How many times is that? 5 times this year.
5 times this year they've had 3 hits, no runs.
5 times they've had 3 hits and no runs.
5 times in 80 games.
That's a dominant pitching performance. Like, that's a career pitching performance for somebody.
Yeah.
And it's happened 5 times. In fact, if you want to just say, all right, let's say they squeak out 1 run. They run into a home run. 3 hits, 1 run or fewer this year. Texas has 11 games like that.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. It really is. The fact that they have sat there and continue to do, and the fact that they're still in striking distance.
Yeah, that's
been on the pitching the first 60 games.
Yeah, now the pitching's just starting to average out a little bit.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was going to happen.
Some guys were pitching over their heads.
Well, look, and you also have injuries.
Yeah.
You know, now Jacob Latz has started today, right here on 105 through the Fan, 5:30, 5 o'clock pregame. But Charlie Morton's going. And Morton he hasn't been good this year at all. The ERA is like almost 6. But, this not normally would be a Jacob Latz game.
No,
it would be Malley, it would be Evaldi, it would be anybody else.
And they've been running 4-man rotation for weeks now.
Yeah, so you're going to get worn out. You have the bullpen that's going to get worn out because they're having to do bullpen games. I mean, you can't expect DeGrom to go 8 innings every time.
I mean, I can try. I'm not gonna. I can't
you
make
can try,
it.
But they seem to have a kind of a plan with him,
dude. I had looked this up yesterday. I already gave you the Corbin stat.
Well,
Tyler Malley, before he went on the IL for arm fatigue, he had allowed 2 home runs in his first 12 starts. Then he allowed 2 home runs in his last 2. He allowed 9 earned runs in his first 10 starts. Allowed 11 earned runs in his last 4. He gave up more hits in his last 4 starts than he did the first 6 weeks of the season. Jack Leiter has allowed 3 runs or more 3 times in his first 10 starts. He's allowed 3 runs or more in each of his last 3 starts. He's allowed 4 home runs in his first 48 innings pitched. Jack Leiter's now given up 5 home runs in his last 18 2/3. So the guys who were kind of pitching over their heads, you felt like a little bit, and I know Malley's on the IL now, but those guys who you felt like, hey, they're really, you're getting the dominant performances from DeGrom and from Evaldi like you were expecting, but the guys who were kind of pitching over their heads, they're coming back down to earth. And that's why the bats always needed to turn around. You needed the bats to turn around quickly.
Yeah.
And it hasn't happened yet.
I just noticed that the over-under tonight is 9.5 runs.
Under.
And the over is the favorite. You got to lay 120 on the over. On the under is even money. Bet 50, win 50.
Sounds like a good degenerate bet to me.
I think we are going to bet the under tonight, boys and girls. It's open at 10.5. Now it's down to 9.5. I think the under is the way to go.
Texas is still, for what it's worth, while the pitching has started getting hit a little bit, they still have allowed the fewest runs in Major League Baseball by 11.
Okay, and Latz has not been that bad.
No, Latz has been good.
I feel confident that Latz go out there, put up 4 innings and allow 1 run.
Yeah, I mean it was something that, gosh, I mean was he just did the 5 2/3?
Yeah,
5 days ago, whatever it was, gave up a run. So I mean, yeah, he's been good when he's had to go for some longer stretches.
And it's not like Baltimore has the world's greatest offense. I mean, they're fine. It's just that's not necessarily been the problem. But we need
about 4 of the Cliff Lee trades. And all of
4
them
Cliff Lee trades?
All of them
4
bats.
Cliff Lees.
I need 4 Cliff Lee trades in the version of
hitters.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I need.
So Osuna and
bring me everybody.
Let's get Louis Arise here.
I mean,
see if he can come on in.
Are the Dodgers annoyed with Ohtani yet?
Probably not.
Okay, well, it was worth a shot. At least call. The worst they can say is no.
The worst they can say is no.
Yeah.
There you go.
Just be like, would you take Josh Young for Shohei?
Yeah.
You can try it.
You can noodle with that one. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3. We got a ceasefire.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
You informed me of that.
Apparently, I don't know. Maybe so. I guess we're not going. Were you worried? I had not really thought about that at all. I wasn't worried about it. I didn't think Iran was going to do anything.
No, I was not as worried about Iran specifically. They're definitely. I don't know. I don't know how political I want to get. I'm saying, I was more worried about fallout here. Just in general for a person-to-person interaction. I just thought it was going to get toxic.
Yeah,
pretty
that's
fast.
it. I wasn't really paying attention to it. But I don't know. It was news. So what do you want from me? I wasn't really worried. You found last week we had a little debate on the show. Not necessarily on the show about sports in general.
No, I
about
tattled.
you and your wife and Shan.
Yeah, I had found out that they were doing things behind my back.
Whoa!
And by doing things, I meant that they were just plotting to get me a gift.
Oh, okay. Do you think there's a lot of plotting against you?
Against me or for me? Because this would have been plotting for me. Yeah, there's some level of plotting against me for sure. Like you can just read the fan text. But I had busted them because Kristen asked me this, called me randomly, and she's like, "Hey, you remember when we were in Total Wine that one time and you're looking for that liquor? What was that liquor?" And I was like, "No, don't get me anything." She's like, "I wasn't. I was just asking you what that was. I had a memory." And as she's like telling me this, my phone beeps, and then I look down, and I just gotten a text message at the exact same time she's asking me this very specific question, and it's Sean texting me a very specific question of, "Hey, what was that liquor I got you for your birthday last year?
I never
a buddy of mine wants it." That very specific question.
I would have just been, wow, what are the coincidences here?
So I was certain.
I'm completely oblivious to everything that happened.
I was certain it was one of them was getting it, and I was being irritating off the air to both of them about it. Whereas, like, are y'all just gonna sit on this alcohol? When are you giving it to me? And Friday, I got my bottle of alcohol. Would you like to guess which one of them gave it to me?
Amanda gave it to you.
Amanda? No.
I'm sorry.
Kristen.
What's your wife's name?
Kristen. Neither one of them gave it to me.
Really?
It was Nick Harris.
Really?
Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star Telegram we had obviously done a lot of work together during the draft and on the draft show and everything, and I introduced him to some people while we were in Indy and just various things like that. And so he wanted to do a thank you, and he's like, "I don't drink." Nick doesn't. He's like, "I don't drink." And so he's like, "I didn't know what your drink was," so I had to, like, he was covertly reaching out to people, and then they blew it up by, he asked Sean asked Kristen, and then they both asked me at the same time.
Do you count that as a victory for yourself, though?
80% right. I was right that I was right that they were. I was wrong about who it was. I was right. I was getting the exact bottle I got. They were plotting, and that they were plotting on it. Like, I was 100% right about that. You don't count that as a victory?
I would do 70%.
So, no, I got the bottle right, and then what they were doing. I just was wrong about who was giving it to me.
That's a big part, though, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that is a big part, but
that's 20% of it.
He still sniffed out. He sniffed out a coup.
Yeah, I sniffed out the conspiracy.
All right.
Right?
73%.
He still sniffed it out.
Yeah,
that's how. Maybe like he knew someone was coming in the house. He had the wrong door.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was guarding the front door.
That's life or death.
He was guarding the front door.
That could get you killed.
They came in the back door. Someone in the house died. All right, someone in the house died. He may be alive because he could jump at the front door, but somebody died here.
I was correct. Look, and ultimately that's
is this the bottle from Utah or whatever that you can't get?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's that High West Midwinter's Night Dram. It's very, very good.
Do you shoot it?
No, I'll actually sip that one.
Isn't High West like a bad 90s band?
No, that's Go West.
Go West.
I'll get over you. That's not a bad song.
It's not a bad song. My dad had that CD.
In fact, I might make that my Ask Reddit answer later today.
What is that?
Go West, King of Wishful Thinking. That's a tease head for 740.
Peyton, do you have any idea who Go West is?
No.
Man, I sent Peyton a song.
817, Bobby proud of himself for getting the bottle right when he told them what it was.
Man, Ask Reddit, y'all. I sent Peyton a song.
I'm excited to see what this song was.
And I says, please tell me you know this song. Now it is kind of a very specific song, but if you're a man who grew up in that era, this
I was not.
You were not.
Okay.
You were not. This was the song. This was somebody giving their own eulogy at their own funeral. That's what this song was.
And that sounds very depressing.
And if you know the song, if you know what I'm talking about, you'll know.
It's a great song too. I listened to the whole thing.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
Great song. Yeah.
I think it's the best song of the '90s. I think it's without question the best song.
Wow.
Best grunge song.
Grunge song. Okay, now I'm gonna have to guess what it is. I don't know. I don't know what it is based off your description.
So we'll see.
740.
Peyton had no idea.
Or 735-ish.
740.
735.
735. I think it said 45.
No, 735.
Okay, very nice.
Sean's out today. We're gonna get to
stop it. Kevin Durant with a bold prediction on Micah Parsons and why we in Texas are just tougher than everyone else out there in the sports world. That's all next on Sean and RJ on 105.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady.
Cinnamon Sisters,
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad,
Nutmeg Maiden.
Pre-Club,
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Also brought to you by the personal and jewelers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Patrick Dhoni at 7:20. He's got. He went up to Maine to go visit the family and friends of Cooper Flag. So he will join us at 7:20 in the commercial-free express. We've got a ticket giveaway going on that segment as well, and of course, Ask Reddit, where we will go through all the debauchery that Bobby brings to us every day.
And
every
allegedly,
week.
we'll see. Geopolitical was talking as if he might be here in time to do it with us. I don't know if he's actually going to do that, but he did. He was like. He had it as enough of a possibility that he had me send him the Ask Reddit question.
He would have to be awake right now.
He is.
And about to be on the road.
I bet he is. Like, I bet he's up for sure. Because he got here yesterday at like 8:15 or something.
Yeah, that's true. He was kind of early. All right, so it is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Durant, we talked yesterday a little bit about how when he was traded, he was at Fanatics Fest. Mm-hmm. Apparently everybody was there. This is like a who's who, man. Like, everybody was at this thing.
Yeah, Tom Brady was out there. Jaden Daniels. You had Josh Harris. Josh Harris, the Commanders owner, goes up there, buys a Jaden Daniels, this rare rookie card for $500,000 right there live in person.
I mean, you had like other sports people. It wasn't just football and basketball. It was everything was out there. I was seeing videos of like old teammates getting together and just doing panel discussions. Like, it was all over the place, right? Mm-hmm. But, Kay Adams was out there, and she met up with KD because he was traded. He found out he was traded at this event. And, of course...
Who was he talking to up there on the podium? Was that Taylor Rooks or somebody?
I didn't see a wide shot.
I know somebody was up there moderating it.
Yeah, I didn't see a wide shot. But he was up there, and they did talk to him. Bobby was about Micah, right?
Yeah, when they got the chance to talk to him, they're like, screw your trade. Let's talk about Micah Parsons, who's
I don't know, tell you everything you know about media.
This was Kay Adams. Now, to be fair, Kay's got her show. She leans into the football side. And so Kay Adams had to say, hey, Kevin Durant, Micah Parsons right over my shoulder here. What do you think about bringing him to the nation's capital as a Commanders fan?
Do you want to recruit him to the Commanders? Yeah. Micah, get on in here.
I think Micah
He's not signed to the Cowboys. Let's do this.
I think he will be a Commander at some point in his career.
When?
I would
You're
say
dictating.
2 years from now.
Yo, I only rock with Dan Quinn, you know what I mean? Anybody else?
Exactly. That's all he need to rock with.
Right, that Kurtz, you guys are...
That's not a no.
That's not a no.
That's not a no at all.
That couldn't have been a worse no that they have.
Now look, he's not going anywhere. Mike is not going anywhere. But it was just a little bit like I was surprised he wasn't like, man, I'm a Cowboy for life. It was just
imagine Christian comes to you and says, what do you like this? What do you think of this dress? And you say, I only rock with the blue one.
Oh, yeah. I'm like Bill Clinton.
Like that's politics.
That's just a historical joke.
That's a historical reference. Okay.
Yeah, that's a historical reference.
I mean,
yeah, it's a bad answer. Now, I guess what he's saying is like, Dan's the only one I rock with on that team. Like, I don't mess with anybody else who's a Commander. I guess that's what he's saying.
I mean,
I think that's more what he's saying than just.
All right.
But no, look, I honestly think, I do believe him. The things that he's said in the past, I think he's playing this one contract. Michael will get this one contract, and then I think he's done.
Wow.
I think he'll get his 4 years. He'll get to the end of it, and it'll be like, all right, that was a 9-year career, 9-year career. Happy with it. Time to move on to the next thing in my life. He clearly wants to do a lot of other different things with his life, which is fine. But he wants to do a lot of other different things, and I think he knows that's easier to achieve if he's got the Cowboys brand tied to him. So I don't think he wants to leave here at all, just based on that.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to leave here either. But it's just annoying not to get a no.
Yeah, the way he said, like I said, that's a terrible answer. That's a bad answer for sure. Like you said, it's like drawing some sort of bad comparison to like, I wouldn't leave you, honey. The only one I rock with is that girl I once hooked up with. Like, I don't really mess with anybody.
Yeah,
on that other
nobody
side.
else.
Yeah, it's a bad. It's a bad answer, but it's also like, I mean, it's Kay Adams, it's KD, Kevin Durant. Like, I mean, he got caught up in the moment, and all he said was just he loves Dan Quinn. He's got love for his boy DQ.
I'll give him this. I mean, it's like you're right. He did get caught up in the moment. He wasn't expecting him to say that.
Yeah, that's
you
true.
don't have a canned answer. Like when it comes to football, like all these guys have a canned answer. It's just like, oh yeah, we're just gonna compete.
972. That's the way I took what Micah said. That Dan is the only one on the team he f's with. I think that's play it again, Peyton. I think that's what he's saying. I think he is just saying like, yo, Dan is my guy.
Do you want to recruit him to the Commanders? Yeah. Micah, get on in here.
I think Micah
He's not signed to the Cowboys. Let's do this.
I think he will be a Commander at some point in his career.
When?
I would
You're
say 2 years from now.
Yo, I only rock with Dan Quinn, you know what I mean? Anybody else?
Exactly. That's all he need to rock with.
Right, that Kurtz.
I will say I'm not surprised that KD's encouraging somebody to leave their drafted team and be like, don't worry, a couple years from now he's going to jump ship. Isn't that what we all do? Like, that makes sense to me that's what KD's perspective would be that Mike would just leave because that's what KD does all the time.
Yeah, a different sport. You can force your way out in one. I mean, I guess you can force your way out in the NFL too.
Increasingly, you're able to do it. It's becoming more common. But
you might not be able to force your way to the exact team you want to go to. I mean, if they let you. They let you.
Yeah, a lot of times it's the player power still exists much more strongly in the NBA.
Right, it's a players' league. The NFL, the owners they're hanging on for dear life. They're doing a good job of it. I mean, they don't seem to care at all. They will drop you 5 rounds. That's why I'm worried about Shamar Stewart. To be honest with you,
I think the league agrees with him though. I think they think the Bengals are being unreasonable.
I think they do agree with him. I still think they would make an example of him. I don't think he would go in the first round again. For the main reason being is that he would have 20 new players, 30 obviously that would go in that same area, and so you would have to compare him, and then he would have played.
I don't think he falls out of if the most he could fall, and it would literally just be if there's better talent, he would fall to the second round probably. That'd be it.
Yeah, which still is good.
Yeah, and to him, it's probably worth it to take a stand on the contract language. But see, the second rounders don't sign. Remember,
they don't sign.
So he'd get drafted, and then he still would be unsigned for 4 months.
And how much are the guarantees different? I mean, his slot. I mean,
he was what 20th pick or something like
17th, I think.
Yeah. So I mean, he was He'll take a bath on it for sure.
Yeah, I mean that 5th year is going to be 20-something million.
But I also don't think. I think the league
Are
like
all
I said,
5th-year options the same in the first round?
No, it's like an average. I don't remember the exact formula, but it's like an average of like where you were picked and everything else relative to it, like the position you play, where you were picked, all that. Look, I think, like I said, it's a thing where the NFL is going to look at what he's talking about and they're going to say, yeah, Cincinnati's wrong here. And so I don't think there's as much of an example that needs to be made. The problem with Shador getting dropped 5 rounds was the way he was treating Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings, the way he dealt with the Lions when they talked to him, the way he talked to all these different teams. He was just a pain in the ass. And a lot of teams felt like this dude's just being disrespectful and just like for no reason other than just trying to establish some sort of dominance of like I'm in charge here. It was just this bizarre thing that the NFL's like, all right, nope, you're going to be reminded. Nope, you're not the one who dictates this. We ultimately decide where you go and what your value is. You do not.
Sean and RJ here, 105 through the Phantom. RJ Choppy, he's my belt. Sean is on vacation this week. Peyton and Aiden alongside. I saw this over the weekend. And I was like, all right, you know what? We're just tougher. We're just tougher here. It's just the way it is.
Here is in Texas?
Yes. So the Club World Cup, that's in town. That's in the States this month, I guess. We had a game. We had an a footy. Yes, we had a game at AT&T over the weekend. They're games all across the country. Borussia Dortmund is a soccer club from Germany. They play in like the northwest part of Germany. They were basically hiding in Cincinnati, in Ohio, from the heat. By the way, we have the World Cup here next year. I'm making a statement now, there is zero chance a team from Europe, with the exception of maybe Italy or Greece, that has a chance. It's going to be too hot. They can't handle the heat. Bet on South America, U.S., maybe some teams from Africa, teams that can handle the heat.
Look, Cincinnati is under a heat advisory today, according to the internet.
Okay.
Heat index values are up to 103 this afternoon.
So that's just tomorrow.
I mean, they're going to have a tough time here.
Who? The European teams?
Yeah, when they come here, they're going to be dehydrated.
Yeah. So temperatures in Germany right now, they are under a official warning because of a heat wave. The temperatures are 83.
Celsius?
Nope.
Oh.
Nope. And by the way, that's about 10 degrees higher than average in that area. Like it's 83. Like that's the temperature right now, and that's a heat wave, and they are under an advisory for a heat wave. And we see this every year routinely in Europe, where it's like, oh, it's in the mid 80s. It's a heat wave. Let's get under the advisory. And we're like, guys, that's like March.
Dude, I'd love 83 right now. 83
right now seems like I'd be jumping
83
into
with a breeze was kind of us at the firehouse last week. It was nice. We were talking about how good it felt.
When I'm in a pool, I'm like, that's 83 degrees. Like that's what I want to jump into.
Yeah, 83 as like heat exhaustion. Just I don't know. Where's Darwin when you need it?
Right.
I mean, that sounds like we got a survival of the fittest thing here.
But I gotta say, I gotta kind of say maybe I could see it, because the Cincinnati Reds just had 2 players, including Ellie De La Cruz, vomit on the field because of the heat. But it was only 92 degrees.
Oh, look at that. We got up on the fan cam, Ellie vomiting.
Yeah,
That's
and
perfect.
it was only 92.
Oh.
Now,
Ellie De La
There's humidity, and we got a heat dome coming on right now, all the humidity, like the dew point's like up in the 70s or whatever, so they got humidity. But, I don't know, 92, just, I can't imagine that's... We're playing baseball.
Now, to be fair,
with my kids, and there's like it's hotter than that. No one's throwing up.
I'll say this. To be fair, we talk about it every year. We'll be talking about it again in July. Oxnard 80 is hotter than normal 80.
That's true.
So like maybe there's just maybe German 83 is really hot.
Maybe it is.
Because what do you look for? The UV? What is the number
the
you're
UV?
using?
The UV.
The UV index. So
that's my if I'm going to put on sunscreen.
Yeah, but that's
if it's not above a 6, I don't put on sunscreen.
You get burned there. Oh well, look, in Germany, values of 8 to 9 are common.
It's a good number. That's a really good number.
It's normally like, isn't it like 12 when we're in Oxnard? It's
high. It's like 11,
ridiculous.
and
that will that is a 75-degree sun that will absolutely scorch you.
Scorch you. It is. You're absolutely right. And if this is humid, in Cincinnati, it probably is. It's probably a little humid there. 92 would get that would make you feel like over 100.
It has been a cooler summer though so far. I mean, we haven't reached triple digits. I think Boston, New York, are going to reach it this week before us.
It's only been summer for 3 days, but
do you feel it's been cooler this year?
I mean, it hasn't. I feel like it has. It hasn't been triple digits yet. It's been 92,
it's been
93.
humid. It has been humid.
Oh, he can't stop talking about it though. Like I was in the break yesterday, and he's like, "Global warming, my ass." He said something about that. Like,
I don't think he said that. 8:20 this morning.
How do you really feel, man?
Yeah, Payne's bad. I just spoiled 8:20. No, he didn't say that. I'm just kidding.
So I don't know if you're a betting man, and I am. Place your wagers on a team from South America to win.
817 also says in all caps, "Yeah, I need you guys to mention the field level temps. It is hotter down field level.
It is, especially you get no breeze. That's true. That's true."
817. They immediately followed up and said, "Guys, I'm sorry, my voice texting this phone must think I'm word." Yeah, they were. That's why they're texting all caps.
For the 469, somebody who works on the weather every day, it's been drastically cooler so far this year. I don't think we hit the 100-degree days till July and August. Okay. 80 right now at 6:30 a.m.
That was, I remember the first full summer after we moved back to Dallas was 98, which you weren't here then.
I was here.
Or were you?
I worked
that was that 45 days in a row of 100-degree temperatures. You remember that?
Do I remember that? I worked for the Grapevine Parks Department that year.
Ooh, gross.
I was outside every day.
And I remember, I think it was August that year. We finally had a storm system blow through in the middle of the afternoon, and it broke it. And I remember David Finfrock basically just crying on television. He was so happy.
It was. I felt like I went through gallons of water every day, just out there mowing lawns and doing irrigation. It was awful.
That sounds pretty terrible.
It was by far the worst job I've ever had.
Irrigate yellow crusty grass.
They paid well for a college kid. I was in college, like, oh man, I'm rolling in the dough here, but that was bad. That was a bad summer, but a good way to beat the heat. We could always have gone to Hurricane Harbor, Wet and Wild back then.
Oh yeah,
could have always done that. But I did see this. I drove by Hurricane Harbor. And I noticed something was missing. Something was missing. The big black hole, that big water slide.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you know what? What other DFW attractions did we used to have that we would like to see return?
It's a good idea. That's a good question.
Good question.
Yeah,
ask that question and go through some of them next on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it'll be another short show.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
0-1. That one's roped down the right field line, hooking in there for a base hit, and it rolls to the wall. Holiday races around first. He goes to second. Trump jogs in and touches the plate. A 2-out rally, back-to-back doubles, and the Orioles score first in this one. An RBI double for Holiday, and they lead 1-0.
That's the Sandman with the call. The game you heard right here. We're the home of the Rangers. 105 to the Fan. Game today, 5:30 first pitch. We have coverage starting at 5 o'clock. 6-zip. Rangers fall to the Orioles. This is what, their 10th shutout of the year, you said?
10th shutout, tied with the Pirates for the most. Do you think those shutouts are starting to get to Sandler at all?
Look, I don't know if it was the heat on the field, but Sandler looked
he looked like a disheveled, beaten down single father or something last night.
Really bad.
Just looked like he was just depressed and like life is just taking it out of him.
Sucked at it. You could tell it was sucked out of him. And then when it's 5 million degrees and it's Baltimore's very humid, you just see the sweat, the glisten. Yeah, you want to glean, you want to glisten. Not like that.
I ran into Ari Temkin in the hallway here. Yeah, and Ari was talking about how the copier was broken, and I was like, "Oh, it's like Office Space."
Who still uses that?
I don't know, but I was like, "It's like Office Space." And so after I said that, now that I've got Office Space on the brain, that's what Sandler looked like. He looked like one of those just dead inside employees at the cubicles at Office Space, just like, "Please God, take me down. This Rangers offense is so
stapler
bad."
Guy.
Yeah, he's Milton or whatever his name is.
Yeah, he did. He looks like he's just like he's had enough. He's really had enough. And I mean, what are you gonna do? Like their offense is, and he even said they've got names, they're just not hitting. And it's like they haven't hit in 2 years.
Yeah, we're a 2-year run now.
Outside of the playoff run, they really haven't hit since about June of 2023.
Yeah, it's been a while. Now this is. I mean, still, you saw a little bit of turnaround. It was looking positive there. Start of this month, but yeah, they're falling back into some bad ways. Hopefully it turns around soon.
So it'll be Latz tonight on the hill against Charlie Morton. So this is kind of a bullpen game for them. But yeah, Latz and then Morton and DeGrom tomorrow to wrap it up to hopefully win the series. But they're gonna have to win today in order to be able to get that taken care of. So Sean and RJ here at 105 to the Fan. I wanted to do this before we get into the attractions. So Sandler had this post on TikTok yesterday that I really liked, and it's talking about Globe Life Field, and we have mentioned like the ball just doesn't seem to travel there.
No, it dies.
It dies, and Sandler had some interesting little nuggets in this about Globe Life Field. And it's not even the Rangers, so we're just going to take the Rangers out of this. And this is just opponents at Globe Life Field.
Visiting teams at Globe Life Field this year are hitting .564 on barreled baseballs with an 1821 slug. Those same visiting teams in every other ballpark, .678 batting average, .2238 slug. That's a batting average of 114 points better away from the Globe and a slugging percentage of a little more than 400 points better away from the Globe. Globe Life Field is just not performing like a hitter's park anymore either. This year, it's the toughest place to score. It's the toughest place to get hits. It's the toughest place to have extra base hits. Third toughest for the long ball. Compare that to last year. It wasn't like it was a launching pad, but the biggest difference, you take a look, 14th in home runs per game last year. That is a huge difference from this year, where it's incredibly tough to hit the long ball at Globe Life Field.
Man, if that's the case, if the ball is now we are used to the launching pad. The ballpark was a launching pad. Do you want the complete opposite? What would you prefer? You want one that every fly ball that gets up in the jet stream is gone, or do you want this?
Yes,
that's what you want.
Yep. I grew up with the Globe being, first off, I grew up with it being ballpark in Arlington, which is what it still is. But the ballpark in Arlington was like, you would get the natural excitement of that. Yeah, would it burn you every now and then? Yes, but it's like Kevin Millwood said when he first got here. When Kevin Millwood got here and he did his press conference there, I was, well, it's a hitter's park. And he's like, guys, they got to pitch in the same park. But like, it's like, you just got to be better than the other guy. That's
that
it.
Day, yeah.
And so to me, it was like, yeah, is it going to jack up your numbers a little bit? Probably. But, and the Glow, it didn't have nearly as many problems the last, because they changed some stuff with the structure at Ballpark in Arlington where they didn't get as much of the jet stream like the last 8 years or something.
They put the windscreens up on the top of the outfield, like on top of the home run porch, on top of that, and they put it out in the outfield in center field. They put those big, giant, looked like screens.
Yeah, because if the flags were blowing in from right, the ball was flying out.
Right, because it would
hit off the back,
off the
and it would
Capital One Club or whatever.
It would shoot the ball out to right field, which was I loved it. It was an exciting thing to watch. I remember seeing Rafi and so many other guys hit home runs to the second deck. It was great. I enjoyed it. It was a lot of memories with that. I hate how few big time hits I feel like I see in this ballpark now.
Yeah, it's not. There's not a lot.
I've got a lot of problems with the ballpark.
There's a video that
we've talked about it. It's sterile feeling. It still hasn't gotten its whole sense of being broken in. The roof is closed too often. There's so many things about it that I'm still not a big fan of.
He posted on this TikTok. It's on his TikTok. It's a good watch. It's a couple minutes long. There's a Vinny Pasquantino fly ball from last week that he posted on there, and Vinny thought the ball was gone. And he gets to first base, and he winds up walking off the field, staring at the screen, because he's like, wait a second. It said X amount of velocity off the bat, and the launch, because it shows the launch angle and the velocity off the bat. And he goes, that's a home run in every park.
Yeah.
And it didn't, and it wasn't here. So we'll see. Globe Life Field, maybe it is a bit of too much of a pitcher's park. So I saw this video, and I was like, all right, and as I drove by as well, if you drive by Hurricane Harbor, the old black hole is gone. You can barely see any kind of remnants of it.
You told me this yesterday. I didn't realize black hole was gone. No, I did not go to
summer.
I didn't go to Hurricane Harbor a lot, but I mean, I see it all the time when I'm driving down there.
And that thing just baked in the sun for basically a half a century. Not quite, but you get the point.
Yeah,
it was just there. It's like it kind of got it almost turned gray after it's been sitting there for so long. But what other local attractions would you you could bring back one? You could bring back one. All right. So you got the black hole. I was there since '96. This is the first year without it. You go back to Sneaky Pete's. Bring that one back.
Oh, I know what the answer is going to be on the fan text.
That was there from 89 to 21. The Ballpark.
Ooh.
94 to 19. Speed Zone.
Isn't Speed Zone still on 35?
No, it's gone. Got closed in 2020.
What? No way. Hold on. Oh my gosh. That's the Speed Zone that was right next to the Papacitos.
Oh, that's the one?
I used to go to that Speed Zone all the time.
Reunion Arena.
I liked the aesthetic of Reunion Arena on the outside, even though it looked very old. I still liked it. Inside, it needed to be upgraded.
Crystal's Pizza in Irving.
Dude, these are such great answers already. On the fan text, somebody said Trail Dust. That was great. Trail Dust was a great steakhouse.
And then Sandy Lake Amusement Park.
No, Sandy Lake was trash. I never liked Sandy Lake.
Of course it was, but that's the point of it. It was fun.
Man,
you bring one back.
I want Texas Stadium back.
Really?
Back. Yeah, that was just one you didn't put up there, and then 817 said it as well.
I'll tell you what I want to bring back. You drove by the black hole the other day. Did you drive by this, which I told you guys about a couple weeks ago?
What is that?
It's Titan.
They're painting it blue?
They painted Titan. They're painting Titan Texas flag colors.
Oh, I didn't
moving
notice
forward.
that.
So yeah, it's no longer orange. I was driving by. I was like, why the hell did Mr. Freeze move? But no, this is it's the Ballpark in Arlington. There's so many good answers there. And if you wanted to throw in restaurants, Chuck's Hamburgers and Shakes in Carrollton was so good. I hated that left.
Yeah, a lot of people bringing up Bronco Bowl.
So that was the one that I was going to say that if you wanted to say the two places that I would imagine are going to get the most on the fan text will be Bronco Bowl and maybe Lizard Lounge.
Hooters for me.
Man, Hooters. They're still around.
Already missing Hooters.
No, Bronco Bowl's the one
Lizard
that people
Lounge.
love.
Blue Planet. Yeah, bring it back.
People loved Bronco Bowl. People loved Lizard Lounge. Is Candle Room still open? People loved the Candle Room down here.
I think that's where Sean and I got denied with Troy. We get denied there, Troy and I.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, we tried to go into I think it was either Candle Room or Citizen. And they were like, yeah, it's
No,
three.
it wasn't citizenship. He would have got you in there.
No, this was before Shippy.
Oh.
It's 3 dudes, no girls. You ain't getting in. I think it was Scandal Room.
That's fair, though.
Yeah, it's fair.
What do you think about it? That's fair. No,
I think it's either the Ballpark for me or Speed Zone.
it's Ballpark. No, Speed Zone was great.
I love Speed Zone.
Speed Zone is one of the first dates Kristen and I went on.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, the only problem with Speed Zone is like right around this time of year, it was so hot.
And you would sit in line like waiting. They'd fire up those, and you're just getting gas fumes
it's awful.
pumped into your face. But it was fun.
was
then
fun.
you go around the track, and it would be over in 45 seconds.
It was totally worth it.
But it was great.
It was the greatest 45 seconds ever.
You felt like you were like
I was Tom Toretto.
Yeah, you were out there. And you're just like
living my life a quarter mile at a time.
No bumping. Screw you.
Yeah, no bumping. Bumping my foot.
I'm bumping. I'm cutting people off. I'm racing. I'm out here. I'm going full Andretti. Now I will say that's the replacement. There's some of those Andretti race spots around here
Those
now.
are fun.
Those are. Have you been in one of those?
I have. They're expensive.
But man, it's
a lot of fun.
That is a cool setup visually. I love that place. But no, I think Ballpark in Arlington's probably the answer.
Let's see. People are saying the West End. Bring the West End back. Man, the West End used to be. I mean, I don't know what goes on there anymore. Did anybody do anything there? I haven't been down there in 15 years.
469 Fuddruckers. That's one that Kristen misses big time. 972 Double Dave's. 469 Valley View Mall. Man, Valley View Mall has been dead for 15 years, probably longer. Like in terms of, it's still there. For a long time, there was like 2 shops open and just the AMC theater, and the rest of the mall was empty. It was really weird going into the Valley View
I feel like
Mall.
I went there not too long ago for something. Like there's some store that's still there, maybe a restaurant. I don't remember. But there you go.
Peter Piper Pizza. That's a good one. Spaghetti Warehouse. These are, oh man, there's so many memories on this thing right
A
now.
little fun little trip down memory lane. All right, it is Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. Pat Dhoni will join the show at 7:20. He was in Cooper Flag's hometown up in Maine. I think they're going to draft him tomorrow. I'm pretty sure.
I saw the website last week. It looked like it.
Looked like it. But what's more likely? Oklahoma City becomes a dynasty, or that other teams start building their rosters the same way they did? It's all coming up next. Sean and RJ, 105 through The Fan.
Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here, 105 to The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt, Peyton and Aiden alongside Pat Dhoni coming up at 7:20. Ask Reddit during the commercial-free expressway. Marcus Simeon will join the G-Bag Nation today at 3:20. We have Ranger Baseball at 5:30 tonight. First pitch, 5:35. Coverage at 5 o'clock.
Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice for the old group of five? The group of five nation.
Oh, yeah,
the
the
3 hour
G5.
show.
Yeah, see, the show ends at 5.
Yeah. They're 3 hours. We're just going to keep finding connections.
5 people. Starts with the G. No, just shows ending at 5 all the time.
Proof we live in a simulation.
Proof we live.
That all these things are just tying together.
So, obviously, all the Oklahoma City Thunder dynasty talks are happening now.
Yep.
It was premature before they won the title. I hated when people bring that up. I hated the whole topic. 2 weeks ago, are they the next dynasty? Can they win a championship first before you call them that?
It was just a question.
Yeah, I know.
Are they the next? They didn't say they are.
Yeah, there are such things as stupid questions. Stupid questions, though. And I'm a stupid person, and I'm asking stupid questions. So I could absolutely talk about this. But let me ask you this: what is more likely, that they become a dynasty, or that they change the way teams approach roster construction? Because everyone's talking about, well, this is the way to build it, and you've got to have. You've got to be able to build through the draft, sustain. The big three, the super teams don't work. Okay. But does that mean people are actually going to go and build their team like this?
So it was about a year ago I was just having to look through my email to find it. This is July 7th of 2024.
I don't know how you found this. I don't know how you find these things.
Because I knew I put pick swaps in my email.
From a year ago. You knew the word pick swap was in
I
your
just
email
remember
a
that
year
was
ago.
the focus of the article.
Okay.
And so I knew I hadn't put that in my email very often. But CBS had written this story a year ago. And it said the Spurs and Thunder have laid the first attempted blueprints for sustained success in the second apron world. And it talked about how specifically what OKC had done was they had started looking at the value, and then the Spurs followed that since the beginning of 2023 offseason, which was the first transaction cycle following the ratification of the CBA, the Thunder and the Spurs have traded for 5 combined first-round pick swaps from other teams. In total, there are 20 first-round picks in the next 7 drafts that currently are owed out via swap rights. Of those 20, the Spurs and Thunder control 9 of them. So the idea is teams are not going to be as willing to move a first-round pick for a player. But like psychologically, it's an easier jump when you go, okay, we still have our first-round pick, though. We just have to swap whatever spot is best.
Yeah.
And there's just this kind of thinking through it. And OKC has started really taking advantage of the pick swaps because they say, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to get teams more psychologically comfortable with the idea of just giving us the better position in the first round. And we're going to have cheap talent that we're going to be constantly replenishing. And so is the exact core going to be the same way all throughout what the Thunder are trying to do? Maybe not. Or maybe it's a handful of guys. But you're going to see them maybe moving on from Josh Giddey types, where they draft them, they have them there for a few years, and then they move them.
So, I was thinking, and we do this every year with the Dynasty stuff, because we did it with Boston last year.
Oh, I didn't. I told y'all they weren't winning none of.
We did it with Denver. I'm pretty sure we did it with Giannis in Milwaukee. Like, hey, is Giannis going to go on a little run? I know when LeBron got to the Lakers, they won the bubble. It's like, okay, this is the best team. LeBron and AD. They going to keep doing this.
Dude, they Cowherd, I guess, yesterday ranked, because it's 7 straight years of 7 different champs in the NBA, first time ever. And Cowherd yesterday, I guess, ranked that, and he said the bubble Lakers were the best champion. That was the best team.
I mean, you still had LeBron at the top of his game. Close to it. Close to it.
I don't know, man. That's saying a lot to say that bubble team was the best.
Yeah.
Because there were so many... There's so many different contexts there. That team was, gosh, what were they that year? Before, I mean, I know it was a shortened season, but yeah, they were good. They were 52-19.
It's pretty good, man.
Yeah, so they were probably a 60-win team roughly. But man, I don't know. You still got that. That Nuggets team was really good. That won.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. They put on clinics. But the whole dynasty thing never materializes, and that's people hate greatness, but they never turn off greatness. So the NBA doesn't want. I don't think the NBA has a problem with 7 straight different champions, but they also don't love it, I don't think. It's that they would probably want, if those 7 were the bigger markets than OKC, yeah, they're probably great with it. But this is just a small pocket Oklahoma to be happy. But the other thing is, I don't think you're going to see teams lining up to try to build the way the Thunder did because owners are impatient. In order to build the way the Thunder did, you got to be patient. You got to be willing. You have to have a GM whose owner says, you've got 5 years, 10 years. Go. Build it. And I just don't think you're going to have that. These owners are billionaires have no patience. They are going to want to win immediately. They compare themselves with other billionaire friends, and they get embarrassed. They don't want to sit there and wait.
I mean, who has the most sustainable model right now in the NBA?
OKC?
I mean, do you think it's OKC?
It's among them.
That is a slower building one. That's going to take you.
It's going to take you 8 years.
And then once you build it, you can if what OKC's banking on is they're going to be able to sustain it.
When did they made the trade for SGA?
2019,
yeah,
2020.
It was pre-COVID.
It was a while ago.
That's a long, slow build. Who is going to take that? Who is going to do that? What owner is going to put up with that? They're not gonna.
I mean, you're going to have to probably because Tatum was 7-year build.
Yeah, it's a long build. Now, it's the right way to go about it, but I just don't know how many of them are going to wind up going and doing that.
Because let's think of obviously you had the Lakers winning, you had the I mean, you had the Warriors winning another one a couple years ago. But outside of that, recent history, Jokic was kind of a slow build in Denver. Giannis was kind of a slow build in Milwaukee.
Mm-hmm.
Thunder built slow with Shea. Like, what we see in the NBA, at least over the last 7 years here, are, unless it's a LeBron, or it's a Warriors that are pulling one more title out of their behind, basically what you have is you need to go find a star and then build around them for the next 4 or 5 years.
Yes. It takes a while. So you're going to have some patient owners. Boston, meanwhile, I mean, it seems like they're kind of already starting to kind of tear it down, right?
Yeah.
They traded Drew Holiday in the middle of the night.
Yep, he got traded for Anthony Simons, and there was also I think there was a draft pick involved in that one. But yeah, Drew Holiday ends up getting purged. Boston's going to be without Jason Tatum. Bill Simmons has been rumbling that he thinks Jaylen Brown could get moved. There was also another note last night, I think it was from Shams, that said they're shopping Porzingis. And so Boston's blowing it up, basically, is what they're looking at. All right, let's start over again.
Yep, and they'll keep Tatum.
Yeah.
But they'll blow it up, and who knows what they wind up getting. They'll probably get a big haul for Jaylen Brown. Like a huge haul.
I would imagine so. I'd imagine they get a good collection. Probably more than what the Mavericks got for Luka. By the way, that was last segment when we were talking about attractions we missed. Somebody texted and said Luka. That was the attraction that they missed.
I agree. Yeah, there you go. So, I mean, they're going to blow it up. I don't know what Indiana's going to do.
I mean, India, like, there's nothing to blow up in Indiana. Right. Like, that doesn't even look like a team that, like, that's not like, oh my gosh, how are we going to pay all these guys? Like, it was that Howard Beck article we read a couple weeks ago that was on the Ringer that was talking about, if you just look at the moves that Indiana's made over the last 6-7 years, you would look at that as a team that's like, oh, they're kind of trying to stay competitive, but they're not really aggressively building a contender. Like, that's how you would just look at the moves that they had made.
Yeah, I mean, people are also saying OKC stumbled on SGA anyway. Kawhi wanted Paul George, demanded they get him.
Yeah, no, it was a total fluke in that sense. That it was a demand of, it just came with the Paul George thing.
Yep, and look, I mean, I know that people are going to say, you know, does LA regret the deal? I mean, yeah, like looking back, but also like at the time they had Kawhi in his prime, they were going for it.
Can I ask a question that
you can ask whatever you want?
I know, but I'm going to ask this question, and I don't want the fan text jumping down my throat.
Oh no, what are you going to ask?
Well, because I'm just asking a question. This is not anything that I agree with, because the answer to me is no, it's not. But yesterday, Zach Lowe was doing his NBA podcast, and he said defense wins championships. He started out talking about the Thunder. He said defense wins championships. He says good news for the Dallas Mavericks, because obviously that's the Nico line.
Yeah.
But then that's what I wanted to pose to you and pose to the fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. Did the Thunder's victory validate any of Nico's thought process?
I
still say no.
I don't think so. I mean,
just his defense wins championships over and over mantra is he right? Do the Thunder show that he's right? The Thunder just won a Game 7 shooting 40% because they were consistently throughout the entire season the best defensive team.
I mean, they were the best defensive team. They also scored a lot of points.
Yeah. But, I mean, they won in large part defensively down the stretch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know that it validates it. I mean, you can have that philosophy. That's a fine philosophy. Nobody has a problem with that philosophy. Right? Nobody has a problem with defense wins championships philosophy.
Unless you think you need to purge Luka because of it.
Right. The problem with the philosophy is that you expended the one guy that you shouldn't have expended.
What I'm wondering now is, as we look at Giannis and like we're just talking about, Nuggets, Bucks, Thunder, all these different teams, like basically get a star, build around him for the next 5 or 6 years. That may have to be, if that's the model, then okay, Dallas is lucky that they're getting Cooper Flagg right now.
Yeah.
But that also means Dallas is going to have to lock in and just be prepared for the next 5-6 years.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And build it slowly. And what that also probably means is sometime in the next year, if you want to do that, if that's the process that you're going to build with, sometime in the next year you need to trade AD at that point.
That would be part of the plan. I have to be. I would imagine. How were the TV ratings for Game 7?
They were fantastic. Adam Silver is no longer referencing old Netflix or anything else because the ratings were absolutely fantastic, Chop. 16 million people on average watched Game 7. The NBA was quick to announce this one. You know how we couldn't get Game 2 numbers or whatever it was for like a week? And we're like, where are the ratings right here? The NBA.com released this one themselves the next morning. Game 7 on ABC delivers most watched NBA Finals game in 6 years. Here's the only problem, Chop. The Pacers Thunder averaged 16.35 million. 2016, our last Game 7 we got was about double that at 31 million. So still, it's good. They picked up a nice they picked up a nice viewership. It's the biggest game in 6 years. That's great. It peaked at I think almost 20 million. But the NBA still has an engagement problem.
Yeah, I mean, just go back. I'm comparing it to previous years, like the 16 million number you had. I mean, hell, Game 6, Raptors Warriors 2019 had 18 million. That's Game 6. World Series last year, Game 5 had 18 million. The last Game 7 in baseball had 23 million. The one before that had 28. The one before that had 40. Cubs Indians had 40 million. Jeez. That's a good number. 16 million is a good number, but it's not a good number. It's not a great number for Game 7.
No, but
Game 7 should be above 20.
To get your highest rated game though in 6 years is absolutely an accomplishment. It's something to be happy about, but yeah, there's still an engagement issue because Game 7, the last one we got, was double. There were twice as many people in the United States that were interested in it.
Yeah, it was LeBron.
Right.
It was LeBron and the Warriors. That matters. Like
it does.
What we have seen.
But that also shows you've got a problem if the Thunder are going to be your main pull for the next few years.
Well, that's what we have seen around both baseball and the NBA. It needs to be LeBron
James,
or Golden State, and it needs to be either the Yankees or Dodgers, or Game 7, or have a Game 7.
I mean, who's the next pull then? Is it going to be Wemby? Because they're about to lose the Warriors. They're about to lose LeBron.
I mean, Luka's a pull. Game 7, I think Joker's a pull. Game 7, and then we'll see what Cooper Flag is. He's a household name.
Yeah, he is.
That matters. That matters. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of Cooper Flag, Pat Dhoni was in his hometown. He's got a big piece tonight on NBC5. Pat joins the show next in the commercial-free expressway ticket giveaway and Ask Reddit. Favorite segment of the week. Next to The Fan. I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Hazel babes.
Saffron what?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika.
No,
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
By Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. We have Ask Reddit coming up about 15 minutes from now or so. Brought us his favorite segment of the day. Mine as well. Mine of the whole week. His of the whole week as well.
I should ask Dhoni one of these.
You know what?
We should throw one at him right off the top.
Go ahead. Pat Dhoni, NBC5. Good morning, brother. How are you?
I'm a little concerned. That's how I am.
No, Pat, it's completely safe. It's completely safe. Let's go
Your
with
definition of safe and my definition of safe are very different, Bobby.
No, I promise. This is very safe. What's a piece of outdated technology you still swear by?
A piece of outdated technology that I still swear by. Man, I don't.
You still splice and tape?
Anything.
You still splice and tape or anything like that back at the station?
This is a really good one.
Splice some tape. No, I think my laptop is probably about 10 years, 12 years old. I don't know if that's
that's old.
You know what I mean?
That counts.
Old.
That counts.
and it's like the size of like it's massive. Everyone laughs at me every time I pull it out because it's one of those editing laptops for the TV editing software.
Yeah.
And so on the airplane, when I pull the little airplane tray down in front of me, it takes up about my seat and about the person over to the left of me, and I look at them and I'm like, I'm sorry, I just have to do it. So that's probably my best guess there, but I don't really have a whole lot. I'm not afraid of moving on with the times. We got to keep updating, right?
That's a solid answer, though. Like the technology is the laptop. That's a good one.
What a great transition too, though, right there from Pat, saying he's not afraid to move on and go with the times.
Wow,
and that's what the Mavericks are trying to do.
That's what the Mavericks are doing. Pat Dhoni joined us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. So you made the venture up to Maine. I hope it was in the summertime because it gets cold up there, man.
But what a beautiful place to visit in June. So luckily, yes, I was there just a few weeks ago, and what a trip, guys. First of all, flew to Boston to drive up because flying into Maine is a little bit more challenging and difficult. So it was about a 4.5-4 hour drive or so from the Boston area up to Newport, Maine, which is where Cooper Flagg is from. And just a beautiful place. I mean, there's a lake that it's right there in the middle of this small community, only about 3,000 people that live there. But it's gorgeous, summertime, everything's super green, and the community there, when you're talking about Mavericks fans moving on, the community there, one of the things that they're talking about is that they're really hoping that the Dallas community and Mavericks fans will be welcoming to what they call, multiple people described him as their guy. The principal at the high school who I spoke to, where Cooper went to school during this unbelievable magical season, we'll talk about it just in a minute here. But she even said, she was like, this is our guy. He's just turned 18 years old. He should have been walking in graduation, here at high school just 3 weeks ago. And so we're really hoping that people embrace him there because he's so young. He's handled everything so well. And I think that they know everything that's happened here, all the drama, all the Luka, Nico, all the stuff that's happened there with Luka and over the last 4 or 5 months or so. And they're hoping, though, that Mavericks fans will not take that out on a young 18-year-old star who has seemingly done everything right, both on and off the court.
I just Googled Newport to see where it is. Like that's almost middle of nowhere, Maine. Like how many guys like in the NBA that you've done pieces on like are from such a remote place that are from the U.S.
Dude, it's shocking. I mean, when I was driving, it is Bangor is like the only middle of the road type of city that's there in Maine in that region. Portland is a little bit further. It's a couple hours south. But I mean, you're talking, and that's 35 minutes or so away from Newport. This is a very small town, small community. But I mean, it was nice, and the people were great, and it's beautiful, very I would say very colonial feeling and like patriotic. There were American flags waving everywhere in the downtown that had a very old school feel where I'm sitting there shooting video and gathering all this content, and these kids are riding their bikes down the middle of this downtown, and I'm thinking to myself, like, what year is this? It felt very like a throwback in this beautiful place. And I was very impressed when I walked away. He clearly grew up in a place where this is the thing, though, and this is what was said multiple times. High school basketball is king in the state of Maine. That is the thing, and that's what the story on NBC tonight opens up with, is about how important basketball and high school basketball is in that state, because as one of their sports directors at the local radio station there said, in Maine in the wintertime, as you mentioned a second ago, Chop, I mean, it's 20 degrees and snowy just about every single day. So no one wants to do anything outside. And so everybody's looking for a way to gather as community. And so the way we look at maybe high school football here in Texas, that's how they look at basketball there. And Cooper Flagg is the greatest player in Maine basketball history, despite the fact he only played one season there as a freshman. That's how good he was as a freshman there. He won the Gatorade National Player of the Year, and he was Mr. Basketball, and he led Nokomis High School, this small program, a 1A program that is never very good. They won one game 2 years before he was there as a freshman, and his freshman year, he led them to the state championship. And his high school coach, we did this great interview, a guy named Earl Anderson, wonderful guy. We're sitting on his back porch, by the way, with the lake behind, and it was just a beautiful place. And as we're talking, he's talking about how they purposefully knew that Cooper's team that freshman year was going to be very good, and so they arranged it in the preseason to where they would play against the best teams in the state of Maine. And he looks at me, and this is the preseason before he started his freshman year. He goes, he was the best player on the floor, and it was not even close. And it was before his freshman year began. And so I'm talking to some of his teammates from middle school and rec league, and all. They were like, yeah, we thought he was good when in fourth grade when he was playing in the sixth grade league, and he was the best player. But then in seventh grade when he started dunking in games, and then in eighth grade he averaged 20 a game in dunks in his eighth grade year, we were like, okay, this kid is legit. So it was shocking to hear the stories and to get the video and the pictures of just how great he was. And then the other thing that I took away that I couldn't believe was just how passionate and obsessive the community of Newport, but also the entire state is about him from this point. Last year, the local radio station there for the guy, Chris Popper, who I talked to, 92.9, The Ticket, the sports station there in the state of Maine, broadcasted Duke games every single night that they were on.
Wow.
In Maine, it was Blue Devils North, because everybody there, as the coach described it, Duke games were must-watch TV. That's how obsessed they are about this one guy. And so they're fired up now to become Mavericks fans north, if you will. So this community and this state up there has this passion and this obsession. It was very interesting to hear about all of that in my time up there.
You said he was Player of the Year, National Player of the Year as a 14-year-old?
Player of the Year in the state of Maine.
Okay, I thought you said
Gatorade
I thought you
Player
meant
of
like
the Year.
national player. I was like, what?
I mean, state of Maine, that's still impressive.
Yeah.
But to be the best player in the entire state in the state of Maine, and to have people talking about the coach wouldn't give it to me, and this was in the piece, that he was close. I mean, you got to imagine, okay, Earl Anderson's a guy who's coached basketball in that state for like 45 years and retired a few years ago, something like that. And I asked him, was that the best team in the history of the state of Maine? And he was like, if we would have stayed together one more year, then I would have maybe given it that. He goes, I'll give you top 5. And I'm like, just because everyone, it's like you couldn't believe that this freshman kid it could be that good on that team to lead them to that level of greatness. But he's literally a legend in the state of Maine, despite only playing one high school year there before going to Montverde, played only 2 seasons at Montverde, graduated early, should have been a senior in high school this year at Duke, and won the Wooden National Player of the Year in a season in which he turned 18 years old in the middle of the year. I mean, it is wild, this guy's journey. And the fact that he also is doing not only, I mean, the highlight dunks are insane, right? I mean, the dunks, the pit dunk when he was at Duke is just, and that's an all-time posterization. And they've seen that. One of his teammates was like, every time I see it, I'm like, yeah, I've seen that before. I mean, like we were talking outside his childhood home, and there's a basketball hoop behind him without the rim on it. And it's because they ripped it off from dunking so many times as he was growing up. But to see all of that is great. But everybody says, but it's that he plays the game the right way. He dominates on defense. Nico will love that, right? He dominates on defense. But he also is a team first guy, averaged 20 a game. And they're like, he could have scored 40 a game if he wanted to, but he got his teammates involved. I walked away feeling like, as upset as Mavericks fans are still about Luka, and I understand that. I get that. I will never understand why the Mavericks decided to trade Luka Doncic, especially in the circumstances and the way that it all happened. But I walked away saying, this guy can still be special and can still be unbelievable for this Mavericks franchise. And I hope Mavs fans will give him the chance and the respect and the adoration that he deserves as fans, despite their frustrations with the team and with what happened in the past, because it's not his fault. And he is a special player. And from all that I've heard from everyone, off camera, on camera, everything, from every person in that community, he also sounds like an amazing, fantastic human being off the court as well.
Pat Dhoni joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Pat, one of the things that we've heard a lot of analysts talk about and people who have, been around him at Duke, and I'm curious if you heard any of this feedback, they talk about just the ultra competitiveness that he has. And that he is like a very high level, intense competitor. I heard Bill Simmons draw a comparison to he's like KG, basically, like Kevin Garnett, like that kind of intensity. Did you get any of that feedback from people that he was just this very intense, competitive individual?
Insane levels of competitiveness. And it's funny you mentioned that, Bobby, because his coach, Earl Anderson, in high school mentioned that, I don't know if everyone knows that Cooper has a twin brother, Ace Flagg, who is getting ready to, by the way, he just graduated from high school, which Cooper should have. And Ace is going to the University of Maine to play for the Black Bears there. And just how big of a deal the Flagg name is, as one person described it in the story, the Flagg name is magic in Maine. Maine season tickets are expected to sell out for the opportunity to get to see Ace Flagg play. And he's a very good player at the Division I level. But the reason I'm bringing it up is because Ace has always been known, according to the people around them, as the more fun, easygoing guy, whereas Cooper is just an intense person and is someone who is very competitive. He was described as easily the hardest working player on their team in high school. And that's not and they were like, we know that sounds cliche, but legitimately he was the hardest working player. In fact, his teammate pointed out, we're standing in front of that home that Cooper grew up in, and he said, I remember between 7th and 8th grade, he started dunking in games in 7th grade and realized that this was something that he could be really good at, and he could really dunk the basketball well. And he goes, and he points behind him, and he said, right above that garage right there, and that he started doing box jumps during the summer between 7th and 8th grade. And it was insane how hard he worked at it. And all of a sudden in 8th grade, that's when he started really just dunking on people in games. And so hearing about the work ethic, hearing about the way that it devastated him, the way that Duke lost in the tournament this past year, all of these things, the level of competitiveness that he took to Montverde, where everyone had questions where, hey, look, this guy's coming from Maine. Is he really going to be able to compete with everyone else at Montverde, a powerhouse factory? Immediately the best player on the team. I mean, no question about it. All of his teammates would tell you the same thing. I mean, so all of this and the hard work aspect, the team first aspect, there are so many good pieces here that are coming together. This is why he is the prodigy. This is why he is the clear-cut number one pick in the draft. And this is why, again, I'm hoping Mavericks fans will be able to at least temporarily consider setting aside their frustration with the organization to at least understand the opportunity that they have in front of them now to watch and to see this guy on a day-to-day night. They have hit the jackpot with this. I think that this is a superstar player, clearly, but someone who's doing it the right way on and off the floor, who I think has a chance to be a generational talent. I know we've said that word for a long time around here about someone else, but it's true. They've gotten lucky, and they have another generational talent here that I hope gets the adoration that he deserves, because he is going to bring a lot of incredible plays to the Dallas Mavericks over the next years, hopefully for a long time here in the city of Dallas.
Dhoni, where can we watch this tonight? It's going to be live, right? You're going to do this piece.
It is, yes, tonight on NBC5 at 10 p.m. on NBC5 News, and then the extended piece will be this weekend on NBC5 News on Saturday and Sunday. I'll have it at 6 and 10 o'clock. Can't wait to share it. What an awesome opportunity to get to go up there and to get to know some of these people and to be in that community. And I can't wait to now see their reaction to Cooper becoming a Maverick officially on Wednesday night. I hope everybody will check the story out. We'll also have it on our social media and online platforms here over the next few days as well.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Great chatting with you guys. Have a great day.
Thanks, Pat.
Dhoni joining us here. D&M Leasing Hotline 105.3. That's good. It's good stuff. I did not know that he was like the state champ as a freshman. I had
it's pretty impressive.
It skipped me. So good stuff there by Pat Dhoni. All right, it is time to hook the Tolos up.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Seether and Dodge Street on November 11th at the Pavilion at the Toyota Music Factory. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Look at Bobby going at it right there.
Seether and Amy Lee. That was a good song back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't remember the song?
I don't.
Oh, I think you would.
Maybe I do.
I wanted you to know is a good song.
Yeah, maybe I do. All right, it is Tuesday. It is close to 7:40, and that means it's time for Broadus' favorite segment of the week. My favorite segment of the week. It is Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Get your answers ready on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys. Fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You can also jump on the Twitch and the YouTube to give your answers to the questions here in Ask Reddit. And we'll also kick them around the studio between myself, Chop, and Peyton. And get your thoughts on some of the most salacious questions being asked over on the Ask Reddit forum this week. We'll kick things off first with you, Chop. What is a lie you tell yourself every week?
Oh, I mean, my whole life is a lie. But the ones I actually tell myself, I usually tell lies to other people. But the ones to myself, we're going to stick to this diet this week. We're not drinking this week. We're not drinking. Every night, go to bed, or every morning when you wake up after you drank, you're like, I'm not drinking today. And then, of course, you wind up drinking in the next 12 hours. It's like, yeah, I'm stressed, need a drink.
So the one that I came up with for this one is I don't need to go to bed yet. That's the one where I'm just like, I can stay up a little longer. And then I wake up the next morning, I'm like, I'm so tired.
Yeah.
I should not have stayed up this late. Did we see Eric Chiafalo?
We have a Chiafalo.
Oh, look at that.
There he is.
Eric made it. Look at that. He was 2 minutes early, technically. We started it a little early. But yeah, no, the one that for me is always just, I don't need to go to bed yet. That's the lie that I tell myself every week is just, no, I'll be fine. Eric,
Yeah.
what's a lie you tell yourself every week? Are you out of breath running upstairs?
That the Rangers are going to get a good hit.
Wow.
Dude, that is actually...
Wow.
That's actually true. Every single time, I'm like, surely they're not going to be like this forever.
There's no way they're going to put up another bagel. Did you say 10? They're tied with the Pirates. 10 shutouts.
10 of them.
3 hits yesterday.
Absolutely.
Is Sam Haggerty the best bat in the lineup? I think he is.
Here we go. Franklin, Injured Tours fan text. I'm going to start exercising then that this is the Cowboys year, that I'm going to be on time to work, that I love my job, that Ask Reddit is a good segment. Oh, come on.
I love my job.
It's the best one.
Really
DFW Dad on the Twitch says mortgage rates are coming down today. That's his. We've also got, I don't know if that's Jaime or Jamie T. 23 says, I'll get gas in the morning, which I saw that on the fan text too. That's the common lie. Just like, I don't need to get gas tonight. I don't want to get it. I'll get it in the morning. And then you're kind of tight for time. You're like, damn it, I should have gotten gas yesterday.
That happens to me way too often. That kills me.
Did you put tea tree oil on?
No tea trees. I don't think we have any tea trees in my house.
Those aren't the trees he's into. Peyton, what is it? What is your answer?
So it has to do with yard work here. I tell myself every week, this is the week I remove the poison ivy from my backyard. I look at it every week I mow. I'm like, you know what? I'll get to it today, maybe tomorrow. And then, Sunday night gets here. I'm like, you know what? The week's about to start. I'll get to you next week. And I never have got it yet.
All right, we're doing Ask Rhoda here on 105.3 The Fan. We got to go to the next one. And Cheech, I don't know if you'll have a song for this. We're going to play a couple first. But I'm dying to know what song Chop would have sent Peyton. I was trying to guess earlier. And so this is the Ask Reddit song that floored Choppy yesterday when Peyton said he didn't know whatever song he picked. On your deathbed, RJ Choppy, which song would you like to hear for the last time?
I had a lot for this. I'm Sending the Clowns, Sinatra. Sound of Silence, but the disturbed version.
Mm-hmm.
Neon Moon. Yeah, Neon Moon, Little Brooks and Dunn.
Yeah.
I actually want your rendition of that on my deathbed.
There we go.
Dude,
I thought about that.
We were pulling up to the same traffic light this morning coming in, and I had seen he was here, and I was cranking his first round Cowboys. I rolled down the window, and I was just like banging. And Choppy's just looking at his phone. He like looks over, and he rolls down his window. He's like, "What's that?" And then he realizes what I'm playing. I just take off at the light.
But I went with what I think is the best '90s grunge song. I gave a hint earlier that this is like this song was like the man giving his own eulogy.
Mm-hmm.
And it was an Alice in Chains song.
And yet I fight this battle all alone.
You don't know the song?
My one blind spot is alternative rock or this. I'm not gonna know it. I don't know a single Alice in Chains song.
So you light me up for not knowing it. Bobby doesn't know it. And you're not saying a word to it. Let him have it.
I'm floored by this that you don't know.
Mine is a willful ignorance of the genre. Mine's a willful ignorance of the genre. I remember we were at a bar in Austin about a decade ago, and I was hanging out with a friend. And he was trying to tell me where somebody was, and he's like, yeah, he's right over there next to off-brand Gavin Rossdale. I was like, I don't know who Gavin Rossdale is. He's like, yes, you do. And I was like, no. He's like, the lead singer of Bush. And I was like, I don't know who Bush is. I have no idea what you're saying to me right now. And that caused about an hour education of like, listen to this song. But
that song right there got Gen X through all their trauma.
Peyton, what's your song that you want on your deathbed?
By the way, people are saying, Cover Me Up, Morgan Wallen. It's a good reference. Cover Me Up. Free Bird, Insane Clown Posse.
ICP, the Juggalo homies.
What is a Juggalo?
I mean, if I'm on my deathbed, I need some help, obviously. So this one might shock some of you, but I actually do know this song. And I had to have some fun with it here.
I need somebody.
Literally need some help.
I literally need help. I'm dying.
That's not a bad one. It just seems a little too poppy for you're about to die. Eric, did you have a song here you want on your deathbed?
I was thinking I Like America and She Likes Me by the 1975.
That's a good one.
That's a crazy one.
No, but it's a good one. I was thinking about this, and at first I was like, all right, what would be fitting? I'm like, no, I don't want fitting. If I'm on my deathbed, it's not
a song that I love. It doesn't have to connote death.
Not just that. Like, it can't just be a song that I love. I need something that's like nostalgic and peaceful, and I don't think I want lyrics. I think I just want to hear music. And so what I went with was my mom's all-time favorite song, which is this one right here. Let's see if you know it, Chop.
I know this one.
This is the Percy Faith Orchestra, a theme from Summer Place. And this was number one for like 12 weeks in 1957 or something like that with no lyrics.
Okay.
Listen to this. Listen, imagine drifting off to this.
Definitely heard this before.
Yeah, it gets used a lot and nostalgic pieces. I would just be like, all right, I don't need lyrics. Just send me off to sleep. That's what I want here. And so I would go with this song right here. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Eric Chiafalo, what's a red flag that men instantly notice in women, but most women don't realize they're showing it?
Oh, man. That's a good question that I didn't have a prepared answer for.
right, let's
Just
go
like
shopping.
Sean.
No,
Have him
Peyton,
send that
it
to
is.
you
It
right
is
there.
just like Sean. Peyton, you always prepare your answers. Go ahead and give me your the red flag that you think men instantly notice in women, but most women don't realize they're showing it.
I think men can tell like when a girl's not like interested in them. Like it could be at a bar or a party or like on a first date or something like that. Like there's a conversation going. You're like, okay, the body language. I can tell you're fake laughing at everything I say. Like you just want the date to be over with. I think that's a huge red flag that men can track down.
I think men are often usually able to spot when a woman is jealous or irritated or like basically being a little catty or something, and girls may think they're concealing it. Well, it's like, no, you are not concealing your feelings well at all right now. You are, and this is not an energy I necessarily want to be around.
Like when they talk about when they're constantly talking about their ex, especially early on.
I did that. I did that on a first date once. That's all I talked about.
Because it means two things. Like one, you're obviously like
so bad.
It's like one, you're obviously not over them, but two, like if you're gonna be negative about something early on, then it's only gonna get worse. I don't want somebody to talk trash about their ex.
Right. Even
it's like that's just.
I didn't talk trash. I just used it for therapy.
You don't need to talk about it. Like once they're gone, they're gone.
Yeah, good or bad.
Right.
Really don't need to hear about it at all.
I don't need. Yeah.
Eric, did you come up with an answer for this one?
I mean, I guess. You guys all.
DFW Dad says fake eyebrows.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Oh yeah. That's a great one. Just any sort of face work, like the lips or whatever. They think we can't tell that those lips aren't their God-given lips.
806 high maintenance energy. That's another one. Because that's no
demanding.
Girls very rarely think they're being high maintenance or that they're projecting it.
They all want to think that they're not.
Yeah, I'm low key. I go with the flow.
Yeah, I'm cool.
Sure. Okay,
super chill.
Yeah, that's what it is. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy.
Yeah,
you're the chief of fashion police. What are you banning?
Those super baggy jeans that are back in right now.
Jinkos.
Yep, awful.
I used to love Jinkos, man.
Yeah,
I do bet you had some Jinkos.
Oh, I had some Jinkos.
Jinkos and a FUBU jersey with a couple studs in your ears.
I had Fat Albert's face on my back pocket.
You know what bothers me? People who work out a lot and then they cover up with super baggy clothes. Like, flaunt that, dude.
See, it's so funny that you say that. I think the biggest thing that jumps out to me from a fashion standpoint, specifically at the gym, these girls are hilarious with the way they'll wear like the spandex shorts, big shirt,
giant shirt,
but then they tuck it in the back.
I know.
They tuck it in the back, so it's like, no, you can still see my cake. Don't worry about it. Gotta make sure you can still see it, but I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
right.
And then honorable mention that alpaca haircut that all the high school kids have.
Oh yeah, that's becoming.
I hate my kids have that. It's like, God, get rid of that.
I don't like that one. Cheech, what are you banning? What if you're the chief of fashion police? What are you banning?
Okay, so I'm doing the one that I just mentioned from the gym. I just think is goofy, and then I think that the dude shorts are getting extremely short.
Yes,
now.
The hoochie daddies.
Like they've gone like super hoochie daddy. Like it's one thing to be a couple inches maybe above the knee or whatever, but when you're like a wind gust away from showing schwanz, what are we doing?
It's like
when you and your girlfriend can trade shorts and no one would really know the difference.
Right.
What are we doing?
It's like did you ever watch Reno 911?
Yeah.
It's like Dangle. Everybody's Dangle now. Over on the YouTube, I saw men with skinny jeans was one of our answers over here.
Shots fired at me.
Peyton, what is the thing
you don't
you
overdo
ban?
it.
I don't overdo it.
Some of them are like,
yeah, these are slim fit.
Yeah, slim fit.
I never liked it when they were in style, but jean shorts. For guys, at least. Ladies, you keep rocking those. But just for the guys,
the
jean
denims?
shorts. Yeah, the jean shorts. Just, I don't know. There's no style with them. Just get cargos, basically.
I agree, man. You want to see a jean short convention? They call that a Florida Gator football game.
Boy, this is gonna feel like an attack segment. This is gonna feel like an attack segment on Eric because you already went after the Jinkos, Chop. Yeah. The fan text is saying Crocs got to go. Ooh. And boy, 972 just said the one that I've got. And I know this is very unpopular. The damn slides with socks. Are you doing that? Oh, God, you're doing it right now.
You know what? I got to be honest.
I love it.
Eric's wearing it right now. He's wearing black socks with black slides.
Yeah,
so my kids have
American flag on those slides. Okay, appreciate your damn country.
My kids have they got the Yeezy slides or whatever they are.
Those are
Yeezy
fire.
taught me,
and they wear the socks with them.
Yeah.
And I've put those on, and they're super comfortable. You have to wear socks though.
You have to wear socks.
It's too
with them.
sticky without it.
Yes,
then just get rid of
summertime.
slides. I'm down with that too. Get rid of slides.
You got to wear socks or Crocs though.
I'm anti-slides.
It's too sticky without it.
I definitely don't want to see somebody's toes. Why would I want to see your toes? I would rather you wear
Just
socks.
wear shoes.
Bobby does have pretty feet.
He does. Dude, they were trying to talk mess about it, and then he was
that.
like, "It's a beautiful foot." He couldn't say anything
It's
about
a
it.
hairless foot.
That was one of the most shocking revelations in fan history.
It's like in the other guys where he's like, "You might think I'm hairy because of the beard," and then he goes shaved.
Hey, all-time underrated movie.
It is a great movie. All right, we're doing Ask Rhoda here on 105.3 The Fan. Get your answers on the Twitch, the YouTube, the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053. Peyton Russell, what formerly popular names have people stopped giving their kids that should get another chance?
So one, I'm going to start with Sarah. I think it's a great first name for RJ here. Great first name, but people have gone away from it. They think it's too basic. I like it. John is there too. I've always liked the name John, whether you put the H in there or just J-O-N.
Ooh, you need to have the H in John.
I think you got to have the H.
Really?
Yeah, unless you're Jon Snow. I think you get away with it.
You a H in John or no H?
I'm an H.
No H looks like you forgot something, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's just like, oh crap, mom screwed up the birth certificate.
Did
when
she
decided
forget?
it. Yeah.
Was she just being lazy?
And then Catherine is one more name.
Catherine.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, the answer for me is it's going to be unpopular because I know nobody wants to name their kid this right now. I like the name Karen. I do. But it's been ruined in society. You can't name.
done.
You can't name.
Brandon?
I understand there's nothing you can do about it anymore. Brandon hasn't been completely thrown out the window though, like
Listen
Karen
to
did.
Peyton with the. I just picked up on that.
Karen, to me, I always liked because I grew up. So I grew up.
Eric's here. We can talk about it.
Yeah, we can.
I grew up watching Step by Step.
Yeah.
And the oldest daughter was Karen, and I just remember thinking I associated with oh, that's a pretty girl. Like the name Karen was like a pretty girl, and so I just when it became oh no, this is the angry woman. I was just I don't know. That's I think we should take that name back.
I said so. I was talking with Sarah about this last night. I was like, Jennifer's one name. I think just it's gone.
Jennifer was
Gone.
the most popular one in the 80s, and it's not used at all.
It's non-existent. And then I said, she goes, give me another one. I was like, you know what? Eddie.
Eddie.
Oh, yeah, we're not.
You don't
making
see Eddies anymore.
No.
Eddie's a great name. Eddie. Oh.
There's no more Eddies.
have
Except
an
for,
Uncle
I guess
Eddie.
Deep Eddies.
I think if your name is Eddie, it's the greatest uncle name ever. Uncle Eddie.
He just Bobby just tried to write down a suggestion name for me, and I don't.
What
I'm not
is
gonna say
your
that.
answer?
Probably Clarence.
Clarence parents have a real good marriage, I've heard.
Actually peaked in the 1880s through the 1920s.
Did it really?
Are you Googling this?
Strong classic with a vintage charm. I've always thought so myself.
Fuck him. Some of the answers on the fan text 214 Stacy. We do need more Stacys again. I like the name Stacy.
Then you can bring back Stacy's mom.
Stacy's mom.
Stacy's mom.
Perfect. 940 Francis. Abraham from the 903.
I had an uncle named Francis.
I had a grandma Francis.
His last name was Francis too. Francis.
Francis?
Frank Francis.
My great grandmother was Francis.
You also don't see Frank. Yeah, you don't see Frank anymore.
Frank. I've seen a couple of girl Frankies actually.
Yeah. Francesca.
Female
right?
Frankie. Yeah, maybe it's a Francesca turned Frankie.
2Key Ask You on the YouTube says, Ashley, I've never met a crazy one. Wrong. You've never met my sister, that means.
A crazy Ashley?
Oh.
You've never met one?
Oh God.
They're rampant. Oh wait, are we even doing Ashleys anymore? Because you said Jennifer, but I think Ashley was a name that was just so consistent. And I don't know how many people are doing that anymore.
Texas Size Rips on the Twitch. I see what you're doing there. He says Neil and then my name. He thinks that those are two good names that we should keep. And then let's do one really, really quickly here. What TV show is a 10 out of 10 from the first episode to the last episode, Cheech?
The League.
I've never watched it.
Oh.
I think I saw the very first episode where he's singing an acoustic song to these kids at a birthday party, and it's completely inappropriate, but that's all I've seen, I think.
Dude, that show is fantastic. I haven't seen it in a long time. I guarantee you it still holds up. You have to watch it, especially if you like comedy and football.
It's Seinfeld. They had one bad episode. And
that was the last one.
No, it was Male Unbonding. It was the second episode, second or third. And that's not even bad. It's just slow. But other than that, it's just a genius show.
All right, I am going to guess what Peyton's is. Peyton, you're going to say Lost.
No, Stranger Things.
It's not over yet.
Not over yet.
I know, but I mean, from what we've had so far.
Okay, that's fair. The answer is The Wire, which we're rewatching now. Okay, have you ever watched it? Nobody on this show has ever watched it.
It's unfortunate I couldn't get through, I guess, the first season. And it's not that I couldn't. It's just that I got a lot of crap going on.
The wire's the
time
answer.
factor.
Anyway, that's Ask Reddit. Thanks for sitting in here.
All right, thank you, Cheech.
Are you going to sit in for PP in the morning at 8:20?
Yeah, you should. Why not?
I might.
I'll do your prep
Yeah,
for you.
you're here.
Okay, Bobby will prep for me.
You can cheat off of me.
Deal. Very good. Sean and RJ here, 105 through the Fan. That is a little Ask Reddit for you on the Fan. Coming up next, a little Diamond Cavs. Any Rangers in the latest All-Star voting? And a former Ranger makes a very curious statement. That's next on the Fan.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
D1, Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He awaits the 3-1, and here it is. Swinging a high fly ball out into deep left center field. Racing back is Langford, still going back, and this one is gone. That ball carried well to left center, just over the wall, a little to the right of the 376 marker. Holiday in opposite field, 3-run blast to give Baltimore a 4-0 lead.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
As Matt Hicks with the call at a game you heard right here. We are the home of Texas Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. First pitch tonight, 5:35. We have pregame at 5 o'clock. Marcus Semien will join the G-Bag Nation today at 3:20. Rangers win 6-0. Lose 6-0 to the Baltimore Orioles. And only 13,000 were there.
And
hot night. The hot night.
Did we get any painted Sean send any man on the street audio from Camden?
No, he didn't.
Just go out on Utah Street and do your job, Sean. Come on.
We got a meeting today.
Orioles win 6-0. Corbin takes the loss. It's Latz and Charlie Morton today. So Jacob Latz, little bullpen day type thing. He'll probably go 4.
Maybe
Maybe 5. Maybe 5.
I mean, just depending on how efficient he is.
We'll see. The latest All-Star Game voting is out. This is, first of all, so last week we had Jock Peterson was in 9th place.
Jocking on you.
In DH. And Seager was in 10th for shortstops. So we'll see if either one of them moved up or down. But Vlad Jr. has taken over the first base spot. Listen to this. He will tie a franchise record if he is selected by the fans. This would be 4. Their franchise record is 4 All-Star appearances.
Carlos Delgado?
Not by the fans. This is voted in by the fans. Now, I guess.
Oh, okay. So
they may not.
No. I'm saying, was Delgado 4 times? Was he the one? No, gosh, Delgado was 2 times. That was it.
How about that? So I just found that to be a little bit surprised that he was the only one.
It doesn't say. It doesn't say who was the one.
It does. Not in the article. No, it's just an ESPN article. But your leading vote getter in the American League is the leading vote getter in Major League Baseball. It's Aaron Judge at 2.7 million. Shohei is the leading vote getter in the National League at 2.5 million. So let's see where the Rangers are. You know, we had Seager and Jock. Corey Seager is still in 10th, 234,000 votes. He's about 900,000 votes shy of the Athletics' Jacob Wilson.
Hell yeah, Corey.
And then Jock Peterson has fallen 1 spot to 10th. And he is about 800,000 votes shy of Ryan O'Hearn of the Orioles.
Yeah, Dodgers fans are just not voting as much. They've been distracted by Shohei pitching.
Well, he's thrown what, 2 games now, right?
2 games, yeah, and he looked really good the other one.
Yeah.
The one he just had the other night, so.
It's good. I mean, it's good for them. They need to get their money's worth. Paying $70 million up for a DH. Although I guess they're only paying $2 million this year.
Yeah, but I mean, they got that Bonilla deal. They're just fine.
But your AL starters right now would be Cal Raleigh, who, by the way, hit another home run. He's got 4 straight. He's on pace for like 68 homers.
68 home runs is what he's on pace for.
He's at 33?
Yeah, which is like absolutely. I mean, or he's at 32 now. I mean, how far away from the All-Star break? How many more games? Like
it's
10?
No, 15? More than that. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we're still 2 weeks away.
If he hits,
I think it's 2 weeks from today.
If he hits 3 more home runs, he's got his career high by the All-Star break.
Yeah, and he's a catcher, so like that. Generally, you don't see catchers hit this many home runs. They get tired as the year goes on. Like, but obviously you can use him in the DH role to give him some time. But
he's the what's his name? The big dumper.
The big dumper.
Yeah, and did you see he has a new endorsement?
Just dude wipes?
Oh no. He's got a beer partnership in Seattle now. The beer is going to be called Big Dumper Beer from Scuttlebutt Brewing.
Oh, what's the Scuttlebutt?
It's and I mean, like you get a pun in there.
Yeah,
everything. So he's got a new deal.
I like it.
Big Dumper Beer.
He might keep Judge from the Triple Crown.
I mean, at this pace he's going.
Judge, I think 29, 28 homers.
Yeah,
so
and I mean they can't score in New York.
They can't.
Brett told us that last week.
They cannot score. So Raleigh's leading catchers, Vlad's leading first baseman, Jose Ramirez at third, Gleyber Torres leads second, Wilson at short, O'Hearn at DH, and it's Judge, Riley Green, and Javi Baez. The Tigers they would have 3 starters in the All-Star game right now. How about that?
I mean,
they probably would have the starting pitcher in Skubal.
Yeah, probably. They've been better this year. They've been impressive this year. I mean, it's like what was it? The year it was 23, where Texas popped, and then they had like the whole starting infield basically. They didn't get first base, and Evaldi didn't end up starting.
Right, because he pitched on that Sunday.
But he pitched in the second inning. But yeah, they got the starting catcher, third baseman, short and second, and I mean that's kind of what the Tigers have setting up now.
Yep, looks like it. Former Ranger Alex Rodriguez. Was on our sister station, WFAN, in New York with Evan and Tiki. And he had so they were talking about Hall of Fame, and he kind of had a comment on the Hall of Fame and Pete Rose, and he has a theory about Pete.
I want to be in the Hall of Fame, of course. How can I not want to be in the Hall of Fame?
So do I, Alex.
I mean,
they just don't like running backs.
But look, baseball has a very, very, Pete Rose, a great friend of mine. It just breaks my heart that he's going to get in now, but I actually feel that if he would have got in, he probably would have lived another 5 years.
Really?
Because I've never met anyone that loves baseball more than Pete Rose. And it broke my heart that he couldn't get in while he was alive. But baseball is tough, right? If it's a lifetime sentence, it is a lifetime sentence. I got to do my time and live it forever. But then I have to pivot and take that energy into something else.
Yeah, I mean,
I can see where his mind's going there.
Well, I mean,
if it's funny, it's like he would have lived another 5 years. Like, okay,
widowhood effect.
Maybe he would have. I don't know.
Widowhood effect.
What's that?
So it's the phenomenon that's documented. I was just Googling. I was trying to figure out what it was called. It's like broken heart syndrome or different things like that of the elderly couples that when one of them dies within hours, the other's just like, all right, I'm done.
They just give up.
Yeah, and that like that's a common phenomenon. So maybe it is. Maybe it's like if Pete would have gotten that, it would have carried him on longer. But maybe he had like broken heart syndrome or widowhood effect because he never got the Hall of Fame. I still think that's such a bad look for Major
It's a terrible look for the sport. You know, we knew they were going to do it.
It's so petty and vindictive. Like, okay, all right, now that he's not here to actually know it happened, we'll put him in.
Yeah, we knew they were going to do it, but it does look really, really, really petty.
It just, to me, it looks, and I get, like, Pete Rose was, he had a reputation. He was kind of a jerk at times.
Yeah.
And he obviously did something you absolutely should not do. We asked Brett about it. And Brett had like grown up around him, obviously, and said like, man, that's tough for me. I'm glad I don't have to place the vote. But even with all that said, like he had all these things obviously that were negatives about him. It still came off as completely like just mean-spirited and nasty. Like it was, it just, I don't know. It felt really, really wrong. Like,
I agree.
I almost was like, you should have waited even longer to put him in. Immediately doing it just was, it felt.
Wait 2 years.
It felt just like you were digging in a little bit.
Just waiting for the moment. Waiting for the death certificate to roll in.
Yeah.
That's really what you looked like you were doing.
It was awful.
What is this stat about pitching that you found?
So, yeah, we've I found this a couple weeks ago, and I thought it was fascinating. I actually had texted Sandler about it, and I was like, there's no answers in this article, but I would just like your theory on it. So, Sports Info Solutions, which does a lot of different research and analytics and different things like that, Mark Simon had written over there for Sports Info Solutions about an oddity he had found in splits. So historically, you were always getting an advantage when you have a lefty pitching. You go, all right, let's stack the lineup with righties. All right, if you got a righty pitcher, let's put lefties in there. Let's make sure we get that advantage. So you're not going lefty on lefty, righty on righty. The advantage for right-handed batters versus left-handed pitchers has disappeared in Major League Baseball. And I don't just mean it has taken a sharp decline. So right-handed batters against lefty pitchers from 2021 to 2023, that 3-year sample, right-handed hitters had a 754 OPS against lefties. And that's pretty stable year over year. There's maybe some 10 to 15 point variance, but it's pretty stable right in there. Well, that number dropped by 26 points in 2024 to 728. And then now this year, it fell off to, it's under 700 now, the OPS. It's 698. It's dropped 56 points.
Righties against lefties?
Right-handed batters hitting against lefties has dropped 56 points league-wide. And they don't have an explanation for it. It's just this odd thing that they're like, there's something going on with righty-lefty matchups right now. So I went and checked the OPS splits a couple weeks ago for Adolis Garcia, Josh Young, Jake Berger, Marcus Semien, Kyle Higashioka, and then Ezekiel Durant, because those were the righties in the Rangers lineup. So if you look at 2021 to 2023 and then compare those splits to the last 2 years, all 6 of them are down significantly against left-handed pitchers. Wow. Like significantly. Higashioka and Young saw their splits against righties increase in the 2024 to 2025 window, while every other hitter had a steep drop in their OPS against lefties. Only Marcus Semien saw his right-handed splits dip further than against lefties. So the idea is, all right, well, their lefty splits are down, but everything's probably down, right? So like, because they're just not hitting as well. They were hitting better back then. It's like, yeah, so stuff has dropped, but the drop against lefties is so much more stark. And like I said, in the event of Josh Young and Higashioka, you saw their splits against righties actually go up in the last 2 years. They've hit better against righties the last 2 years. And some of these drops, I mean, it's for a lot of the guys here, Garcia, Young, Berger, most of them are over 100-point drops in their OPS against lefties from these last 2 years compared to the previous 3.
That's a lot.
And Sandler's theory was, with you not being able to just like, let's call in a lefty for a one batter outing and get him out of here, whatever else. Sandler's theory was it could be that lefty pitchers having to go longer now, or relievers being brought in having to go longer, they maybe have just been forced to become more diverse pitchers. And they've become better pitchers.
So the 3-batter rule,
that the
minimum.
The 3-batter rule has potentially it's forced them to confront righties more frequently. And it's given them a mode of attack that they didn't have previously. That was just a theory of Sandler's, which I didn't think was bad. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, because I wonder, and maybe like I haven't noticed, like, are there new pitches they've been working on? You know, that would impact that. Are they utilizing the cutter more? Who knows?
Because there's no split change in righties versus lefties. Right-handed pitchers versus lefty batters is stable as what it's always been.
Right.
It's just left-handed pitching is like a sharp 50-point OPS drop against right-handed hitters.
Wow. Diamond Cavs here on 105.3 The Fan. Again, Marcus Semien will join the G-Bag Nation today at 3:20. Ranger game 5:30 right here on The Fan. What is up next? Coming up, Peyton Russell in PP in the morning.
Guys, why were the Oklahoma City Thunder so boring while celebrating their title Sunday night? Plus, we have the secret to being an awesome parent. That's next on The Fan.
30 straight minutes without interruption. It's a
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Injury, Lures Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never not a pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning. He has found himself on the most toxic show on the Fan, and there's no number two.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right. Tuesday, 8:20, right. PP in the morning. And his first PP session right here. Eric Chiafalo is in. He had his first payload session a few months ago. Now you're here, man. Welcome. You're in the intro, by the way. Congratulations.
Hey, I appreciate that.
I'm actually 30 minutes.
I'm double dipping. I stand by that.
I was going to say, do you stand by that statement?
I do stand by that, and I'm double dipping on the Peyton segment intros.
Man, I appreciate your work, dude.
It's an honor.
You're one of a kind.
It's a pleasure.
I will say that this intro has not gotten as good of reviews as the first one.
Oh, really?
By who?
Yeah. The fan text.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, do better, G-Bag. I need more content.
All right, sorry about that.
Yeah. I need Brian to say something.
Yeah. Well, guys, that's not the problem usually.
Dude, just get AI brought us to intro.
Yeah. Yes. Oh my gosh. All right, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that.
That's a good idea. That'll be fun. All right, Guys, we're going to talk about championship celebrations. We've had some issues going on social media. RJ, I think, had a tweet or so about this. The Thunder, Oklahoma City Thunder, they wrapped up their first championship Sunday night. And their celebration was a little modest. There's a lot of debate going around social media. The NBA title-winning celebrations are just boring when compared to other sports. Aiden will have it up on the FanCam Twitch and YouTube. It's a comparison of video of the Stanley Cup Final Championship. The Panthers, they blew out the Oilers Game 6. They knew they were going to win, going into the second period, basically, that game. And they still were mobbing their goaltender after the game, after their celebration there. But the Thunder, on Sunday night, you might have seen it on ESPN, their celebration a little boring there. They're kind of walking around. I know it was a blowout win, but usually, you're supposed to be jumping up and down, after in Major League Baseball. The final out, the Rangers a few years ago, they were up 5 runs in ninth. They knew they were going to win that game. And they still, dogpiled on the mound there. So I'm wondering here, do we have a problem with it, or is it just how the NBA is? Because you don't see it a lot in NBA unless it's come down to the final possession. I think in 2016, the Cavs, they were up by 3 or 4 going to the last possession, and they had kind of a crazy celebration. That was their first title in franchise history. Thunder, same situation here. I don't know here.
I'm with you, man. When I saw this, and they did a side-by-side of all 4. Well, there was one that was a side-by-side of just the hockey and that, and then there was the one that had the last 4. Mm-hmm. So Dodgers, Eagles, Panthers, and Thunder. Mm-hmm. Walker Buehler throws his glove down. They all jump into each other's arms. The Panthers are just mobbing Bobrovsky behind the net. Even the Eagles jumping up and down. And then there's the Thunder, and it's just like shaking hands, and it's very strange.
Yeah, it was tamed, and I think their entire celebration was. I think it's unique to this Thunder team. I don't know that this was a narrative about NBA champions over the course of the last few years or whatever. I mean, Marcus Thompson of The Athletic says, I've never seen a more calm and tame celebration in the locker room. This is now, we're off the court, we're in the locker room, right? And the team is celebrating. I think it's very unique to this particular OKC team, who's got guys like Jalen Williams on the team he took a sip of his first beer in the locker room after the game. That was the first time he's ever drank.
It wasn't just that. There was this video going around. Alex Caruso, who's won 2 titles before, Alex Caruso had to show the guys in the locker room, like when they got there, they were trying to open the champagne bottles. They couldn't. Like Alex Caruso had to show them how to open champagne bottles to do the celebration.
Oh, yeah.
They could. He's like, guys, come here. Because they were walking around going like, how do I get this off? They had no idea. Because they're all 19 years old on the Thunder. That's why they're going to win 3 more titles, probably.
Let me ask you this. What did you see from the streets afterwards? Every time the Knicks won a playoff game, you saw the streets of New York going crazy. Did you see any footage from Oklahoma City of fans going crazy?
Yeah, they're all Bricktown going nuts outside of Mickey Mantle's.
They went to work the next day,
Applebee's was on fire.
Like, have you been to Oklahoma City?
Is Sky Bar still there?
What do you want them to turn over? Like tractors and barrels of hay? Like there's nothing. There's
they got
nothing
casinos
out there.
You go
in Oklahoma City. Do they?
Oh yeah. Riverwind is in Norman.
Oh, yeah.
See, I wouldn't even know because I don't go to Oklahoma City there's nothing to do there. They left Oklahoma City to go celebrate. I've been there once, I think twice.
There's nothing wrong with OKC. It's it's kind of boring, but nothing wrong with it.
Not super lively. But it is weird.
Yeah, Bricktown's fine.
I think it's a unique with this city and this particular team of younger individuals who clearly they're just a little bit more. They're just a tame bunch.
They're definitely tame.
I don't know if you guys saw SGA on, I think it was Good Morning America, his interview. He might have been, a little tired there, but she was, the lady was asking him questions and stuff, and he kind of just gave, kind of just modest answers, kind of boring, just, it's cool, but, we're on to the next one. So maybe they got
a lot of Cincinnati.
Yeah, maybe they got to win another one.
There were some THC allegations floating around on SGA in that particular interview.
He did look like he was on something. Maybe he was.
Maybe that's their celebration tactic of choice, as just that team. They grew up in the THC era.
And doesn't Oklahoma have there are a lot of grow fields out there and stuff?
Yeah, there's a lot of grow fields.
Yeah, those things. Yeah.
All right, it is PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time, 8:20 on Tuesday.
Of them, yep.
Guys, we have the secret weapon.
One in particular.
The secret weapon to parenting success. You guys are all parents. Every single one of you except for me. You guys have multiple kids.
Well, you said every single one of you, so yeah, it would be us. You would be six.
Exactly. Aiden hasn't admitted any kids yet. You know,
Oh,
so
Aiden's got a few kids out there, I'm sure.
No
Aiden
way.
don't answer the door on Father's Day.
Now, what would you guys consider the success to being a good parent?
What do you mean?
What's the secret to success of being a good parent?
You have to be available. Like you have to be. The number one is you have to be available to them.
Present, being present.
Innings eater. We learned that yesterday.
Listen, I'm there. They call me, I'm there.
Absolutely.
Like I said, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm out there. There's no manual. I'm just doing my best. And
You're doing a great job.
My number one thing is just when they need you there, you have to be there.
Yeah.
You have to be there.
Certainly starts with that. And then
I don't know that there's like a secret, like, because that's the thing. Every situation calls for something different.
Now, with you guys having multiple kids, how do you split the time? I mean, I don't want to, have you all admit to favorites in the family, but like, how do you split the time of like where, one time you're feeling, okay, maybe I'm with her a little too much, or with him, I got to split the time evenly. Do you feel that at all, or do you just go with the flow?
I feel that a ton with my kids because I got 5, 4, and 2.5. And so they all want a little something different. And so I have to explain like, hey, I'm doing this with you right now in a moment. Like, hey, I will do what you want to do here in a few minutes. When they all want to do something different, it's like, hey, I'm doing this right now. And Julesy, in about 10 minutes, we'll do what you want to do. Okay? Like that is something that, especially when they're young right now, I think the older they get, the more they will kind of understand. But right now, that is something I'm having to say constantly.
They did. I mean, the girls, they're at the age now, they're 9 and almost 12. Like, they dictate it more than I do. Like that, because a lot of times it'll be just like, Addison wants to go hang out in her room or play her Nintendo DS. So she's not even like asking for time to be put. So it's like, all right, well, I'm with Laura. Like they're a lot of times dictated like how much they want me to do something with them. Otherwise, just they're doing it themselves. They're hanging out with each other. Like, but yeah, when they were younger, they were close enough together. I think that they generally kind of wanted to do the same thing. But yeah, you would always have to like mediate disputes over toys or something else.
Like Luca's more. He's 15. He's just in his room all day on his phone if he's not playing sports. So I'm with Julian more. But it's also like, when you're 15, he's almost dry. He'll be driving at the end of the year. You're not done parenting them, but you're like, they're kind of on their own, right? They're 15. He's in high school. He doesn't want me around. The younger one is like
stages.
Yeah, the younger one is like still. He still needs like. Now they both need adulthood and guidance. The younger one needs more still. So you kind of like, you're all over the map. There's no rhyme or reason to it.
So Matthew Stafford's wife, Kelly Stafford, was talking on her podcast Morning After. It's a popular podcast, got a lot of attraction over the years, but she stated that weed gummies are her secret weapon to help raise 4 daughters. In her podcast, she says, gummies are great. Sometimes I feel like gummies make me a better parent. They calm me down. It's like a glass of wine. And she said throughout this podcast, she feels a little guilty that she doesn't do it every night, that she doesn't have to do it every night. But whenever she has a long day, she goes straight for the gummies. Now, I mean, I'm no parent or, parent with kids, so I might be naive to the situation. But I mean, is this a comment that would worry you as another parent? Like if you're sending your kids off to, is this something that she should just, kept alone, or is this normal? I don't know. Do you know parents that calm themselves down by doing this? They're stressed a lot by raising kids?
I think I know people who probably do it. I don't know anybody who would say it into a microphone. But I would also say that I don't know that there is a single topic on earth I would seek out Kelly Stafford's opinion on.
Unless it's how to make your now husband super jealous.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, look, the first
Did we find out who it was? Did they ever?
Yeah, I think it was some. It was a ginger guy that was backing up Stafford that she decided to do a little full around.
Is it a sativa?
She went back though.
I would think that's a put you down indica situation.
Yeah. Okay. So that now you're done. And also, what's the milligram? If you're talking a 20 or 40, you're cooked. You're done. If it's a 5, you're just getting relaxed, then whatever.
Well, and also, is this like, hey, middle of the day?
Yeah,
I'm in the midst of my parenting, or the kids have gone to sleep, and now this is my wind down.
What time? We need more info.
I think there's a total difference there. If she's like, she needs to be blazed in order to be kind to her kids throughout the day that she's actually doing the hands-on parenting, that's more alarming than it was just like, hey, okay, now everything's done. A's in the barn, and now this is kind of how I like to chill and then go night-night.
I'm done for the day.
Or is it just the daughters thing? Eric, you have 3 daughters. Is it just raising curls? Maybe at that point, RJ doesn't. He's fine with raising 2 boys. I don't know. Is it a daughters thing? You got to go for the gummies.
I think from my understanding, at least at this age, I think I'm super blessed to have girls over boys because girls are just a little bit calmer. And like the boys, whenever I get around my friends or my brothers or my cousins that have young boys, I mean, they are train wrecks, just breaking crap, and they're just being dudes, And so I think maybe once my kids get older, and then you get into that era of having a daughter that actually really sucks, then I might need a little bit more medications.
My dad always, because we were 9 kids, so it was 6 boys, 3 girls. And my dad was always like, the boys are worse younger. Like when they're younger. When you get to teenage years,
right?
The boys are preferable because A, they're cheaper, and B, the anxiety of a teenage girl, like for the dad of everything that goes on with their world is a lot.
Oh yeah, I mean, and there's studies about like adolescent girls, their emotions run at a much different level than boys. You have to worry about mental health and stuff.
Are you saying they're fundamentally different?
That's what it sounded like. And hormones are raging, right? Boys seem to be like, I don't know, like my kids are they're either in bed or they're playing video games. Like that's the crux of adolescent males.
All right, guys, last one here. PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time. This is the news everyone has been waiting to hear. The Pop-Tart mascot from the Pop-Tart Bowl has been added to the video game College Football 26. He is in the video game there. He's been a fan favorite. The mascot has had a lot of viral clips all over social media this past year, the Pop-Tart Bowl. Bobby, I got to ask you, Major Tuddy of the Commanders or the Pop-Tart mascot? Who are you picking on your team?
Tuddy, it's not even close.
Wow.
Because also, while I am aware of the Pop-Tart mascot, I'm not aware of it as some like viral takeover. Has it been that big?
Look, I think it's probably the best new bowl game name that we've had.
Look, Tuddy's just a difference maker. Like, I mean, it's the best thing about like when Micah said earlier, he's like, I only mess with Dan Quinn over there. I only mess with Tuddy over there. Like watching Tuddy at a halftime game stiff arm a whole ass 8-year-old child into the ground during a flag football game. That's a guy who's just like, he doesn't care, and I respect him.
He's a problem.
He transcends all mascots.
Yeah,
dude, he is different. His little hat comes off too. That's not even part of it. They give him a foam little like what are those things called? The little hard hat military helmet things or whatever.
Yeah,
like that you see Patton wear in the old movies and stuff.
And it stays on.
Yeah.
Let's get that for Josh Smith.
He's got one of those, and it will come off because he takes it off when the national anthem is played during the Commanders games. He takes it off and puts it over his heart.
Hey, that's solid. That's
patriotic.
Solid. PP in the morning. Love it. Right here on 105 to the Fan. Bobby, what's coming up next in Below the Belt?
How long should Brian Schottenheimer be given to build the team he envisions? That's next in Below the Belt on the Fan. But for
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
By Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Team building takes time, but just how much time? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. Check them out at dmautoleasing.com. I'm going to want to get your thoughts, too, here on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053. You can also weigh in on the Twitch and on the YouTube as we talk about this topic that was rattling around my brain a little bit yesterday.
Love it.
And I was thinking about Shoddy and how when he was hired back in January, it was obviously not a very popular move, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, it was uninspiring.
It was
uninspiring.
There was a lot of pushback initially from fans. A lot of that has subsided. They feel like, all right, I'm willing to give him a chance. I'm not saying that there are people who are gung-ho excited about it. I mean, there are some of those who are gung-ho excited about it now. But I think a lot of the people who were so angry about it initially are at least now like, I'll give him a chance. He's saying the right things. So I'll give him a chance. So it made me think. We talked about how he's won the offseason and how he's got goodwill built up at this point.
Mm-hmm.
If they start week 1 or they're 3 weeks into the season, they're 1-2 or 0-3. There's going to be a lot of people turning pretty quickly on. Yep, see, told you. Never mind. This is all just rhetoric. Everything else, but he is trying to instill a culture, put a certain scheme in place, acquire certain players, everything else. So my question for you and my question for everybody listening out there is, what is a reasonable amount of time to give Brian Schottenheimer to work through things? Does he need to be good right away? Are you willing to say he gets a year to adjust? Or is it something where like, look, 3 years, if we're 3 years into this and he hasn't got it better, then you need to recycle the coach? Or do you just say, let him get the life of the contract? My question is,
well, he's getting the life of the contract. That's how Jerry operates, right?
Typically.
Jerry's not going to pay you to sit on the beach.
Typically, yeah. But if you were to look at this and say Schottenheimer and the goodwill that he's built up, how much of that has lent him an amount of time to get acquainted with this job?
Well, what it is and what it should be, I think, are sometimes two different things. Like, you know, to me, I think you should give all coaches should get about the 3 year, 4 year. That's just how it should be.
I think 3 is a good answer.
Yeah,
because 3 to me says. Now, you got to see improvements. It can't be stagnant.
It can't be stagnant. But it matters where the organization is. Is the organization in a transition of stages?
So I think the reason why I said
is in a roster transition.
There's a lot. I was talking to somebody a couple weeks ago about Schottenheimer. They were like, I like him. I've come around, whatever else, but he needs to win quick this year. And I was like, okay, but like you're not going to give him any time for that. It's like, I understand he probably needs time. This core doesn't have time. And so right. I'm sorry that that's the reality for him, but the reality is also that the Cowboys hired somebody knowing that this core is running out of time, so he has to be good right away. I'm sorry that he doesn't get the normal transition period. And I was like, that's maybe not an unfair way to position it, is that normally he should be given about 3 years, but he's got to be better than that sooner.
Yeah, I understand that. I would say still 3 years. Now, what that's what should be. What fans will do, fans will judge him week to week.
Yeah, typically. 469, don't care, only the media likes him. Most fans are at. I would disagree with that. I think 469 is wrong there. I'm not saying that they're definitely fans who are still out on it. I think the majority of fans we hear from now are like, I'm optimistic about it. Don't know if he'll be good, but I'm optimistic. They're not out on him, I don't feel like. They're out on the front office in a lot of ways, but not out on him.
He's collateral damage to the fan apathy.
Yeah, honestly. 817, we need to be 500 by week 10. That's how long he has with the fan base. 972.
If you're 500 by week 10, you're going to finish 6-11.
It's difficult down the stretch, for sure. 972, he needs 10 wins this season. 469, he has to be good to start unfairly due to being the Cowboys head coach. But he definitely should have at least a year or two to start to see the noticeable change. So I agree when you said 3 years. To me, 3 years makes sense because year one, is culture shock. It's I'm making my changes, okay? And there's going to be things that don't work out right away. Year 2 is, all right, we need to see growth. We need to see it clicking into place. It's not fully finished yet, but you made the changes year 1. Year 2, we start seeing some of it take shape, and there are some growing pains. Year 3, you need to be competitive. And year 3, you need to show that this can work. 214, is the core running out of time or just Dak? It's a good question. I think there's a lot of people who'd say the core is going to reflect your quarterback. But Chop, how would you answer that? Is the core running out of time for the Cowboys, or is it Dak that's running out of time?
No, it's Dak. I mean, look, Mike is still young. CD's still young. There is no reason.
The core's running out of time just because of the financials, I think.
Financials are a problem. But look, you have a young O-line. You have a young wide receiver. And you have a young edge. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
If you were to go and you were to get, if Dak retired tomorrow and you brought in next year a draft pick at a quarterback, you would have, you would get, I think you'd be a solid team if the quarterback was, remotely good. Let's just say like a little above average.
Yeah.
As a rookie. You're going to get the benefit of that, of the free contract. This is still a decent roster.
Taking a look over at the YouTube, EA says it really depends on how they're playing. If they are playing hard with new dynamics to the offense and defense, I'll have patience. And that's good that EA will have patience. I think there's a lot of people who don't have who don't have the capacity for that patience. I think is part of it. Because it's just it's easy as a fan to lose that really quickly when they start struggling. But I mean, I think that's generally right. It is. That may be a good angle on this. Is effort more important to judge in year 1 than results with what Schottenheimer's doing?
Is effort more important?
Effort and buy-in.
That's more important to judge?
Is that more important to judge than just results in a vacuum?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Because I think a lot of the change they felt like they needed to see when they hired Schottenheimer compared to what McCarthy had in the past was, I don't think they felt like they had a defined identity that people were bought in and all moving towards the same thing.
Yeah, I think it's hard to judge effort.
Buy-in, then. Use a different word for it.
So now the problem with that is now you're just relying on like interpreting what they say.
No, I think that's what we are. I'm talking about if you're the Joneses.
Oh.
And you're evaluating how much this group is buying into what Schottenheimer's doing. Because in all honesty, he probably got the job because of what he pitched he could do.
He probably
for,
is.
For that.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, this is still, they could buy in. This is still results business. Mike wasn't fired. I mean, was Mike fired because of buy-in or not? He wasn't even fired, but you know what I mean? Was that because of buy-in or was that a bad year? I don't know. Like,
I think they felt. I think that they felt like they were a little lost at sea. They didn't have clear, defined vision steering things.
Okay.
I think that's a lot of what they look at. Over on the YouTube, East Texas Aaron says, if no drama or clown crap is happening, he gets a free year ride. 817, bleep the analytics. Head coach is responsible for morale. 817, I don't agree with the effort point. This core group has already proved they can perform at a high level. And that's true. They've shown they can perform at a high level. But you're also talking about an aging group and some parts that have still changed around it and a new scheme and different things like that. They're going to perform differently. They might be better right away. I don't know. But it's something where you are going to have to... That's why I think 3 is what makes sense. Like when Chop said 3 years, that makes sense to me because the first year has to be about establishing something new. It's going, I feel like, in a lot of ways, to take a step back. The difference was Wade. When Wade got here in 2007, that was a team that was ready to win.
Yeah, they were.
And that was a team that was probably, you would know this better because you were in there at that point. My sense as
they were a little tired of Bill.
They felt like it was a breath of fresh air having Wade here.
They were a little bit beaten down.
They felt free.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, we can just play football.
And that lasted 18 months.
Yeah, you got the 07 season, basically. And it worked out. I don't know if... I don't think Cowboys players felt under the thumb of McCarthy. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know that they felt beaten down by him. I think they maybe felt like we need more defined leadership, we need more defined vision and scheme, and we need to be doing different things. But I don't know that there's going to be the breath of fresh air of just anybody you bring in here who's different will make us good and competitive right away.
Right. They needed, so Wade was the player's coach. Bill obviously was not. They were worn down in December. Go look at the Cowboys' records in December under Bill.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, even that same thing happened in 07, though.
Yeah, it did. But they were just worn down.
They would, because they would start 03 his first year. I think they started 8-3, and they went.
I know they were 5-1. I think
they went 2-3 down the stretch, and then you had similar years. They would always at the end of the year they would have some awful game against Philly at home or something would happen there, and you would end up kind of throwing things off a little bit. But I do think that what you're going to see early on is, and then Brian Schottenheimer's talked about the expectation for him is Super Bowl right away. That's what he wants, and he's like, that's the goal. That's what you got there and perform for. He's like, are we going to do it? I don't know. He's like, I think so. He's like, but that has to be the expectation, and that's what you have to lean into and what you have to be willing to do. Really quickly here, Aaron Rodgers is talking again. You're
25 minutes.
You're in for nothing new out there in Pittsburgh.
I can read.
I'm sorry for that. Aaron Rodgers, Mark Schlereth, which I didn't know they were buddies. Did you know that? Schlereth and
I
Aaron
did not
Rodgers?
know that, no.
So Schlereth and Rodgers, I guess we're talking. Schlereth had done a podcast, did his podcast, The Stinking Truth, and he said that one thing that he had talked about with Aaron Rodgers was about how bad the Jets' run game was and how schematically it made no sense. He said Aaron talked for 25 straight minutes about how awful he thought the Jets' running game was and how that's ultimately what ruined them. So I guess this is why he ends up in Pittsburgh. So for all the talk of, where Aaron Rodgers or Arthur Smith said, we didn't bring in DK and Aaron to run the ball or run the wing T. We're clearly going to throw it. Well, is this what Aaron wanted? Aaron knows maybe he's not what he once was. And so instead it's I can go to the comfort and safety of a Mike Tomlin and Arthur Smith, who no duo loves to run the ball more and play that Bronco Nagurski football than those two.
But to go on a 25-minute speech about anything.
But knowing what we've learned, I think, about Schlereth, whenever we've talked to him, and you've probably talked to him longer or known him for longer, is that I would imagine Schlereth would eat up a 25-minute conversation about scheme and stuff.
Oh yeah,
keep going. I love this.
Oh yeah, give it to me, baby.
Yeah, he was probably just loving it.
B-Lo,
B-Belt,
right here, 105.3 The Fan. It is Sean and RJ. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. It is Ranger baseball tonight, 5:30 right here on 105 The Fan. College football kegger coming up next. We got no leading contender for a playoff format.
Google me.
And thank God someone finally came to their senses after the near heart attack I had last week. It's all coming up next in the college football kegger right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
It doesn't sound right.
What's it so fun for?
TV product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Do we know, Bobby Belt, the playoff format for this coming year in college football, or are we going to get another change on this one?
We do not know the format yet. In fact,
boy,
CFP,
we are like what, 70 days from college football
I know,
starting?
we're getting closer and closer. No, CFP leadership says there's actually no leading contender for the playoff format in 2026. The college football playoff staff recommended updating the strength of schedule metrics used in the selection process last week and hopes to have a new playoff format in place by the fall, but talks at the end of last week reached a reset on what the format will be for 2026, according to The Athletic, and beyond. CFP Executive Director Rich Clark said, I wouldn't say there's a leading contender right now for them, but they're taking a good look and a fresh look at it. This has been a little messy these last couple years. Just I can't remember anything that we've done that feels nearly, in any sport, that feels nearly as like, yeah, we're just figuring it out as we go, you know?
It does seem very kind of by the seat of their pants.
Yeah, like, okay, maybe we shouldn't do the campus games at home in the first round. Maybe that should be the next one. Maybe that structure doesn't work. Like, they literally are just adjusting.
Yeah.
Which is good. I'm glad they're adjusting, and they're not just digging in and going, this is what we picked. But what's the last thing that felt as awkwardly rushed as this? The All-Star game decides home field in the World Series?
That felt a little rushed. Yeah,
that was the tie game in the All-Star game where they're like, crap, we got to give it meaning. It wasn't format, but that quick reaction to the Saints pass interference where they're like, all right, you can challenge that, and then a year later, they're like, never mind, you can't challenge it.
Look, I want them to change the format. I don't like the format they currently have. I think it's just, it's too.
It's close. They're very close.
They are close.
I don't know exactly what it's missing yet, but it's very close.
Yeah, what I don't want is I don't want teams getting a bye just because they won their conference. Like, not all conferences are equal. Like, I'm sorry, I know everybody wants. They're not. I know it's not the right thing to say, but
no, it's true.
They're not.
It's true.
It's just so you gotta deal with that. So I would like a little bit of change, but I mean, this is the best system we've had by a lot.
Yeah, I like it, and they're.
I felt bad for Oregon last year.
It's very close. Why?
Because
Texas benefited.
No, because Oregon was clearly the best team, okay,
they earned it. They earned their right.
My college football brain has been conditioned to, if you beat a team once, why do I have to beat you again to prove I'm better? That's the college football I grew up with.
Sure,
I already beat you once. I don't need to beat you again. There are no rematches in college football.
We settled it.
Yeah. There are no rematches in college football. For 100 years, that's how it was. That's the college football I grew up with. Once I beat you, I'm done with you. I don't need to beat you again. So I hate rematches in college football. That's just my sports brain. My college football brain can't comprehend why Oregon had to beat Ohio State again.
Yeah, I understand
and that bothered
it.
Me.
No,
and that's why I don't like the playoff. But I do like it because it's better than what we had. But I already beat you. Why am I proving this again?
Yeah, and this was, I get that aspect of it. And like I said, I think they're very close. I think we learned pretty quickly. Well, like, what did we learn last year? We talked about how, man, the on-campus games, we undersold what an advantage that is. Like, if you are on those home games in the first round, if that's going to be the structure moving forward, pick all of them. Pick every single home team. in those first round games. If you're playing a game on campus, pick them. Because that was the thing I remember
such a home
when we
field
got out
advantage,
of that weekend, that was the biggest thing that we're like, oh crap, that's devastating. Those games that we thought would be a little more competitive it was just an environment you couldn't prepare for.
If you switch the matchups up a little bit, you might have gotten some different games.
Which is why I said that needs to change too. Like to me, I would think if I'm one of the top seeds, why don't I get an on-campus game? Like I should get that. That shouldn't go to the middle teams in this.
Like if Ohio
structure.
State and Penn State got buys, and it was Indiana at Arizona State and Tennessee at Boise State, it might come out different, right? It might come out different. But you never know, and that's the beauty of it.
Texas did get the benefit last year over Oregon in the structure. It was a better deal. Texas just got the benefit over Oregon again. They're going to start hating us. 5-star pass rusher Richard Wesley has flipped his commitment from Oregon to the University of Texas. I'm not convinced he's staying because this dude has had one of the most waffling recruitments of anybody in the country. But the 2026 recruit, Richard Wesley, he is committing to the University of Texas, another big-time 5-star recruit that they get in the edge rusher class, as they've collected a bunch of those.
Nice.
All right, Chop.
All right, let's do it. I did not look at this.
Ooh, this one might upset you. This is going to be a better list than the one we got from CBS recently.
So last week, CBS had the top 25.
Which was like dynamic playmakers or something.
Dynamic players of college football's last 25 years. And they did not have Tim Tebow.
Right.
Who I don't know how you can be more dynamic than the guy who leads college football as a quarterback in rushing touchdowns in the history of the sport.
So over at The Athletic, Bruce Feldman, who's a great writer and has a lot of different connections, Bruce reached out to over 30 coaches, analysts, and NFL scouts for their take on who the top 25 college football players are since 2000.
All right.
And I'm going to run through 25 through 11, and then we'll see if you can kind of figure out the top 10.
Is this like best careers or best single pop?
So this is about the best players. He didn't define it that narrowly. This is basically, so he writes that he said the experts all came at it from different perspectives. Some of them maybe felt like an amazing season overshadowed an excellent body of work. How much should stats, level, competition factor? He basically just allowed them to say, just tell me who you think the best are, however you define that. So that'll get a little waffly here. But here are the top for 11 to 25. We'll start with 25. Quentin Nelson from Notre Dame is number 25. Tyrann Mathieu from LSU is 24. Brock Bowers from Georgia, the tight end, 23. Sean Taylor feels low at 22 for Miami.
Yeah.
He was really dynamic. 21, Jaden Daniels, LSU and Arizona State. 20, Aaron Donald. 19, Julius Peppers. 18, Roy Williams. 17, Christian McCaffrey. 16, Chase Young. 15, Marcus Mariota. 14, Baker Mayfield. 13, Devontae Smith. 12, Andrew Luck. And then 11, Larry Fitzgerald. So we got the top 10 now. This is a West Coast pass rusher at number 10.
So Pac-12?
Thibodeau.
No.
Oh, that's a good guess. That's a good guess.
Thank
you. What is it, Deion Jordan?
No. Went on to become one of the better pass rushers of the last 20 years in the NFL.
West Coast.
Ended up in Sean's neck of the woods.
Suggs?
Terrell Suggs. Arizona State. Rick Neuheisel said he was unblockable.
See, you screwed me up with West Coast.
It's over on the West.
Arizona.
Whatever it is. Number 9. Just got drafted. Just signed a new contract.
Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter is number 9. The 5-star recruit shocked the college football world by beginning his college career with Deion Sanders at Jackson State in the FCS. A bunch of people just praised the raw instincts. Now we've got, we're going to get into the meat of this list. This is where I think it gets controversial. Number 8.
Can I have a position?
No, but I will tell you this feels very low.
Adrian Peterson.
No.
Lamar?
Nope. Somebody we've talked about a lot in the last week.
Talked about a lot in the last week.
Peyton, you want to throw out a guess?
Saquon.
No, you've mentioned his name this segment.
Tim Tebow?
Tim Tebow. 8.
Okay.
I don't understand.
Guys, he's the greatest college football player you've ever seen. Unless you saw Earl Campbell play, he's the greatest college football player you've ever seen.
Is this potentially, he talked to some scouts. Do you think this is potentially scouts thinking with their
NFL brain?
NFL analysis
yeah, probably.
brain?
Because if you're just looking for college, you can't make an argument that anybody has been better than Tim Tebow. this century as a college football, as just strictly college. He is the most accomplished college football athlete of our lifetime.
Number 7, a similar kind of player.
A similar Johnny Manziel?
No. Similar in play style. Build, everything else.
So, same position?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? Vince?
Vince Young is number 7.
See, I got a problem with this too because
these two feel very low.
They feel very low.
Those are two. I might put those two in the top 3.
Vince had the greatest season I've ever seen. If you want to say Cam Newton, I'll give you Cam. But I mean, Vince. First of all, Reggie Bush was holding his Heisman. It never should have gotten taken away from Reggie because Reggie shouldn't have had it. It should have been Vince's. You can argue that was the greatest season of all time.
Number 6, Bill Belichick's favorite player, second highest ranked defensive player on this list. From the U.
Bill Belichick's favorite.
And this is the Athletics' top 25 college football players of the last 25 years, as according to coaches, scouts, and analysts.
Why am I missing on who his favorite player is?
The only reason why you noticed because I referenced it yesterday. Ball hawking safety. Ed Reed. Safety, Miami. Ed Reed. Rick Neuheisel said you needed to know where Ed Reed was at all times. He was fantastic. Just a special, special athlete. Top 5 now. You got a quarterback at number 5. Heisman winner.
Heisman winning quarterback, Lamar.
Lamar Jackson is number 5.
All right. Lamar did not have a better college career than Tim Tebow.
No, he did not. And that's
it's not even close.
I don't understand it, but again, we might be talking about projection out. Number 4.
And hang on a second. Marcus Mariota's on this, and he's ahead of Jameis?
Yeah, Jameis isn't anywhere on here.
Am I wrong on that one? I mean,
Jameis was the last year kind of dirtied up Jameis's career, I feel like. But yeah, Jameis would to me I thought Jameis was better. Number 4. This is a quarterback with an especially big 1-year pop.
Well, Cam had a 1-year pop.
Not Cam.
Manziel?
Nope. Peyton?
Tua.
No. EAUX.
Oh, Burrow.
Joe Burrow is number 4. Gosh, those numbers in 2019.
They were amazing.
5,600 yards, 76% completion, 60 touchdowns to 6 interceptions.
It's just crazy.
Absolutely unreal. All right, we got the top 3. These are the top 25 college football players of the last 25 years from The Athletic.
All right, so you're going to have so we're going to have let's see.
Do you want me to give you the 3 positions and not tell you what order?
Reggie?
Do you want me to give you the 3 positions?
No, I'm going to guess them.
Okay.
It's going to be Reggie, it's going to be Adrian, and it's going to be Cam.
Who's number 3?
Adrian.
No. Peyton, you got a guess?
I'll steal RJ's response with Cam.
No.
Number 3. No.
Reggie?
No. Defensive player, highest one on the list.
Sue?
And Ndamukong Suh. You got it. Nebraska. Man, he was like... and there's going to be a second name here. I think we're going to have 2 issues of just names left off this list. Number 2 player. To me, this is the guy who should be number 1.
Cam?
No.
Reggie?
Reggie Bush is number 2 on the list. And then number 1, you guys have guessed him several times already.
Cam
Newton. There is no Adrian Peterson on this list.
Adrian Peterson isn't one of the top 25 college football players of the last 25 years?
There's no Adrian Peterson. There's no Jameis Winston. There's no Jadeveon Clowney.
Manziel?
No Manziel. This might be worse than the CBS list. This is the pros.
I just don't understand what. See, yeah, the pros are muddying this up.
But I mean, it's also like, I mean, I don't think they were the majority of it. I think a lot of this was college coaches and analysts. I wonder if there's bitterness from some college coaches too about some of these guys.
Yeah, you can't. I don't think you can say that Adrian Peterson wasn't one of the top 25. Look, to me,
now his freshman season was incredible. His freshman season, he rushed for almost as many yards as he did his next 2 years.
I mean, I can make an argument he's better than Reggie in college.
Ooh, I don't think you can. Reggie was the best.
Reggie was great.
I'm stunned Clowney's not on this list. I know his last year he wasn't, but I mean, Clowney was, that dude was a monster at South Carolina.
Like Brock Bowers over Adrian Peterson. Like get the like out of here.
Bowers was a great player.
Sure, he was. Is that better than Adrian Peterson?
I don't know. Let us know on the fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 if you have any glaring omissions here or who you think the number one player of the last 25 years is. And
College
the Kegger.
Football Kegger right here on 105 through the fan. Could the key, the Cowboys passing game currently be locked up? Next on 105 through the fan after we get you over to Platinum Christ.
something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-4817-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Yeah,
Dude, we got so many texts from that last segment. Names that should have been included in the top 25 of the last 25 years. So we did get some names like Bo Jackson and Ricky Williams. It's like, yeah, this is just the last 25 years.
That's why Vic wasn't on it.
Yeah. But you've got there were a couple other names that came up. Tavon Austin from the 817. That's pretty wild.
Kyler
not being on there is nuts.
White was really good in college.
I was in there talking to Hagen and another name popped in my head that I was like, why wasn't he on the list? Was Percy Harvin. Percy Harvin was great
in college,
at Florida. So I don't know, a crazy list. This also maybe just shows that it is very subjective too, because there's a ton of names on there that, like, I don't know if we would have been thrilled with them leaving off many of them at all.
Well, there's a difference between being subjective and being stupid.
All right, we can take it that way then. All right, Henry Ruggs, you remember him?
Very, very vividly.
Former Alabama receiver who went on to play for the Raiders and had the tragic accident where he had been speeding his car up to 156 miles per hour before he slammed into a vehicle that killed a driver, Tina Tinter, and her dog. Tina was 23 years old at the time. That was back in November of 2021. And he's been serving a prison sentence recently. He was allowed out on special release recently.
Real quick, in that crash, they say something of him not helping, or he didn't flee the scene, did he?
I don't remember specifics. I think he did leave, but I don't remember specifically. But it was something where he had been sentenced to a significant amount of time. He will not be allowed out. The earliest that he would be allowed out would be August of next year. But he was allowed out for a Hope for a Prisoners event last week in Las Vegas, and he seemed to say all the right things and expressed remorse for the accident. And this was actually the clip that got shared around social media of Henry Ruggs talking at the event.
One that I wish I can turn back the hands of time. I would love for them to meet the real Henry Ruggs and not the one that was escaping from something. You know, I sincerely apologize for not only being a part of that situation, but the fact that, you know, not to take a shot at you, but the fact that my face is always in the news. My face is always in the newspaper, so they have to constantly be reminded of the situation, be reminded of me, and see, you know, those memories have to continue to rise because of all of the fame and notoriety that I have, which I never asked for, I never liked. And, you know, so I would just tell them that, you know, like I said, I deeply apologize for just being a part of that, and I wish that they could meet the real Henry Ruggs and not one who was just running away from everything.
During the spring, we talked about how Josh Jacobs, his former teammate, said that he had talked to Henry Ruggs, said Henry Ruggs had been training while he was in prison, everything else, keeping himself ready for whenever he gets released. August 2026, he's out, which will be a few months shy of his 28th birthday. And we've seen in the last 20 years, players get released from prison and return to the NFL. Michael Vick, Plexico Burress, they both did it. So they obviously had different issues. Plex shot himself in the leg.
Sure. Plexico's was the most, I don't want to say forgivable. That's the wrong thing to say.
His was the easiest for a team to probably look past.
Right. Yes. And then, look, I mean,
Vic's was bad.
Death was in part of both of them.
Yes, Vic's was bad.
Vic's is...
There's legitimate, and I understand, this is not to get anybody worked up. You too, Peyton Russell. Death was a part of both of them. They're both very bad. There is a difference in the law and everywhere else between being responsible for a dog's death and a human's death.
Oh, for sure. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah. You get,
So I'm not equating the two. They're both awful.
They're both awful.
But I would say Ruggs is the most consequential.
And I don't want to compare the two.
Sure.
But I equate. I guess not to say I equate killing a dog, harming a dog, not in the same, but in a similar way of harming a child. It's a helpless.
Yeah.
Right.
I understand.
You're supposed to protect them.
Mm-hmm.
Look, if Vic came back and played, and other people have come back after they've done terrible things, I've always stayed consistent. If the court says you're free to work, then if I feel like you have paid your debt, then I feel you're free to work too.
So that answers the question of should he be allowed?
Should he be allowed? Should he be allowed? Yes. If you're a free man, everybody should be allowed to go back to work.
So that's part one of the question. Should he be allowed? The answer is yes. Okay. All right. So now that's been answered.
That doesn't mean I have to take him back.
Right. If he's paid his debt aside, that's part two. Would you be interested in him? So Plexico Burress was away for 20 months. He got out when he was almost 33. He signed with the Jets. Michael Vick was 18 months served. He missed 2 years, and he returned to the NFL at 29. Ruggs will be the youngest of them, but he'll have been gone for almost 5 years, which is pretty unprecedented.
It's a long time
for somebody to be away for 5 years and come back to football. 28 years old is not over the hill for a receiver.
It's not over the hill. I can't imagine he is remotely at the same skill level that he was.
Probably, yeah. I mean, he's not kept sharp. In terms of he hasn't been playing football. He would still be a second-year player in his football IQ and everything else in a lot of ways. But if you could look past it, would you just say, all right, I'll take the gamble on that? Trying to remember how long, and it was not for prison, but I'm trying to remember how long Alden Smith was out of football. He was out for almost 5. He was out for a long, so 2015 was the last time he played, and then he got with Dallas in 2020. So it's basically like the time that Alden Smith was away. Obviously very different reasons, and Alden Smith had resources outside that he didn't, Henry Ruggs, but
yeah, I mean, look, this is clearly it was a terrible thing. It was a DUI, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was very inebriated.
Yeah.
I remember the video leaving it was some event. I mean, look, the NFL brings back people who beat up their girlfriend. Now, it's not the same as killing somebody, but one is a drunk driving accident. One is, you're a fit of rage. So, yeah, if he's free, I'm generally I'll go get him. If he's free, I have no problem with him being on my team. I don't have to I don't subscribe to I have to like the players on my team. This is a results-based business. That's, at the end of the day, the most important part for most of these teams is can you play or not?
And that was something where I would guess this would have to be a very low-risk thing. This is more just all right, we're taking a flyer on you. You're not getting, I'm not going to compete with it. You're getting minimum salaries, all that. Maybe some escalators, but that's all
you're going to try. Yeah, you're not giving them big money. You're getting a tryout, basically.
It sounded like he had the right things to say, at least, though, but that'll be a complicated question that is facing the NFL here in all likelihood. It's not certain yet, but in all likelihood here in about 14 months when a lot of people expect that he'll be released. You got some odds?
Yeah, Franklin injured to his fan text. They let Josh Brent come back.
Yep.
Dante Stallworth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dante Stallworth was, Leonard Little. I don't think Leonard Little even went to prison. Leonard Little had a DUI where he killed somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And he was on the Super Bowl team the next year. He led the Rams in sacks in 99, I think it was. And so, yeah, it's happened before.
Yeah, it has. I went and found some Week 1 NFL betting odds.
Okay.
Tell me if any of these pique your interest.
Well, as an employee of the NFL, none of them piqued my interest, but wink, wink.
There you go.
Yep.
Eagles, Cowboys. Care to guess on what the spread is right now?
Eagles by 4.
6.5.
Damn.
Chiefs, Chargers. It's in Brazil.
Well, I mean, you know what everybody says. Don't catch the Chargers in Brazil on
That's
September.
what they say. Yeah, that's what they say.
And so I'm going to say that it's still probably, though, Chiefs 4.5.
2.5.
Damn it. I'm awful at this.
Let's see.
NFL, I don't bet.
Jags, Panthers.
Oh, God. Is the over-under 13.5?
46.
Oh, okay. That was close. We'll say the spread is 3 for the Panthers.
Jags by 2.5.
Or Jags at home.
Let's see here. Commanders, Giants, week 1. It's in Washington.
Commanders 6.
It's 6.5. I can't wait to make some money on that game. Give me the Manders like crazy.
Keep reading those spreads.
Aaron Rodgers, first game at the Jets.
I'm going to say that that's Jets 2.5.
Pittsburgh by 3.
Damn it.
Terrible.
I'm
Terrible.
really not good at this.
San Fran, Seattle.
San Fran, Seattle. Who's at home?
Seattle.
We'll say Seahawks 2.5.
San Fran by 2. Detroit at Green Bay. That's a decent week 1 game. I hate division games week 1.
Detroit 3.
Green Bay by 2.
Okay, I'm awful.
Jeez, Bobby, you lose.
Peyton, why don't you answer this one? Rams hosting Houston.
Rams hosting Houston. I'm going to go Rams 3.5.
2.5. Close, though. Bills hosting Baltimore.
Bills hosting Baltimore. I'll go Bills 2.5.
1.5. Okay. So that's week 1. Bears hosting Minnesota. That's a decent game.
Bears hosting Minnesota by 4.
Bears by 1.
Damn it! I'm not.
One more. Give him one more.
One more. Okay, let's go. Cincinnati at Cleveland.
Cincinnati at Cleveland. My instinct says that would be Cincinnati -3, so I'll say it's Cleveland -1.
Cincy -5.5.
Damn it!
Arizona at New Orleans.
Arizona -5.5.
Yes!
Oh,
we're done!
Yes! All right, we're done.
That's
we're
a
done.
walk-off.
We're
That's
done.
a walk-off right there. But I am thinking, like, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 division games on week 1. Ugh, I hate that.
Is that common? I know the Cowboys a lot of times draw a division opponent.
I hate that. Like, you should not play your division until like November.
And oftentimes you do. Like a lot of times you'll start the season and end the season with them a lot of times.
Yeah, I
at least Dallas does.
Yeah,
typically.
these games are too important for, the first week of the season. Crosstalk. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
But first, I know where I'm going to be.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
We have reached Crosstalk, the KNC masterpiece, here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Phantom, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Peyton and Aiden, Hagee, and Eric Giafollo for the third time today.
Yeah.
Giafollo's in here.
He loves you guys. Show.
And 0 for 3 on the headphones today, too. Oh, no, here you go. You got one now.
Wore 'em.
I did. Okay.
Yeah. Do you have your own headphones? No, I do not.
You don't have any pair?
No. Not that work for this. I have the ones that go into your ear, but they plug into your phone. But that's not the same type of adapter that we need. So I bought a pair in college. Yeah. I got a laptop. But in college, I got a pair, and then they broke, and I never got another pair. But thank God we have spares up here.
Yeah, we do.
And headphones.
Yeah, we do.
Those things have ear juice all over them.
Ew,
Juice, ear juice is. I'm more turned. I'm less likely to put on somebody else's headphones than I am to sit on somebody else's toilet immediately after they got up.
Headphones are different than earbuds, though. The earbud, I understand.
The back of the headphone rubs up against the back of the ear. That's always the smelly part of the ear. Especially you get sweat. You get some people up here that are sweating.
Are you guys intentional about the back end ear cleaning?
Reference?
Yeah. Every day.
Every day?
Every day in the shower, yeah.
Okay, what about the belly button?
No.
That's a blind spot.
It's a blind spot.
Yeah.
It is a blind spot, yeah.
Make sure to wash your feet.
Yeah, I do wash the feet.
That's good.
Do you have like a ledge that you can put your foot up on, or do you have to balance on one leg to scrub your
both.
foot?
I mean, I'll do both.
No, I know, RJ. That's not how he does it.
You think he and Sarah would have a shower that doesn't have places to like put your foot up or something?
I can only imagine the apparatuses in that particular
small shower. This doesn't work.
One of his kids doesn't have to imagine anymore.
Stop it.
That's
Stop
true.
it. It's a small shower doesn't work.
I got a question for everybody. This came up during the break when I was in there talking to Peyton. And I don't expect.
I'm sure that was a very intelligent conversation.
I don't expect Eric. I don't expect Eric down age-wise to have any clue what this means. But
Eric,
don't.
how old are you?
I'm 31.
Okay, so I when we're talking about outdated technologies earlier, I'm gonna go around youngest to oldest. When I say this, I just want to know if you know what it means. Mia, do you know what 10-10-220 is? No. Peyton, do you know what 10-10-220 is?
I'll say no.
Not Rack City.
No.
Chio?
No.
Y'all know what 10-10-220 is?
Of course I do.
Feel like that's upside down boobs?
No.
Yeah, you got it.
No, that is wrong. That's 80085. Come on.
Whatever.
Yeah, that.
10-10-220. We used to live in a magical land.
You guys are going to be floored that this was a thing.
We're making phone calls outside of your general space of living was almost an impossibility. But if you dialed 10-10-220, they would cut you a break and save you like 9 cents a minute on a long distance phone call because those just weren't included. You couldn't just call wherever you wanted with your phone.
It was 99 cents for the first 20 minutes, and then it was an affordable rate after that. And you wouldn't see the charge until on your phone bill later the next month. So it was like you
This
got
is
a credit card.
on a landline or a cell phone?
Landline. These were 10-10-220 was like what, 99, 2000?
Something like that.
It was something like that. Yeah. They used to run commercials. Oh my gosh, they had these, like, the biggest stars would do commercials for it.
Yeah,
And if you go back and watch like old Super Bowl commercials from 1999, it's like, oh, here's Jerry Seinfeld telling you why you should use 10-10-220 for affordable calls.
I must have grew up on the other side of trash. I just dialed 1 and the area code my parents paid for. I have no idea what you're talking
Well,
about.
you probably drove them in the poorhouse.
You grew up in the right side of the tracks because you're paying full
the other
price.
side. Yeah, the other side.
Yeah, you're paying full price for those long distance phone calls.
I don't know anything about that, man.
My mom had us have like a whole spiel of like if we were answering the house phone, it was like, "Thank you for calling the Geopolitical. This is Eric. Who am I speaking with?"
Oh, really? You were one of those
like
families?
you're a business?
Yes, dude. Every single time. That's what it was.
What was the reason for that? Just
I guess just general respect.
Yeah, just be nice.
Just being
Is
super.
it given your dad's stature in the community? Like, hey guys, we're reflecting dad here. Let's not just go, yo.
Perhaps, maybe. It was never explained exactly why, but I think whatever job my dad had, my mom would have just been down for like, hey, you guys are going to be respectful as you answer the phone. Because it was probably mostly adults that were calling the house.
Yeah.
So it was like somebody calling for my mom or dad, so let's not sound like a schmo when you answer the phone.
Dude, kids do not know how to talk on the phone. You get them on the phone, like, I mean,
is this turning into an old man?
No.
Bobby's
I think
turning the old man.
no, because I don't
with the music.
No, I don't feel like I know how to talk on the phone. Like,
I could see that.
I feel it's awkward and weird. I think that's just a lost skill. I don't know if that's a skill.
How do you answer the phone?
Depends on who it is.
Do you answer with their name or you're like, "Hello, Eric"?
Like if Eric were to call, I might just go like, "What's up, baby?"
That's
Just
literally
like
that's exactly what I was gonna say. That's exactly how he would answer it.
And so yeah, it depends on who it is. If it's like Gavin calling, then I'll be like, hey, what's up? And I was like, what did I do? What did I do? And I'm just thinking in my head. Yeah, I go, hey, it's Tiger.
What do we have on the show today?
You know, that is an excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an answer.
All right.
So we will talk with Bobby Caralla at 11 o'clock. We got some Cowboys news at 10:20. And then I just blatantly rip off one of Bobby's statistics to help factor into our opening segment about the Rangers.
All right. Very nice.
You
Very
know,
nice.
Bobby, I want to let you know I'm on your side.
Thank you.
I saw some people, you just presented the information about the starting pitching and how they've struggled over the last 3 weeks compared to the amazing job they've done. And it was really weird that in just presenting this information, people determined that you have decided that it's all the starting pitcher's fault that we've struggled this year. I thought some of those responses were weird.
I didn't understand what it was.
Ten Commandments weird, but weird.
Wow. I didn't.
Sorry. We didn't have another day of that?
No,
I'm sorry. Too far.
Oh, no, we got more of that in Ask Reddit.
Yeah, we did.
No, it was, I didn't. That was my whole point. It was like, I've put out plenty of stats over the last couple months about how bad the offense has been.
Yes.
Like, I was just going, oh, we're trending in a direction that the pitching wasn't going.
Yeah.
Like, now that's still an emphasis on the hitting, I feel like. Because I'm trying to put an emphasis on, hey, you're not going to be bailed out by this anymore. They need to start hitting.
Yep.
But
All right, let's wrap up some Ask Reddits.
all right, let's do it. Let's start with Hagee, because Hagee didn't answer any of our questions the first time. Kevin Hagelin, what is the American equivalent to breaking spaghetti in front of Italians?
Eating pizza with a knife and a fork. I feel like we're offended. I am offended by that as well. I don't know why.
That's a good answer. I'm going to let everybody else go around the room first because I want to see if anybody else grabs the one that I had that I instantly thought of one for us.
I did too.
What did you get?
Microwaving a hot dog.
What?
Ooh, that's bad. But I would not have thought of that. It's bad if somebody told me they're doing it. I'm like, why would you do that?
Like at the very
How
least.
else would you? I mean, if that's the quickest way to do it.
No, it's not edible after that.
You
boil it, or you can
slice it, boil, cut.
No,
cut a hole in it or cut a line down.
That's like a 10-10-220 old thing.
No. I have grandparents that have boiled, but I feel like that's the worst way to do it.
Boil it's fine.
Boiling it is better than microwaving
100%.
No.
Yeah, dude, microwaving it is like it turns into like burned bologna.
And it gets all lumpy
gross,
and
dude.
it's like
That's why you got to slice it down the middle so the juice so it doesn't like get bubbly.
Did you ever do the? I know what you're thinking.
You shut up! I think that because of you.
I know. I put it in your head. So did you ever do the thing when you were a kid that you would learn on like PBS or something where it's like, oh, cut little lines into the hot dog?
I
and
literally
then
just said that.
And no.
Ours was the poke it with a fork.
Yeah, it was
all
the
the way
fork,
down.
yeah.
The fork,
You would cut like 4 lines in the hot dog from the halfway down, and then you'd place it on the plate, and then it's like an octopus when it gets in the microwave and it starts curling its tentacles. It was
right.
always on like a Sesame's or not like
Bobby,
Zoom.
You just sold me. I'm going to try that on the hot dogs tonight. I know you said don't microwave. I kind of
don't
want to
eat it.
see that.
You can do it.
I kind of want to see that play out.
Google, it's like it's a craft they have kids do. So what's the equivalent?
I have 2. One is ketchup on steak.
Patrick Mahomes.
And then the other one, and you brought up pizza. It's ranch on pizza. That's offensive. As an Italian, that's offensive to me.
I agreed. I agreed for a long time. I've come around on like just dipping it in some ranch every now and then.
It's really good.
It's not
The
as
actual
dumb.
pizza or just the crust?
No, like the pizza.
Okay.
Yeah.
Crust, you got to dip in marinara.
What about barbecue sauce?
No, I would say no.
Oh, I like every now and again if you get that stuffed crust, I like to dip that in barbecue sauce.
Dude, that's the only sauce you really like, right?
I like buffalo sauce.
Okay,
as well, but you're right.
Buffalo would be
That's
good.
about it. That's about it.
Here's a hot take. If it's not Whataburger ketchup, I would prefer to dip fries in barbecue sauce.
Ooh,
Yeah.
let me ask you a question. I'm really glad that you said that. How many Whataburger chicken strips do you think you could eat over the span of a segment? Because we've got Eric Chiafalo, the master of all things eating, and Jacob Ray, I think, would like to challenge for the crown. And I believe we're going to have a Whataburger chicken strip eating contest at some point this week.
It's a good question. I don't think I could eat a lot of those just because they're very dense.
Yeah.
Bready, right?
Yeah, they're very bready, and I feel
I'm
like
in on this content. I want to.
Okay, how many do you think you could do?
I have no idea.
In a segment, if I had to do it, do I have to keep it down?
I mean, once the segment's over, you can do it.
Okay, well then, I mean, I could probably, 10.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like,
But I wouldn't. I would feel like I'm gonna get sick.
this all stems from the Fanatics. They had Joey Jaws and a couple of the celebrities doing the Cane's chicken tenders at the Fanatics event over the weekend. DJ Khaled was just like game, respect, game, watching him marveling at Joey Jaws. And with Kane's ones, I think because it's a little bit more chicken than breading, I felt like I could hit close to 20 in a segment. But the Whataburger ones, they are a little bit more bready. So I would put it the over-under somewhere in the neighborhood of like 13.5.
Peyton, the equivalent of breaking spaghetti in front of an Italian.
Mine was dipping steak in ranch. I've known people to do that.
Ew.
Same thing with ketchup, so ranch.
Yep. Okay.
What about a well done steak?
That's my answer. If you order a steak well done, people are like, "The hell are you doing?"
A1 for that.
Well,
A1.
But should you ask those people to just leave?
Yeah,
that's what Hank Hill said.
Yes. Yeah. We will ask them politely but firmly to leave.
100%. All right, next one here. We got time for one more here in Ask Reddit. I don't want to ask Peyton that one because he said he was going to make it uncomfortable. All right, here you go. Hagee, what's something that became socially acceptable way too quickly?
Oh. I mean... Well,
not the first three things that popped into your head.
I'm going to have to think about that.
Or sorry, the first two.
I have a feeling Eric would say a few of them on Twitter.
Jeez. I'm going to have to think about it if somebody else wants to go.
The answer is, because we all used to ostracize these people, I feel like now nobody cares. It's the talking loudly on your phone in like a public environment.
Oh, I still
or whatever.
care about it.
I hate it.
What do you
but
do
like
about
now nobody like there's no social shaming for it anymore.
Yeah, we need to get back to. I think we need to bring back like social shaming. Absolutely, we need to do that.
Yeah.
I said nothing happened faster than dressing down post-COVID.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dude.
Confirm. All right, so I'm a great example of that. I was not the sharpest dresser in the world out of comfortability.
But now you look like a GQ model because you're the only one who wears pants still.
Exactly. But, like, that's because of COVID. When I was the only person, I would see one other person, and then Broadus would come in. So I'd see maybe 2 people a day, and I was like, I'm done. And then when everybody came back, I was like, no. I made it this far. This is how we're dressing going forward.
John Machota told me he started relaxing a little bit. He still dresses pretty well for game days. But Machota told me he's dressed down a little bit for game days now. He said, and the thing that gave me the cultural, social green light I felt like to do that was the fact that the NBA coaches are only wear tracksuits now. He's like, when they stopped wearing suits, I was like, all right, if they're going to sit on the bench of that, I can wear a collared shirt instead of maybe a dress shirt.
Look, wearing a hat in a nice restaurant, we can do that. Bobby and I did it in Indy.
Yeah.
You couldn't get away with that 5 years ago.
Do you feel that way? Well, never mind. We got to go. I was about to ask if you feel that way in church, and I was like, you know what? We don't have time.
Yeah, I do.
People wear jerseys and stuff in church.
I don't,
Chop wore a hat in church at a funeral.
Yeah. I would.
Whose funeral? Your dad's?
Yeah, I wore a cowboy hat.
Okay. But that feels different than like a ball cap.
Okay, well, what about the fact that Choppy also said GD it into a microphone in the church during the thing?
Slip up. I didn't mean it.
It's a fair crossing of the line.
Slip up. And to be fair, it was a Methodist church, not Catholic, so I don't really abide by their rules.
They still believe. Never mind.
It's not my church, so
Never
what am I going to do? All right. KNC Mash.
You forget the name of our show?
KNC
We've been doing this for like 6 years.
Yeah, KNC Masterpiece next.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You've got Eric Chiafalo, who might have already ruined my day and perhaps your commute. We'll see. And Jacob Ray, gentlemen, welcome to the program. Eric, do you want to tell everybody why you ruined my day? And then I guess we'll get into the Rangers. I want to try to delay that as much as possible.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I walked into a conversation that involved someone dropping a pooing in the street or something.
Okay, my bad. I guess I need to provide the context. So we were looking at some more of the Ask Reddit questions, and one of them was like, what is the weirdest thing that you've seen that people try to pretend is normal? And my answer was people just going to the bathroom in public and on the street. Mm-hmm. And like if you accidentally look over and they're like, what are you looking at? And I'm like, don't try to turn this on me like I'm the one who's violating the social contract. You're taking a dump on the street. Like, that's what it is. Yeah, this is you, not me.
Me watching you is not me being in the wrong.
Yeah,
here.
and I wasn't watching. You just like, you look over and you're like, oh my gosh, is that guy pooping? And so then you brought up something that has really rocked my worldview.
Yeah, well, I thought maybe you were talking about San Francisco specifically when you were talking about human beings going number 2 in the street.
Right.
And then I said, yeah, in San Francisco, they actually have an app like Snapchat, but it's actually called Snap Poo for people who are walking throughout the streets and the sidewalks of San Francisco to avoid when the homeless people inevitably drop grumpers on the sidewalk or the curb or whatever, because that is a rampant issue there. They don't think of it as an issue because it's just like, I guess anything goes.
I guess so.
But for the common sense folk, they want to know if they're walking to work, like where to avoid the poo traps.
Now, I've some people are already asking this morning, is Alec still recovering? Did Alec die from the 469? I did text him, and I said, how you feeling? Are you still alive? And at 8:18, which is actually just 1 minute after I texted him, this is yesterday, he said, I was back in the gym a few hours ago. Not even the demonic ways of Bobby Belt can keep me down. He means strictly from a drinking perspective. But also, it seems like Alec learned a lesson of not being baited into drinking contests just to show that he can outdrink people.
He texted me yesterday, said he was going to the gym. He was probably going to be hitting the sauna perhaps to sweat some things out.
Yeah.
But he's on the road to recovery. He's still young enough to bounce back in relatively quick fashion.
And then one more update before, unfortunately, I'll update us about the Rangers. This question comes up a lot, and I'm glad that means people are listening to our ads. From the 903, why does Corey say gently ask instead of pound your fist on the table at the Platinum Chevrolet dealership in that commercial? Did something happen at the dealership? We actually get this question a lot. Nothing happened at the dealership. Corey just wanted to change it up. and not just repeat the same thing. But yes, if you go into Platinum Chevrolet, you want to buy a car, you want to pound your fist on the desk to get it done, I think that's fine. We have not been given any notes to tell people to stop doing that. One question somebody asked is, did somebody break a table because they pounded their fist so hard on the desk? That is not the case. Everything is A-okay. And you should still go to Platinum Chevrolet, of course, to go buy your cars. All right. Now we put it off as long as possible. Do you want me to play all of the Rangers highlights from last night?
Yes, I'm fascinated by this.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear the Rangers doing positive things. No? Nothing?
Is it buffering?
Oh, no. Yeah, that's right. Because they didn't have any positive highlights unless you want me to play a single. And you're like, oh, wow, that's great. Good job. Instead, go ahead. You know what? Give me cut number 1. Give me cut number 3. Cut number 3.
0-1. That one's roped down the right field line, hooking in there for a base hit, and it rolls to the wall. Holiday races around first. He goes to second. Trump jogs in and touches the plate. A 2-out rally, back-to-back doubles, and the Orioles score first in this one. An RBI double for Holiday, and they lead 1-0.
And you know what? I could have played another Jackson Holiday highlight, but I chose not to. But don't worry, you'll probably get that later in the show. So the Rangers lose 6-0 to the Orioles. And make no mistake about it, this is not the Orioles of the last several years. This Orioles team sucks. And they just beat the brakes off of you last night. And guess what? Game before that, you lost to a Pirates team that sucks. And so now the Rangers have lost their last 2 games by a combined 14-3. And there are a lot of things that are troubling coming out of this game. One is this, Chiafalo, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday. You looked at this 18-game stretch. And at the time when you started these 6 series, CRI if you prefer. No.
I do.
Okay. They were not playing any team that had a winning record. All right. And so our hope, Corey and I's hope, I'm sure all Rangers fans' hope, was that they could win every single one of these series. That would theoretically put you at least 12-6 for the run. You're 10 games into that. They're 5-5.
You're going to have to go on a nice little run here to go ahead and
really
complete the initial mission.
And guess what? Your run starts today with a bullpen day.
Woo! It's Latz season.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't win a bullpen game because clearly we've already seen the Rangers can do that. But that's not an encouraging start, right?
No, it's not at all. And that just the lineup yesterday where we got, I think, one guy in the lineup yesterday that had a batting average above 240.
Yeah.
His name is Sam Haggerty.
I know, which a few weeks ago, did people even know who that was? You did get Justin Foscue in the game. Unfortunately, 0 for 3. Ezekiel Durant, we said that he was going to obviously get an increased amount of playing time, especially with Berger out, 0 for 3. But I don't want to single out those two. That's not fair. Everybody on offense yesterday was tremendously disappointing. Now, I know you were going up against a pitcher that has had a nice little start to the season. It's only been a handful of starts, but a nice start to the season. But our offense looked lost yesterday.
Yeah, it is really, really sad. This is now the 10th game that you've been shut out.
Are you serious?
10th game of the season. And I believe that's tied with the Pirates. I heard Bobby mentioning that today.
And you've only played 79 games. So once every 8 games, you get shut out.
Borderline once a week, you're putting up a bagel.
All right. So that's bad. But you might be sitting here and being like, you know what? I already know that the offense has really had a rough time. You guys have talked about it a whole lot. Fair enough. So let's go to this. The great Bobby Belt, who ruined the morning show, is what I've been told. He put out this stat yesterday. And it was weird that a lot of people seem to get mad at him as if he created this stat from make-believe. This is a real stat. In the first 60 games of the season, the Rangers starters had given up 4 or more earned runs 5 times. That's incredible. So think about it. You are more likely to see the Rangers offense get shut out than to see a Rangers starting pitcher give up more than 4 runs. 4 or more runs. In the last 19 games, it's happened 7 times. Obviously, it hasn't happened in the DeGrom games. So in the non-DeGrom games, it's happened 7 times in the last 16 games. And so the thing that is so terrifying about that to me, probably to all Rangers fans, is the one thing you've been able to hang your hat on is our starting pitching was, in some cases, second to none, but at worst, second best in Major League Baseball. Now, if they're coming back down to earth, then it feels like you are in perhaps an insurmountable amount of trouble.
Yeah, and this is something that you always knew that it was going to be tough to sustain that level of pitching dominance, whether it just be guys starting to slip a little bit or inevitable injuries where, okay, you're not going to have Eovaldi for every single start, that every fifth day is not going to be able to be Eovaldi. Same thing with DeGrom.
Although it does look like Friday could be Eovaldi day.
Looking forward to that. That's for sure. But you knew that this was going to come back to earth to some extent, and the offense is going to have to play a role in this team's success. And unfortunately, it has not gotten to that point yet. And the starting pitching, just the pitching in general, has had to do so much heavy lifting. And now that reality sets in where there's going to be some ups and downs from that standpoint, you got to make up for it in some way. And now this lineup has had plenty of time to do that. And if you have lost all confidence, that's fair.
Yeah. Look, so let's take a look at it from an even closer perspective. Baltimore, all these games matter, but you have a huge series coming up against Seattle. Ideally, would you love to push back DeGrom into the Seattle series? So now all of a sudden against Seattle, you're trotting out DeGrom and Eovaldi? Sure.
That'd be nice.
But how are you going to do that when what you're doing today is a bullpen day? So you're going to push back for who? You don't have anybody. Like, you don't even have a real starting pitcher today that then maybe you could go bullpen day and push that person back to Wednesday and then go DeGrom on Friday because Eovaldi's not ready to go, I guess, just quite yet. So instead of getting DeGrom in the Seattle series, you're going to pitch him against Baltimore. Hopefully, that means a lockdown performance once again from Jacob DeGrom, who's been outstanding this year, and you pick up another win. And then we'll continue to need to have a conversation at some point about DeGrom's innings so far this season, because you're going to need to take a break from him at some point.
Yes.
Because he is on track for an unsustainable amount of innings per the Rangers standards. I don't know about Jacob DeGrom. I get the sense from him, he's like, that's fine. I'll go out and throw 108 innings, no problem. But I can see how the team might not want to go down that path. So you can't even move him one day into this Seattle series. And so you're spot on, man. If the starting pitching is back to, let's even say, slightly above average, this offense has been so far below average that does not make for a winning equation.
Shout out to DeGrom, by the way. I saw from OptaStats, he's allowed 2 runs or fewer in 12 consecutive starts. That's the longest streak by any MLB pitcher 35 or older in the modern era, which we know goes back all the way to 1900.
Yeah, man. I do think we need to tighten up that modern era. Like in the NFL, they're like since the merger. So we're going like 1970. That at least, I know it's not as old as baseball, but that feels like easier to wrap my head around than, Mordecai Three Finger Brown in 1903 did this. And you're like, I don't know, man. Like, does that relate to today's baseball? I don't know. By the way, that is a real person. If you're going to look that up, no, 100%.
I love that name.
That is a real person. All right. Do you want me to talk about something else, or do you want me to give you another depressing Texas Rangers offensive stat?
Is the something else a little bit positive, or is it also in the realm of sports sadness?
It's just another quote from Boch.
Oh, yeah,
It's not going to make you feel any better, though.
Quote me.
Okay.
Quote me.
We're yelling all of this fight, and I think we're doing all we can to make something happen. But to your point, and the point was about not making comebacks this season, you want to come in every inning and say, hey, we're going to score if we're down. We're going to go ahead, tack one on if we're ahead. And so I think Bochy was answering the question to, I think it was Evan Grant. If it was not, I do apologize, about the inability to make comebacks this season. See, really, Eric, it was a trick. The other thing was just going to lead into the more sadness. I'm very sorry for deceiving you
really
like that.
Pulled the fast one.
I'm really sorry about that. And so Bochy was like, hey, yeah, it's great that we're like, hey, we're behind, we got to fight. But he was like, we really would love the attitude of, hey, if we're losing, let's score. Hey, if we're ahead, let's score some more. Because there's this. How many games do you think the Rangers have this year when they were even tied or trailing after 7 innings? So not just losing, tied or trailing. How many wins do you think they have? They've had 40 of these scenarios.
Okay, they've had 40 scenarios.
So half of their games.
Yeah.
Essentially.
In general, I would say they've won. They should be winning over half of those, but I would just put it right there in the middle. Put me at 20 of the 40.
Okay, Jacob, your thoughts? 40 times they've been tied or trailing after 7 innings. How many of those games do you think they've won?
I'm going to go 8, right at 20%.
Wow, 8. So 8 is way lower.
It's disgusting, but what we know about this team, he's probably closer than I am.
He is closer than you are, but unfortunately, he has also vastly overshot it.
Oh,
the answer is 3.
Oh, no.
The Texas Rangers are 3-37 this year when tied or trailing after 7 innings. And you're like, wow, that makes me feel as bad as you possibly could about baseball. Does it? The Rangers
Does it get worse?
Yeah. The Rangers have also not overcome a deficit at any point in a game this season of more than 2 runs. Now, I want you to think about that for a second. I didn't say 5 runs. I said 2 runs. So that means theoretically, if it's a 3rd inning and the game is 3-0 and you're losing, it's over.
And it totally feels that way.
Yes.
When I'm watching these games and you're used to thinking like, hey, late in the game, whatever, it's 6th, 7th inning, you're trailing, there's still a chance. I'm excited for the late game heroics that you become accustomed to throughout a 162 game season. You're going to get some of that.
Yes.
It's like, man, this is like electric. This is awesome. And I can't pinpoint one where it's like, hey, we were trailing and then someone came up huge late in the game.
I do want to shout out people in the fan text from the 6A2. They got 3, and then another person only said 2, and even that was far closer than you would guess. But yeah, in games where they're tied or trailing, if it's just trailing, I'd be like, that's tough. That's 2 in. But tied or trailing after 7 innings, they're 3-37, and at no point in any game this season have they overcome a deficit of more than 2 runs.
Man, that is so alarming.
It really, really is. And so the whole point of it, and this is why I thought Bobby was unfairly, like some people unfairly went after him on Twitter. The whole point is we know how just depressing the offense has been this year. And if you throw in the starting pitching having any problems,
the idea that
this feels like it's going to be a long month.
You're under 500 with the type of pitching that you've had.
Look, you could make the argument that this is the greatest run of starting pitching in the history of the Texas Rangers in the first half of the season.
Yes.
And I don't mean that hyperbolically. I mean literally the best ever. Mm-hmm. And you're 38-41.
And the hitting for the Rangers, it's not like the worst we've ever seen because we've seen worse, but in terms of what the expectations were, this is the most underwhelming portion of a Rangers team that I can remember.
I agree. All right. So that segment was sad. Do you guys want to have a little bit of fun? You want to perk it up just a little bit?
I'm here for fun, Jacob. I don't know about you, but
man.
He's not here for fun.
No,
okay,
I said I am here for fun.
Oh, okay, good. I thought you said not here
I'm all
for
in
fun.
for fun.
All right, we're gonna change it up then. Are you ready?
Yep.
In honor of a Seattle sports broadcast, my question for you is: what level of bitter and or petty are you in everyday life? Because I did something yesterday that in my heart I knew was wrong, but I did it anyway. Next on The Fan.
You are being masterpieced, and we appreciate you for it. Thanks for...
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com and by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Fancy masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We were going to talk Cowboys here, but people were sad. And it felt like we needed to switch it up just a little bit. Now, I will also admit I'm a big part of the reason that people were sad because I gave a bunch of depressing Ranger statistics.
Yeah, the 858 said, Kevin, Giafalo's comment about the poo app didn't ruin my commute. These Rangers facts have ruined my commute.
I'm so sorry. All right, so we need to turn it around. So give me some positivity. Go ahead and give me cut number 7, and we can be happy about the contract extension for Daniel Gafford. We'll ignore the fact that he could still be traded. Try not to think about that right now, and let's go ahead and do a Gafford highlight.
The Gafford screen against Gobert, tailed by McDaniels. Gafford! Up high, down hard, and a foul!
All right.
That's more of a Kevin Harlan highlight to me, I will just say.
Okay.
He is just incredible.
He is.
That could have been a preseason game for all I know.
Now, we talked about how this segment is going to be petty. And so I'm going to start with this from the 214. I get a little petty when 105.3 The Fan won't stop talking about the Cowboys or the NFL during the offseason, especially with the Ranger season and the NBA draft going on. And let's be real, they don't cut down the Cowboys or NFL talk during the season. All right, I just want to point out, we started with the Rangers segment. Right now, we're going to use basketball and the Daniel Gafford extension as a springboard for our conversation. And the next segment is baseball nuggets. And then we're going to talk with the Mavericks insider again about the draft. So, I don't know. That doesn't totally feel right to me, but okay.
We're keeping him happy today.
Okay. But we're going to talk about pettiness. So I'm going to take you to Seattle via the magic of audio. Sorry, I'm not actually going to fly you out to Seattle or anything like that. Now, you recall the Oklahoma City Thunder, they won the NBA title. I don't know if you heard about this, Geopolitical. It's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, they didn't seem too excited about it when they won,
They
but
didn't.
I guess they did.
And was it Chet Holmgren couldn't say Michelob, and they had trouble opening up the champagne bottles? I get it.
That's right.
Things move at a different pace there. I understand that. And like when they won the title, it looked like they had just won game 47 of the regular season. You know, they're like, hey, we did it. Good
Even
job.
the fans. It was like, everybody in here is just so tame.
And it was game 7. I don't care if you were winning by a lot. Like, I'd be going insane.
Right.
So they came from Seattle. They used to be the Seattle Supersonics. And so I want to know what you think about this level of bitter or pettiness, because there was a 30-minute sports show in Seattle. The sports director at Fox 13 runs this show. This is like the last 15 seconds of the show, the night that the NBA Finals ended. So you imagine, they haven't talked about basketball once until the very, very end.
Finally tonight, unfortunately, the Indiana Pacers lose Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Big game for the Sounders tomorrow. We will see you out at Lumen Field.
Who did they lose to?
Incredible.
Not going to say. And it was at the very end. But what he really wants you to know is about that big-time soccer game coming up. Like, don't even worry about that. And so, I don't know. I would imagine there's probably at least some people in Seattle that are pretty stoked about OKC winning. Maybe you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're all like, that team is dead to me. But I feel like if I didn't have an NBA team and my NBA team went elsewhere, I'd probably at least like kind of still root for them. Like people seem to think is going to happen with the Mavericks when they go to Las Vegas.
See, I think I would be on the other side of that. I totally understand why when your team gets ripped out from your city and goes somewhere else and then flourishes, I think I would be more on the side of what Seattle's doing right now, which is just hate watching or not watching it all, because it's like, dude, you took that. And it wasn't even like you went right around the corner. You went to a completely different part of the country.
Yes.
And then you changed the name. You're basically acting like it's not like you're still the Supersonics.
You're not the OK Supersonics.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I get that. I'd be ticked.
All right. Okay. So you get it.
I'm
You're on
Team
board
Seattle.
with
I do
this.
get it.
All right. From the 806 in college, I went to UFC meet and greet to meet Ariani Celeste, excuse me. Took my buddy's picture with her, but on my turn, they started rushing us down, so I didn't get a picture. I got mad and deleted my buddy's picture.
Ooh.
Petty, I know.
You're making your friend pay that price?
Yeah, he didn't close down the meet and greet, right?
Don't punish your bro for that.
But you know what? We did say that we would... Look, because I have some explaining to do in just a second. But quick Ariani Celeste story. So I'm at a UFC in Media Row. I'm the second seat from the end next to the ring girls. All right?
Okay, prime position.
But the guy next to me, he's going to hold it down for the ring girls. He has decided. He is trying to chat them up during the show. First of all, you're supposed to be there working, buddy.
Hey, he's opportunistic.
He is. He shot a shot. It did not go anywhere. But Ariani Celeste was plugging her cell phone in, like in the chair next to her, which was like right by us. And he looked at her and he goes, "Don't worry. I'll watch your phone. And like, I appreciated he gave it a shot. I don't know if he thought she was going to be like, oh my God.
You know what? While you watch it, why don't you put your number in it too?
Yeah. Or like, I've been waiting my whole life for this level of chivalry. You know, I don't know.
What a gentleman.
But he was. And he did. He was like watching that phone. And I appreciated it. And clearly I wasn't doing my job either because I was watching him watch the phone. But like, I appreciate that he shot his shot. But if we're talking about being petty, I have to tell you something that I did yesterday.
Yesterday?
It was yesterday. So, stop off at the Walmart, as one will do. Go to the self-checkout. Now, this is one of the reasons, if you're worried about your job going away forever, I think we might be okay. Of course, 2, maybe 3 of the 6 self-checkout lanes were closed for various malfunctions.
It's so aggravating when that happens.
It really is. So, there's one guy. He's at the front checkout station. He just walks off. And I was like, whoa, where'd that guy go?
So he's mid-checkout.
Yeah, he's mid-checkout. He just leaves.
He forgot something.
Okay, see, you're right. And there's a bit of a line starting to build, and obviously nobody wants to wait in the line. I get that. So he rushed back with string cheese. Okay, string cheese is delicious.
I actually feel better about him walking away and coming back with string cheese. I'm kind of like, okay.
So people forget things.
Yeah.
All right? It happens. We get back to it. Still waiting in line. He leaves again.
Oh, my gosh.
This time, he has gone for a ridiculous amount of time. Like, I'm saying he's gone for like probably 2 to 3 minutes. Just, I don't know what he forgot. Because by the time he came back, I had made my way to one of the self-checkout stands.
Okay.
No thanks to him, of course. And I was like, okay, does this guy never been shopping? What's the deal?
Even one time leaving the self-checkout is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
A second time is unlawful.
Exactly. And so now he's checking out right across from where I'm checking out. And I make a decision in this point, even though my brain and my heart are like, you probably shouldn't. Is that what you would be called to do? And I'm like, nope. But
here we are.
If he leaves again, drastic action will have to take place.
Oh.
Now, I did not have many items. They're like, I don't know, 4 or 5. Check out. I ring up all my items. That's the key part to this story. I ring up all of my items.
Efficiently,
of course.
Like an adult.
Yes. Pay for them. I'm ready to go. While I'm paying, he leaves again. And at that point, I decide I have no choice. So as I'm walking out, I cross by his self-checkout. He's not there. I pull an item out of my bag, scan it multiple times on his tab, and walk out the door. So
when you said you had you were going to do something, I'm wondering what is it that you were going to do?
I want to make it clear. I paid for all my items. Like, I didn't take them and put them on his tab. I did put them on his tab, but I also paid from the 817. Bro, I would have canceled his crap and checked out. And like, sometimes they have the monitor there to like take care of it, but not always. And so there was nobody there to wrangle this situation. And so by the time I checked out, that person was gone again. And I was like, okay, walk out. Wow. Will that person pay enough attention to their total?
Clear those out.
Yeah. Or will they get hit with an extra like $9 to $11? I don't exactly remember, somewhere in that range.
Big win for Walmart.
Yeah, really should have. Okay, so
that's legendary, dude.
Is that the level of petty or bitter? And it was all because I didn't like waiting in line. And also because that guy, I feel like, again, I know this is the second time I've used this. I feel like he violated the social contract by just walking out of the line and being like, I'm going to leave all my crap here.
Yeah, I mean, especially a second and third time, that is completely over the top.
So much.
I've never seen anything like that.
The string cheese? Okay.
Yeah, it's like, okay,
right.
one mulligan, I get it. Maybe the string cheese wasn't even, it's not even for him, it's for his kid, or his wife loves it, and he's like trying to do them a solid.
For sure. We let that go.
But this guy, I would like to nominate him for Bleep Hole of the Week, and I would be surprised if anybody can surpass him.
Oh, man.
We might just have to give him the award now instead of waiting till Friday.
Okay, quick side question. How do you guys generally feel about the people who go through the self-checkout that have bought 16 months worth of groceries. Like, they're convinced that World War III will break out today. We will need to have rations for 2 years, maybe longer. And they've taken everything that exists in the store and they're going to go through the self-checkout.
Well, that's illegal from a grocery store standpoint because they say
not all grocery stores have that
like
sign
10
up.
items or less kind of thing.
Not all of them have that sign up.
Wow. Now, I think part of this is on the grocery store, too, because usually they'll have like 50 human opportunities to help you check out, but they only have actually 2 humans.
Yes.
So it's like, where's the disconnect here? Yeah. Are we not able to find people? Yeah. Do people not want to work, or are you just neglecting? You don't want to pay a bunch of people because you have 1 million spots for a human being to be a checkout, but you only have 2 that are lit up with actual live people helping cash out.
It's kind of like the analogy I would use is if somebody parks with their stupid tiny car in the parking space and you think that parking space is open, but it's not. And you're like, if it weren't for that stupid tiny car, I would have gotten in here. And you're like, not really. Somebody else would have taken it. Same thing. There would have been lines at the other place, but you're like, they would have been shorter lines.
Yeah.
Like, let's get this all to work. All right. So do you approve of my level of bitter and pettiness?
I actually do. Yeah. Okay. I think what he was doing was much more egregious than even what you did, unless what you did was scan your most expensive, like $100 item. But you said it was $9.
Yeah, and I scanned it twice, so it was like a $4 or $5 thing.
Now, did you get any appreciation from the other people in line that were kind of like, "Hey, tip of the cap to you. Thanks for being the vigilante here"?
I did not turn around and look because it was like, his was to the left of mine, so I was already naturally moving towards the door, and I was like, well, this just makes sense. Beep, beep. Put it back in my bag, walked out.
That's impressive,
and so I did not stop and turn around, and somebody said you just threw off Walmart's whole inventory. All right.
But they get more money.
Well, and it's 2 items. Trust me. If you've worked in retail at any size shop, 2 items is probably not going to throw you off. Like, hell, I even worked back in the day at the video store at Blockbuster. If it was 2 things, like, that wouldn't crush us. And Walmart is a far bigger ecosystem.
You have a margin for error here.
Yeah. Some of that's built in. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I love to hear this from the 682. Nah, he had that coming. Justice served.
I feel like there should have been some sort of like round of applause, standing ovation from all the people around. This guy needs to know that what he did was extremely egregious and it should never happen again.
And I know this is probably not the way he works, not the way the world works. I would love it if he like sat down in his chair with his TV guide or whatever and looking at his receipt and he's like, wait a second. What the hell are these 2 items? I didn't buy these. Like, that would bring me so much joy. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Would the Rangers dare consider dealing away Corey's favorite prospect? Next on The Fan.
something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Stars and Billy Martin, the manager, and an off-speed pitch on the outside corner for a call, strike 3.
That was from Cole Drake right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will get to that in just 1 second, but I wanted to point out something that my wife told me about the level of pettiness. We'll get to baseball nuggets in just 1 second. So I have OCD. And because of that, there are various different things in my life that I need to be an absolute certain way. And I need all of my money to be facing the same way and right side up, and obviously in numerical order. So sometimes I feel bad. Like if I get change at a place, I'm not counting the change. Like I saw you count it out. I just need to make sure it's all turned the same way and everything before I put it in my wallet. So my wife likes to sometimes go into my wallet and just turn money upside down or move it out of order. And also there's this old-timey technology called DVDs and Blu-rays that I have. And of course they're all alphabetized, and she likes to like move one in the S section up in the S section. So like an SO to the SA and see if I'll notice. And it's very subtle. And that's why I think she likes it so much, but it drives me insane. And yeah, so it happens to me too.
I do appreciate that because I am like so far from being OCD.
Yeah.
Like I don't have an OCD bone in my body, but I know that you absolutely do. So something that small could absolutely just turn you into the Hulk.
Yeah. It is really, really true. All right. And that's why Corey will send me pictures of him cutting out pieces of cake from like the middle. And it it kind of freaks me out a little bit, actually. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for baseball nuggets. 1469. Nope, I would divorce her.
There's a lot of OCD folks on the text right now.
Yes,
that are with you about the money stuff and just general organizing.
And I just always feel bad. I don't want the cashiers to think I don't believe their ability to count. I can't. I try to move to the side so like I'm not holding up the line or anything like that. But sometimes you get that look and it's like, it's not you. I need it to be this way, or, you know, I just won't be able to handle it going forward.
It'll stick with you all day long.
Exactly. All right. So we're going to go back a couple of days, and I wanted to talk about this in particular because of the Rangers prospect that would be in this move. So Jim Bowden, who is Mike's arch nemesis, he suggested a trade for each AL team in the wild card race. And for the Rangers, he said acquire Marcell Ozuna from the Braves for Cole Drake. Now, I wanted to bring up Cole Drake because that has been a pitcher that Corey has been tracking for, I'm going to say a year. Maybe it's been longer than that, but like he's really been following Cole Drake for the last year or so. And if you take a look, he's had some incredible numbers in the minor leagues, has he not? Or some incredibly encouraging numbers in the minor leagues, I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, he's ascending for sure. So he's 6'5" lefty, and he's been striking out batters at a pretty ridiculous rate over the last 2 years. This is A-ball, high A, and double A. Struck out 216 batters in 155 innings.
Whew.
That's 278 punch-outs over a 200-inning pace. So he absolutely is ascending in a way that would make somebody like Corey Majors, who's been following him, feel really, really good about the fact that this dude could be something pretty dang special, even though he spells his name in the worst possible way.
The Koahl. Do you want it to be COLE, COAL?
I think I just want it to be COLE.
Okay.
But maybe his parents created Coles. the shopping place? Because that's how that's spelled.
That would be neat.
So if that's the case, then I guess I will go ahead and just understand it. But otherwise, I'm like, really? KOHL? That's how we're going to do this, Mom and Dad?
So he's pitching at the AA level this year. 11 starts. He has a 2.74 ERA. Even more impressive than that, he has a whip of 1.01. We've talked about this plenty of times. If you have a whip of 1.1 or lower, like, rock on. You're doing just fine. If it's in the vicinity of 1 flat or lower than 1, you're having an incredible season. So it's just great to see him progressing up there. So at a time when the Rangers really struggle developing pitching prospects, I feel like I would almost be out on this in principle alone because of how well he's doing. And then you take a look at Ozuna, who, he's walking a lot, but he's fine.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of going through a bit of a brutal stretch at the plate for this month. I mean, since June 2nd, he's hitting 169.
Yikes.
So
it sounds like he'd fit right in here.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like, I don't think that type of, I don't even know. I mean, even if he was at the height of his powers right now, is one guy going to fix what this Rangers lineup is?
Yeah.
It's hard to say that one guy would even be able to move the needle enough to make this thing swing back in the appropriate direction. So based on that, like, I feel like there's some level of earning the right to be a buyer.
Yeah.
At the deadline. And
that is a great point.
And maybe they can shift gears here and, strike some confidence into us over the course of the next month or so to be like, all right, you know what? We are at a place where we could feel like an Ozuna could really make a difference for us and sort of put us over the top. But right now, I don't think you're in that position. And with the way Cole Drake's pitching right now, I don't think I would be down to make this move. Not for Ozuna. And Ozuna, he's older and he's on an expiring deal. So you're going to just get a couple of months of Ozuna and then just punt on Cole Drake forever. That's a tough sell for me.
Yeah. Unless we win the World Series out of it, then I'm fine.
Yes, if this is like an Aroldis Chapman, Cole Reagan's deal, fine. But I don't envision that at the moment.
All right, let's talk about Yandy Diaz. So he's having a solid season for Tampa Bay. And I kid you not, do you know what he, at least in part, credits that to?
No.
Tom and Jerry episodes. So he said that he watches Tom and Jerry every single day. Quote, when I'm working out, I always try to watch Tom and Jerry for like an hour. It clears my mind. It relaxes me. So he's watching it while he's working out. And I think most people are like that. Now, it might be a little different if you're lifting weights and like moving stations a whole lot. But like, let's say you're doing the stairs, the treadmill, the bike or whatever. I feel like you got to be watching something or listening to something. Or maybe that's just me because I don't get a charge out of exercise, say that they do. I like need to be distracted along the way, right?
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, there's a headphone situation going on with music, or I'll do the podcast thing, or I'll flip on the Odyssey app and I'll be just listening to Sean and RJ or you guys while I'm trying to get some exercise going. But I'll tell you what, man, when you forget your headphones or whatever distraction you have and you're trying to get it done, not easy.
Let me ask you this. So, the earbuds, it's the way you want to go. But would you be willing to suck it up if you had a pair of wired headphones as a backup in your glove compartment? You're like, I don't care if people judge me. I can still listen to whatever is on my phone. I'll plug those things in.
Breaking news, I'm a wire headphones guy.
Whoa!
That's the one thing I have in common with Aaron Rodgers. I think the AirPods are microwaving my brain.
Really?
So I go away from the AirPods.
Okay. Fascinating.
And I do get looks.
Yeah.
I do get looks at the gym. Like, really, you're that guy? It's like, yeah, I'm gonna go with the tried and true. Now, this Yandy Diaz, good night, is he impressive.
He is humongous. As a human specimen, phenomenal.
He looks ridiculous. It's crazy. It's always impressive when you can be huge and lean, where you're like 235, 240 pounds and you're vascular. This dude is next level. And he says, I eat anything. He says, I just love to eat. I really don't try to go on diets. I'm like, wow, you're eating anything you want. Your DNA is pretty dang impressive.
And his OPS has gone the opposite direction of Ozuna. He has a 1.099 OPS this month. So things are working out just fine.
Nice work.
A couple more quick things for you. Rob Manfred and John Fisher took part in the groundbreaking event for the A's upcoming Las Vegas ballpark that is supposedly set to be done in 2028. We'll see about that. And
I can't wait to try the Dippin' Dots at that stadium because I feel like it's going to be phenomenal.
What are you doing?
It's just going to be great.
I mean, I know exactly what you're doing. And by the way, if you were worried about Ronald Acuna since he came back from the injured list, he's hitting .405 with 9 home runs and 16 RBIs in 28 games. So, second ACL tear, no problem. Seems like he's doing just fine.
Can we be honest, though? Dippin' Dots are incredible.
Yes. Agreed. Ice cream of the future.
Universal.
I haven't had a bad flavor of them.
Nope. I've had, the cotton candy ones aren't the best.
See, I just had them the other day at Chuck E. Cheese with my kids, and I was like, cotton candy's phenomenal.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree to disagree.
I love the Dippin' Dots.
Yeah, they're fire.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Mavs insider Bobby Caralla right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it sometimes called?
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's bring on the DLLS Mavericks Insider. It is Bobby Carella. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gents. How we doing?
We're doing well. Now, do you want to talk about some of the positive, or can we jump into some of your tweets about how this organization has made a string of terrible decisions?
Oh, man, see, life is all about balance, so I think that we should just, why not both?
Okay. All right. So I want to start with, obviously, the Daniel Gafford extension, as well as the idea that this does not necessarily mean that he will not get traded. And I mean like short-term traded. I know anybody could eventually get traded, but this still has him in play for potentially the ability to get traded, does it not?
Yes. So legally speaking, he got the kind of extension up to 120% of what he was previously making, which averages out to about $18 million a year over the next 3 years, starting next summer, which does mean that he is immediately trade eligible. But it seems like the vibe that we're all getting over here from the Mavs is that they did not sign him to that deal with the intention of trading him.
Okay.
They just signed him to that deal with the intention of giving him a raise because they consider him to be a pretty integral part of what they're doing here. You know, they want to have this two-headed monster at center. They want to be big and tall and bad and strong and all that stuff. Of course, the team is going to say that, but I actually do believe they are committed to keeping both Gafford and Lively around for as long as possible. We'll see if it makes sense, you know, once you get a little closer to free agency and maybe even into free agency and you're looking around like, maybe they struck out on a couple guards that they wanted or whatever, you know, they might be forced to make a move. But as it stands right now, I do think that they are committed to keeping Gafford around. And I mean, he's a good player, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
But that is potentially one possible trade machine chip off the table for Mavs fans.
Okay, and your answer to this next one might be similar. I understand free agency market and maybe waiting a little bit. Does that not seem like then perhaps it puts the spotlight on P.J. Washington a little bit more in the trade machine?
To me, it sure could. It sure could. I know Nico Harrison has a very, very high opinion of PJ, and PJ is a really good player, and it makes sense.
Sure.
And it seems like Jason Kidd likes him as well, but you got to give something to get something in the league, you know, and the Mavs, look around the rest of their roster. I think they have some guys like Max Christie or Jaden Hardy. You know, Christie is certainly a better player than Hardy, but they're both kind of interesting young guys, but they're not going to command a bunch on their own. Then you got guys like Klay Thompson that might be a little too old, might be a little too highly paid. And then someone like Najee Marshall, who I think definitely has high value if you're trying to make a deal, but he doesn't make enough money to match a lot of the salaries of guys that are considered to be available. And so PJ could be the guy that you would have to move if you're trying to get a really good guard, you know, and not just a guy on the minimum or, you know, someone like maybe Lonzo Ball who's trying to rehabilitate his value along with his body as he tries to bounce back from injury. So, you know, we'll see what they do, but I mean, I think it'd be really tough to round out this roster and get a really nice balanced roster while keeping both PJ and Gafford, but I'm not sure that the team agrees with me.
Bobby, do you feel like the Mavericks are going to be looking to trade back into the first round on draft night?
It's possible. I mean, I just don't know how they're going to do that if they really do plan to keep both PJ and Gafford. Like, those are two of the only players on the roster, realistically. I mean, I don't think they're going to be shopping Kyrie or Anthony Davis anytime soon. I think those are two of the only, if not the only two players on the roster that do have just outright first-round pick value that a team would, in the Mavs case, the team that they're making the deal with would have to send them less salary than the Mavs are sending out. So in a perfect world, the Mavs are just disappearing a contract and getting a first-round pick, because that first-round pick, you know, in the late part of the first round, you're going to be paying that guy less than $4 million a year. The Mavs are trying to shed salary so that they can open up mid-level exceptions and avoid the second apron, which comes with a whole ton of restrictions that they would have to abide by while rounding out the roster. So it makes sense that they would try and do that, but I just don't know how it's possible without giving up PJ or Gafford or someone else even more valuable than them to do so.
Unrelated, how do you feel about Walter Clayton Jr.?
Man, you know, guys that can score, and I mean, he will definitely shoot the ball.
Yes.
They're fun to watch, but you know, it's just tricky, man. Like, scoring guards that aren't really tall it's so tough because they could turn into something really good. And, Mavs fans watch Brandon Williams down the stretch this season. And, it certainly looks like he could have a future in the league after kind of bouncing around for his first few years. But then on the other hand, you can get a guy like Jaden Hardy, who it looked like he was, super promising during his rookie year, but has since kind of fallen by the wayside. So it's just really tough. I think you got to, especially as a guard, unless you're 6'5", 6'6", like you just have to make yourself valuable in so many different ways. And we'll see. I mean, you look at some mock drafts, he's not even going in the first round. And then you look at others and it's like, yeah, he's the 20th pick. So I'm sure opinion on him is all over the place, but we'll see what happens. I know he's a very popular name among Mavs fans. I can tell you that.
Bobby, do you have a perfect world scenario on how they go about adding another point guard to this roster? Do you have a guy in mind?
That is a $10 million question, which is how much Lonzo Ball makes. And
Yes.
he's the kind of guy that I would want because despite his considerable injury concerns, and he missed 2 entire seasons. I mean, this is a very serious injury history that you'd be getting in Lonzo. He makes only $10 million this year and next year, and I believe that's like partially guaranteed or maybe not even guaranteed at all in year 2. So if it doesn't work out, it's totally fine. But the ceiling is just so high. I mean, he's a guy that can defend the point of attack, which the Mavs really need guys that can do that. He can move the ball in the half court and in transition. He can get this team out and running, and I know they want to run. They want to avoid playing in the half court as much as possible because they just don't have a lot of shooting. So if you can get a guard like Lonzo that's 6'5", 6'6", can get in there, get a rebound, or take a quick outlet pass and fling that thing down the court to guys like Cooper Flagg or Clay spotting up for 3, that's easy looks. But then also, he improved as a shooter a lot during his first few seasons as a pro, and so he could ostensibly play alongside Kyrie, and they need a guy that can run the offense without Kyrie, but then also fit alongside him once he's back. And I think Lonzo is a guy that can do that. But obviously, I mean, his injury history is just so scary that it really limits, I think, what not only the Mavs, but what all 30 NBA teams would give up to get a guy like him, which could play to their advantage because the Mavs don't have a lot to give up. So, I mean, maybe his price is so low that they could get him for something pretty reasonable. And that's a pretty low-risk gamble to take. But outside of him, I mean, I'm not as into Chris Paul as maybe some other Mavs fans are. I think he's going to be 40 soon, and he's like 5'10", and he played all 82 games last year, but that's the first time he's gotten anywhere near that in a very long time. And I think he's a really good player and have a good impact on Cooper Flagg's development and leadership and all that stuff. But I don't know. I want guys that are on the right side of 6 feet. I want guys that are closer to 6'4", 6'5", and Chris Paul's certainly not that.
Now, I actually don't know the height of this person offhand, but if we're putting together the perfect off season, would we jump in the time machine and tell Sean Sweeney we do actually care about keeping him, and we would make that happen?
Ooh, yeah. Now, I think Sweeney's probably like maybe 5'10" on a good day.
Okay.
But I'm willing to make an exception for him. I am willing to make an exception for Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You cannot measure that.
What happened there?
It depends on who you ask. People that are close to the Mavs would tell you that, well, taking an associate head coaching job, going to a different team away from Jason Kidd, associate head coach is kind of a promotion and he got a pay raise. And then from Sweeney's perspective, getting away from Kidd, who he's basically spent his entire coaching career with, could potentially shake this perception around the league that he's just Kidd's guy or that he's only a good assistant because he works with one guy that he's really comfortable with. And if he goes to the Spurs and kills it, then maybe that could increase his chances of becoming a head coach because he really, really does want to be a head coach in this league. Other people, though, would tell you that, Sean Sweeney is one of many assistant coaches that is looking around for a new job and that is considering leaving. And it would make sense to do so because as coaches, you got to look out for yourself first. And if there's a reason to believe that this regime isn't going to be around for very long, then you want to lock up as much guaranteed money as you possibly can. So I guess what happened there really depends on how cynical you're feeling and your opinion of Nico Harrison or Jason Kidd or, whatever kind of turnover. And I wouldn't call it a crisis, but certainly challenges the Mavs have been facing over the last 5 or 6 months.
Bobby Carella, DLLS Mavs, with us here on The Fan. Cooper Flagg, his role year one, do you see him initiating offense? Is he a 2 or a 3 next to AD at the 4? How do you see this working early on here with Flagg and the Mavs?
Early on without Kyrie, I think it could be pretty clunky just because Kyrie is that good. I mean, and it's impossible to replace him, even if they get the best guard available. It's just you're not going to replicate Kyrie's offense. But, once they kind of figure it out, I think his most natural position in today's era is either like a big 3 or a 4 next to a big that can shoot. I look back at his film at Duke. I mean, that guy is just unbelievable at getting to the rim and finishing. He's 6'8", 6'9", strong, can jump, can finish, has really good footwork and all of those things. And so as a coach, I'm trying to maximize that. I'm trying to give him as much space as possible. But, J-Kid has alluded several times, including on our own show, to Flagg playing 2. And on this team, that would imply that he's out there with guys like PJ, AD, and Lively or Gafford. And that's just not a lot of shooting or space for him to work in, and that is pretty concerning to me. I want driving lanes. I want cutting lanes. I want to make his job as easy as possible, especially as a rookie, because he's only 18. He's going to be 19 like around Christmas. I mean, he's like a really, really young guy. So I want his decision-making tree to be as simple and tiny as possible. That said, he can make some reads, with the ball. He's not just a scorer. He's not going to break down the defense the way that, Luka or some of these all-NBA players can do. Maybe he'll get there one day, but what he can do right now is find open shooters, and what he can do is find, rolling big men, especially as he's getting downhill to the rim. And the Mavs have a lot of rolling big men, and they have some guys that teams will leave open. So, his playmaking, I think, is going to be a work in progress for a while, but what he already can do is so far along offensively and especially defensively that, I'm willing to work with, all of the learning curves and all the lumps that he's going to take, because this dude is so much further along, in my opinion, than some of the premier wings that have come out recently, guys like Tatum, Jalen Williams, and Edwards. Like, he is so much further along than those guys. And, look at what those players have become.
Do you feel pretty comfortable, like almost straight away, that he has the ability to defend the 2, the 3, the 4? I know some people will try to argue 4 or 5 spots, but I don't know about that. But I feel really good about his ability to already defend at the 2, the 3, and the 4.
He definitely has the desire and want to do that. And I think he's certainly got the strength to defend all the big bodied 3s and 4s. I guess the question would be, does he have the quickness and foot speed and all that stuff to stay in front of some of the quicker guards? And even some quick wings, like guys like Ant, for example. I mean, Flagg will compete with him. I don't know if he can stay in front of him, but the Mavs do have all these shot blockers on the team. And so really all you have to do is steer that guy into the help. And, I have full faith that he can do that, because he does seem like a super high IQ basketball guy. Like he knows what he's doing at both ends of the floor, really good instincts, really good awareness. And so I think, within the team construct, he can definitely do that. I think he's best, though, as a weak side, kind of a roamer, and that's exactly what Anthony Davis is also best at. And you run into this situation where, okay, if all of our best players are roaming, then who's actually guarding someone? And so watching them work that out is going to be really interesting, as those two share the floor, especially if they're on the floor at the same time as Gafford and Lively, who also like roaming. But I mean, Flagg is a competitor on defense. He's not going to be afraid of anybody. He's going to battle his butt off every single night, every single possession. And so I do think, if nothing else, he can at least fit in as a team defender against quicker guys. But against guys that are strong, rely on strength and body control and all that stuff, he could eat those guys up from day one, I think.
Bobby, before we let you go here, Kevin Durant to the Rockets, does that make them a surefire contender, second to OKC in the West?
It's a lot more scoring firepower, and a little bit more shooting for them for sure than what they were getting from Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks. But I don't know, man. I mean, their starting 5 on paper looks really good and really nasty, but this is one of the worst three-point shooting teams in the league last year, and KD doesn't shoot a lot of threes anymore. So I'm not sure that they're going to score 150 a game, and their defense without Brooks does get a little worse. But a guy of his cachet, experience and all that stuff, I mean, the Rockets kind of looked a little lost in that series against the Warriors at times, and KD just makes a lot of those issues go away because he is so dang good at everything. So it makes them more legit. it's really annoying. You know, there's 15 Eastern Conference teams. It would be great if one of those teams stepped up to the plate and took on getting a good player out of the West, but I guess none of them are interested in doing so right now.
Man, love it. Great stuff. Thank you very much for your time this morning, Bobby.
Thank you, guys.
There you go. Oh, Jacob was done listening to him.
Quick finger.
DLLS Mavs insider Bobby Carella right here on 105.3 The Fan. Seriously, I know we're just joking, but that was great information.
He's the man.
I'm really fascinated by the concept of the multiple roamers on defense and how that's going to work out and how you're going to have, hey, you're going to be assigned to this spot. I know you want to roam, but we're going to have to do this. Coming up next, Chiafalo will show us his erection.
Yes, let's present you today's Arch Report and some serious SEC bulletin board material next year on The Fan.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No. just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com and by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We decided our weirdness quotient was only pretty high, so we added Carter Freeman because he knows how to get weird with us.
I've been summoned
Yes.
for one reason,
Hey!
one reason only.
I volunteered Carter's time for about 6 seconds, and then I asked Carter because that's the decent human thing to do.
After demanding my time to begin
Sure,
with.
that's fair.
He did both.
That's
Get you a man
true.
who does both.
And so we bring you in for our new segment, Eriction. I think that's the best pronunciation I've had of it so far.
You nailed that.
Yeah. So, Eric, where are we going today?
Well, we're going to taunt the Sooner man himself, Carter Freeman, with a Nate Tice scouting report of Arch Manning. All like 2.5 games of playing time that we've seen. We now have a little bit of an idea. Nate Tice is fantastic with Yahoo. His father is Mike Tice, former NFL coach, Vikings and
Heavyweight champion.
Yeah, heavyweight champion, all those things.
Yeah.
So this guy is well versed in the world of sports and especially the quarterback position. And he's got a nice sort of deep dive article on Arch Manning. And so I would like to do a little bit of reading this scouting report. You guys stop me at any point. But before we do that, I did want to tee up Peyton Manning, who was on Bussin' with the Boys. And they asked him about, like, how often is Arch reaching out to you as Uncle Peyton, one of the greatest football brains of all time? How often is he reaching out to you, texting you, calling you to just pick your brain? This was Peyton Manning's response.
It's funny, you know, like these 19, 20-year-olds, I mean, the text response rate, it's not super high, right? It's not a great completion percentage. So I don't, I kind of let him reach out to me if he has a question. He came to Denver a couple of years ago. We worked out. That was fun. And he will every now and then text me with a question about, hey, a 2-minute drill. This is what happened in practice today. And I'm sure as soon as he texts me the question, he regrets it, because you can't answer a question about a 2-minute drill with a text back.
Especially with the phone you use.
You have to go to the voice memo.
We have to.
And it can't be just one. So you bang them back with a 7-minute voice memo response about the 2-minute, about, you know, what the defense is doing and the plays that you like. You got to go to your staples.
Yeah.
Get plays that you like, and you finish it, and you're like, I didn't even mention the fact that a defense after a timeout will probably come with an exotic blitz. So you better call a max protection coming out of the timeout. And then you finish that one. That's about a 6-minute, and you're like, well, but I totally even, you know, forgot about the red zone.
Yeah.
And so 3 voice memos later,
Send me a video
he's
back
probably
with the
calling
old-
Eli Moore is probably the answer.
So he's calling Eli more because Peyton is going to be sending him 5, 6, 7 minute voice memos in response to one simple
And
2-minute drill
also,
question.
what a drive-by on Eli right there. It's like he probably didn't have a complex answer. So I don't know how he won 2 Super Bowls.
Well, Eli's just like, well, throw it up to the guy down the field.
Yeah,
and
he'll
hopefully he
catch it.
makes the play for
Yeah.
you. So I thought that was a great clip there from Peyton. But here is Nate Tice and some of the things that he says about Arch Manning. He kind of spoils his own article there at the beginning because he says everything that we've seen from Arch in the 2.5 games of extended playing time, he has all the indicative arrows pointing to a blue chip quarterback prospect for the NFL. This is not about will he be an NFL quarterback, but when. And so he's pretty bullish on what he's seen here. Nate Tice is quite the quarterback expert. I do appreciate his scout's eye on the quarterbacks, especially coming into the draft and guys that he likes. He loved Drake May, for instance, Jaden Daniels. He was a big fan of.
Yeah.
And he's obviously set the NFL world on fire. But he says, Arch Manning, first and foremost, superb athlete. Twitchiness, flexibility, ability to ad-lib and win with his legs are more akin to his father, Cooper, who was a wide receiver, as opposed to Peyton or Eli, who were obviously just stationary pocket quarterbacks. Real threat as a scrambler, design runs. He's got the size. I mean, he's 6'4", 225 pounds. And he's got the long speed.
Yeah.
That was evident.
One of his first plays when he came in once Quinn got hurt against UTSA was like a 75-yard touchdown run, right? I mean, that was like right off the bat, you got to see his speed and that he's more than just a, good pocket passer.
And one of the things, too, is like he's a competitive runner. He can get physical on you. When you get a 4th down type run, he will get to the edge and break a tackle. A&M, I think he ran for a touchdown. Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I know what happened. I remember.
4th down, there he goes. Arch to the edge. Corner can't tackle him. To the pylon for pay dirt.
And look, I always think this. I'm sure you guys think this about the Cowboys, whoever else. If I know the play call and I know what it's going to be, you damn sure well better know. I was like, he's going to keep it.
Gonna run
He's
it.
going to go to the outside. And they're like, maybe.
And that was the thing with him pretty much every time he saw the field last year, outside of the games he started, was he's going to run.
Yeah.
And every single time it worked.
Yes.
Just really irritating as, the armchair or quarterback, right, watching it and just being like, he's going to go that way.
Yes.
You can see it.
Yes.
And of course, the other team can.
Nate Tice says of Arch Manning, his accuracy and aggressiveness as a thrower when on the move really stands out, even working to his left, accessing all parts of the field, delivering the ball effectively. Creativity as a thrower, he says. He has repeatable and consistent mechanics. He's able to change arm slots to throw around incoming defenders, making even more throws available to him in less than ideal circumstances. He's painting quite the picture here, and we've seen the off-platform, sidearm stuff that sort of started with Mahomes, and now you're seeing with more and more of these young quarterbacks. That's a huge skill.
I'm not saying that they're the same player whatsoever, and I think anybody who has really high hopes for Arch Manning is very justified in that. But do you think there are Texas fans who are concerned, or maybe not Texas fans, who are just waiting for the fall, who are like, I really feel like I heard a lot of this scouting report, maybe without some of the running, about Quinn Ewers, who was supposed to be the best of the best, and he was fine.
Mm-hmm.
And do you think some Texas fans fear the potential, he's good, about Arch Manning and not what we think?
No, just because he's had a full 2 years to sit in Sark's offense and learn. And in the brief things that we've seen from him, he does take sacks. That was one thing in his couple games that he did play, is he would take a sack or two, like a bad 10-yard loss, as opposed to just staying in the pocket, right? But I think just given that he's had time in Sark's offense, the pedigree that he has, and the fact that you've seen Quinn Ewers didn't live up to the perfect rating that he had when he was a recruit, but he was still a good player at Texas. I think at this point, you're not going to get more, Chris Ashes or Tyrone Swoops, right? Like the awful quarterbacks they were thrown out during the 2010s. Like I think we're past that, just given how Quinn Ewers did and then what we think Arch Manning can be.
Yeah, there's a couple of things. One, physically, of course, 6'4", 225. Quinn Ewers is not that. But also there's another aspect to Arch's game that we'll get to here in a second that is definitely much different and much better than what Quinn Ewers was bringing to the table. Now, Nate Tice talks about the Arch Manning mechanics and the footwork as being really, really polished and impressive from the pocket.
And I agree with that for sure.
He says the arm strength sits firmly at a plus level, can drive the ball over the middle of the field, dig routes, over routes, real zip. More than happy to fire those throws in to tight windows and things like that. He says he's got a beautiful deep ball. And I think one of the big differences that we'll see with Arch Manning, and you've already seen some of it, but we'll see it on full display this season. What did we lament about Quinn Ewers? It was just, everything was like 5 yards.
Yeah.
His yards per attempt were super low. And I don't know if that was Sark not trusting him or him just not being the type of quarterback that trusted himself to really want to push the ball down the field, whatever it was. But
It
Arch
started
Manning,
to become that second one. Like, I'm telling you, it might have been the first one, but it became that second one where he's like, I can't
do it. Didn't trust himself. So he says that Arch Manning is definitely aggressive, and it's in a complimentary way. Fun to watch, big part of his game. Texas used a lot of play-action concepts, classic post, over-route combinations, and with Texas's talented receivers stretching the field against overmatched competition, if Manning saw even a sliver of opportunity for a big play, he was going to take it. And when you look at his heat map of where he likes to target, you see a healthy chunk of throws that are over the middle of the field and down the field, pushing the ball in a way that you want your quarterback to do. I don't think Quinn Ewers was really ever doing that.
No, and that was even with first-round receiver in Matthew Golden, right? And maybe that went into early in the year. They didn't use Golden like I think they wanted to, or like he should have been used. They were going to Isaiah Bond over him, which in retrospect, that makes absolutely no sense. But yeah, the one thing in this article, too, that I'm reading is it must be noted the defenses that he played were 92nd, 95th, and 110th in the country. So opening this season at Ohio State, defending champion, not bringing back all the pieces from last year, but it's still Ohio State. They're going to have a good team. And you're breaking in basically an entirely new offensive line and a brand new receiving core.
Yeah.
So that's going to be if all of the traits and if he has that it factor like, Nate Tice thinks he does and so many other people do.
Do you think he does?
I mean, you have to really like what you saw from him in the couple games he played, but I do value the competition and what he has to play with too.
100%. And just general consistency over the course of a season. How often can you repeat that? And he did struggle. He had moments even versus UTSA or Mississippi State where he had some poor plays. Nate Tice goes into those by saying he clearly learned from those during the game when faced with a similar look. He then made the right decision after that. So there's going to be bumps along the way. And if this is going to be a 2-year starting opportunity at Texas for him,
which I think it is,
it sounds like that's where it's going. I mean, unless they go win the title and he's the Heisman, where it's like, what else do you need to accomplish?
Sure.
Seems like that's the route that they're going to go. And that's what Peyton and Eli did, playing out the full term.
By the way, quick side quarterback, if we can bring this in as well, as long as we're talking college football quarterbacks.
Yes.
Were you guys surprised to see just happen within the last, like 20, 30 minutes, Rider Lions commit to BYU as opposed to Oregon?
I did not see that. And that's interesting because Oregon whiffed on Jared Wilson, who's the number 1 overall quarterback. He went to Georgia, or he committed to Georgia. And then, I guess I did not see that they whiffed on him, but
I think he said it on McAfee. Like that's you want publicity and whatnot. That's a good place to go.
So Oregon's got Dante Moore, former, top 5 quarterback recruit, and I believe the 22 or 23 class. I can't remember which one, but he's going to most likely start this year. But he's got several years of eligibility, so maybe that could be a pathway for him to stay there longer.
Yeah.
And because Dante Moore needs the starting experience. When he was at UCLA, I liked a lot of the things I saw from him, but Chip Kelly didn't want to coach him. So then he goes to a program like Oregon where he learns under Dylan Gabriel for a year and then has Dan Lanning and Will Stein, the Oregon offensive coordinator. I freaking love him. He's going to be a great head coach someday. So maybe if he's not going to Oregon, maybe that'll open the door for Dante Moore to stay there longer. Or Oregon has, dipped in the transfer portal market, right? Bo Nix, Dante Moore.
Yeah.
Dylan Gabriel, they've gone there before, so maybe that's just going to be their MO is to get a veteran because they always want to win, right?
Just a crazy example of college football nowadays. BYU first offered Rider Lions his scholarship 1,300 days ago. So that's about 3.5 years ago.
Gosh.
Is he a mission trip guy?
Yeah, he is. He said he's going to be skipping his first year at BYU to go on an LDS.
I thought
trip.
that might have been him, so maybe that played into it too. But yeah,
that's an interesting point. Yeah, I didn't really think about that.
But BYU also got the #1 basketball recruit in this last cycle, so they're the church, the Mormon church, has the money to sink into this if they want to, and they did there, and they definitely did here.
If you've never seen the Mormon church headquarters, it is unbelievable.
It is spectacular.
It dwarfs the Capitol. Like you're like,
oh really?
Hold on, so that's the building. And I don't know if they say that, like probably not openly, but like behind the closed doors, they're like, yeah, because that's where we do the business.
Incredible. Hey, we do have Florida State quarterback Thomas Castellanos giving Alabama some unreal bulletin board material ahead of their Week 1 matchup. You have Bama versus FSU, and his quote is, "Bama doesn't have Nick Saban to save them. I just don't see them stopping me."
Oh, man.
Good on Thomas Castellanos for having that kind of...
He's got that type of confidence.
Yes, for going 6-6 or 7-5 at Boston College last year. And beating Florida State in Week 2 when they ended up going, 2-10?
Yeah.
That was like their signature victory.
That really is what he needed to take him to the next level.
I love it. I thought you were going to go into Diego Pavia at Vanderbilt saying, we're going to beat everybody on our schedule. Like, we're going to run Tennessee.
I think Sean told him to say that. I think he's like, hey, Vanderbilt football is where it's at.
He's got the insider connection.
Thank you very much, Carter. And thank you very much, Eric.
My
Excellent
pleasure.
work by both of you guys. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who are the most underrated wide receivers in the NFL? Next, right here on The Fan.
shout outs? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
Cowboys Station 105.3 The Fan.
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
So now 1st and 5. Darnold with time. He wants to go deep for Addison, and it is caught inside the 5 at the 2. Jordan Addison.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Gridiron Gravy coming up in just 1 second, but I want to remind you, we stole Eric Chiafalo from the G-Bag Nation today. The trade was they get Marcus Semien at $320.
Well, it's hard to say that G-Bag didn't win that trade.
It definitely is, especially Eric, because yesterday, do you think you did a good job with hyping up the ticket giveaways?
I think in the moment, yes. Like, I feel like I executed once I was told what I had to do.
But weren't you in charge?
I was in charge. I dropped the managerial ball on
Okay. That. Will we do a better job today?
Yes.
Okay.
As a matter of fact. Let's give something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10 now will win a pair of tickets to go see Dermot Kennedy at the Majestic on October 16th. You can, of course, go buy those tickets, or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. And right now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yep.
There you go. I love it. All right, good job, Eric.
Thank you.
Good job. Just remember, we have another ticket giveaway today. We'll be doing 4-packs of AEW All-In tickets later today. So, there we go. All right. I wanted to start with this because I was fascinated by this idea, and I've got a couple of names for you. The most underrated wide receivers in the NFL. And there were two in particular that I wanted to talk about.
Can I guess one?
Sure.
Nico Collins, Houston Texans.
Ooh, he is not in the top 6.
I feel like he's pretty underrated
of this list, but maybe that just further proves he's underrated.
That's right.
Would you not argue if you're on the list of most underrated, you're no longer underrated?
That's right.
I really thought you were going to guess Jordan Addison because that's the highlight we played.
Ooh.
That was a big tip-off right there.
I was not paying attention to that. I'm sorry.
Don't worry. That is pretty much the MO of the person who sits in that seat, to use the clue of the audio to help your decision making. All right. So Jordan Addison and Juwan Jennings were at the top of this list. So for Juwan Jennings, kind of one of the ideas was he was behind, if you go back, Ayuk, Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, just because of how much they use him, obviously, in the passing game, and George Kittle. And yet he was still able to put together 975 yards, 6 touchdowns. So what about the idea that he will be moved? Obviously, Samuel moved on down the road. He'll be moved up in the hierarchy of the 49ers, and maybe he could do a little something.
Yeah, I would expect that. I would expect that for sure. And I
The Niners actually have the easiest schedule in the sport, according to Sharp Football Analysis this year. I know everybody's a little bit down on the Niners, me included, big picture of them being able to win a championship. I think they've sort of missed that.
Fair.
But I do think they will be sort of surprising to people as a team that perhaps win their division, and I definitely have them making the playoffs, and I think he will be a pretty decent reason why.
Okay. Now, for the idea of Jordan Addison, do you think, because he was scoring touchdowns last year. He had 9 touchdowns last year. I think his rookie year, he had 10 touchdowns. I know sometimes he gets lost in some of the younger wide receiver shuffle, and I know Chris Olave got injured last year, but he was a monster before that. What do you think about the prospects of Jordan Addison? Do you think he gets underrated? Because let's be frank, there are a lot of very talented young wide receivers out there.
There's no question he does, and I think it's mostly to do with the fact that he plays with the best receiver, by most accounts, the best receiver in the league, in Justin Jefferson.
That's a great point.
When you think about Vikings and passing game or offense or receiving, you're only thinking about Justin Jefferson, and maybe that's part of the reason why Addison has acquitted himself so nicely, because, hey, you get to play opposite Justin Jefferson. Defensively, I'm going to have to worry about him a little bit more.
Sure.
But, I remember when he was coming out of the draft, Broadus was in love with him as a player, and that's all coming to fruition in real time.
19 touchdowns in his first 2 seasons. 19 receiving touchdowns. You'll take that all day.
Yeah, I think on pretty much any other team, not any other, but by probably 70% of the teams in the league, he's wide receiver 1.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh, that's an interesting hypothesis. I don't know if I don't think I disagree with you at all on that. I like it. Bringing the opinions. I appreciate it. All right, let's go from that to, you like the idea of bringing back taunting? Because Cam Jordan said, and we go back to the Fanatics Fest, I know we talked about that some yesterday. He goes, for fans, I think they love the excessive celebration. They scored a touchdown. They dragged 3 defenders on their back. I get a quarterback sack. Give me 5 seconds. Put the spotlight on me. I'm going to kick him while I'm down. I think he means more, not in a literal sense.
Metaphor.
Yeah, because then I could see how you wouldn't necessarily, Patrick Mahomes out with some broken ribs after Cam Jordan mercilessly kicked him following a sack.
That was the Joey Porter sack celebration where he would just kind of kick the turf. He wouldn't kick the quarterback, even though you always felt like he would be one of those guys to do that.
For sure.
But I always liked that celebration. I'm here for the taunting. I'm totally here for the taunting. I love this suggestion from Cam Jordan.
Why do you think the NFL is so scared of the taunting?
Get the no fun league stepping in. Why is that? I guess ultimately when you get competitors and then you make a huge play on me and then you shove it in my face that I just got dunked on, so to speak.
Yes.
Now I might be reacting. I think they're scared of the reaction of the player who is now sort of the victim in the scenario. You just got mossed or whatever. Now the wide receiver's in your face, or there's just there's obviously a line that you can't cross. But I saw Warren Sharp actually has the taunting penalties the last 5 years by position. Which position do you think gets called for taunting the most?
I would say wide receiver.
By a mile, bro. 38 taunting penalties in the last 5 years by wide receivers. The next closest
is it defensive end then?
It's actually safety. Weirdly enough,
big hit.
And they get pumped up. I guess.
All right,
but 13. So 30,
man, that is a big
38 penalties for receivers over the last 5 years for taunting. The next best is 13 with the safety position. And then it's corner, linebacker, edge, DB.
Okay, man. You know what? That's a great point. Maybe we could come to a compromise. Is you can't overly celebrate your first down if you're a wide receiver. But if you get a touchdown, that's fine. For safety, you have to pick. Do you want it to be a turnover or big hit? I'll let you choose one category. But all the safeties have to agree. You have to have a safety vote. And then they're like, all right, we'll taunt after big hits. Or we'll taunt after interception.
I'd vote for the big hit.
Yeah,
dude,
I want a town hall of safeties and everything, and they have their arguments. They have their representatives up there to speak about it. And
would the Cowboys have any representatives, or would they say you guys are just?
We'd
not
have a
good
ton
enough?
of representatives up there, but everyone would be like, nah, you sit in the middle. I
guess Donovan Wilson would be voting for the big hit.
Yes, I would be amazed if otherwise. And then the Cowboys might be like, hey, you could just wear a plain helmet there because you're positive he's on the team.
Oh,
right?
yeah. I am positive.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I am.
See, that's all I wanted to know. All right, good news for not NFL players who want to be in the Olympics. Experienced flag football players will get a chance. They announced that there will be some semblance of workouts and competitions per USA Football to determine who's going to be on the flag football team. Now, let me ask you this. Let's say there is a real competition, but Joe Burrow, or maybe Lamar Jackson. Let's go. Lamar Jackson, Bijan Robinson, they all want to be on the flag football team.
Mm-hmm.
Do they get picked no matter what the competition looks like? Or are you like, I don't know, man. This all-star team out of Detroit looks amazing. I never heard of any of them, but they're dominating. Do you think they'll go with the people who are dominating, or they'll be like, yeah, I really need Justin Jefferson out there?
I think everyone other than the individuals that are on those high-powered flag football teams want to see
the stars.
Yes,
Yeah.
like the TV network, everybody in the entire landscape of Olympic viewership is going to want people that they've actually seen and heard of before.
So, and I know this is a wrestling team, but you don't think they're going to take that flag football team name like the Motor City Machine Guns? They're like, man, they're really good. We got to put them as our Olympic representatives.
I'm now going to look up what flag football team names just are.
Okay,
Let me just get like a reference here.
Absolutely. I'd be curious about that. Hey, speaking of competitions, though this one makes me much sadder. What do you think about Zach Jackson of The Athletic saying that Joe Flacco has been the best pure thrower so far in the Cleveland Browns competition? And also, do you think there's any way they would carry 4 quarterbacks?
That would be really difficult. Like, I'm expecting somebody's not going to be in the mix there.
Who's
That
it
somebody's
be?
probably Kenny Pickett.
Oh, yeah.
But
Super Bowl winner, Kenny Pickett?
He is technically a Super Bowl champion. He's like the Halliburton of the Olympic basketball team. I mean, the ball threw him in that game versus the Cowboys.
You're right.
It was it's like one of the all-time blooper plays in quarterback history where the ball threw him in the pocket.
You're right.
He did like a full-on somersault.
By the way, second season of the Netflix documentary Quarterback will be out on July 8th. Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Kirk Cousins. Plus, the final season of Squid Game will be out on Friday. That actually has nothing to do with football, but I just really felt like you might want to know that.
Thanks for that nugget. What do you like? Would you rather play for the flag football team, the Untouchables, the Flying Flags, or the Gridiron Glory?
Ooh, I like the Untouchables, just because that's a damn fine movie as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the skill set, coaching history, and hype behind Cooper Flagg. Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I can assume Chris Arnold is going to the Mavericks headquarters to try and get us a Cooper Flag autographed basketball, even though technically he hasn't been drafted by the team. That's what I'm going to assume. I know he's got a lot of stuff to do. Maybe we can add that to the grouping.
Let's do it.
All right, good. We're going to talk. Do you ever wish that you could answer someone's off-air question on air, even though it has nothing to do? Because I could answer Chris Arnold's question, but it has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
But he would get the information he needs.
So
and
just
everyone
like
else.
another better opportunity. Maybe didn't love the new management scheme and, something like that. All right. So let's talk about basketball here. We're going to talk about Cooper Flagg because there's a couple of different things about Cooper Flagg that I think are really fascinating. But Eric Giafalo said that's all fine and well, but I demand Luka information first.
Oh, you want to start with the Luka?
Let's start with the Luka information.
Okay, according to The Athletic, they have given us a Luka update. Now, we've seen some photos of him circulating over the last month or so. Yeah, it looks pretty thin, but that's also somewhat par for the course. Feels like for the last few years, we've seen photos of him in an off season. It's like, oh, looks a little bit slimmer. And then he finds a way to like maybe put on pounds during the season, which is sort of mind-blowing.
Yeah.
But the report out of The Athletic says Luka has been incredibly committed to his conditioning this offseason. He's dropped significant weight and is working on a strict diet and cardio training. And he shifted from his normal offseason routine. He actually spent a month away from on-court work just to specifically focus more on his body.
All right. So I know one of the logical things that's going to get brought up here is, oh, why couldn't he do that when he was with the Mavericks? But let's face it, whether it's work, whether it's a relationship, I feel like in relationships this happens a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you get broken up with or somebody points something out and you're like, all right, that's fine. We'll see about that. And so I kind of feel like, obviously, Luka was shocked by the breakup. And he's like, I'm going to show all of you. And he's getting in the best shape of his life. Because when you meet back up with your ex, you want them to be like, oh, you look good. Even though maybe it's a personality issue. I don't know how quickly you can show off your personality and like tell them something really clever. But you want to be like, oh, it looks good. And so he wants the Mavericks to look at him and be like, oh, he is trimmed up. He's staying in shape. I like it.
Without question. You know that the entire time he's just imagining that first time back at the AAC for next season.
Yes.
And he wants Nico to see him as he's doing his pregame routine, doing all the trick shots. And he wants Nico to be like, oh my gosh, this looks like a different level of beast here. And listen, if it wasn't going to happen for Luka this offseason, you'd almost have to imagine that it was never going to happen for him.
Probably. And honestly, see, this is the tough part because we don't know all of the conversations that took place. Like you and I have probably heard the same thing about some of the conversations that took place behind the scenes about, hey, you got to get in shape, you got to clean up your act, blah, 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 blah. But you don't know what extent that is because they might have already had their come to Jesus meeting multiple times and it just didn't work. And so maybe there are people with the Mavericks who are like, I don't know why you're so surprised. We told you that this was going to be the outcome, but I don't know all of that information. By the way, for anybody who's misconstrued what I was trying to answer the question to Chris Arnold, it has nothing to do with the fan whatsoever. That's why I was hesitant to try to answer his question on the air. All right. Oh, he's back. Oh my gosh. He's going to give us some information.
Thank you for trying to help me with my guest for Better Living, a show about people or organizations having a big impact in North Texas. My possibilities, love the charity, and that's what we were working on.
Absolutely.
Now I got to go give blood.
Okay. And get us at basketball. All right. So Chris Arnold, the man of the people, always doing things to help out with the community. All right. Do you want to start out with Cooper Flagg's work ethic, his natural talent, or the hype level behind Cooper Flagg?
Let's go natural talent because I keep hearing about work ethic and competitive spirit. I want to get down to what can you actually do for me skill-wise?
Because don't you feel like that's like, again, if we can go back to the relationship analogy, she has the best personality. Like, don't you feel like that's hey, I appreciate that's part of the deal, but you're not telling me like the real thing.
Exactly. If you're leading with that, it's like, okay, that almost feels alarming.
Yes. Absolutely. All right. So let's talk about the natural talent. Now, you're the one who brought this article up to me, and I thought it was really fascinating. It was from Sports Illustrated, part of their cover article. Andy Bedard was coaching youth basketball in Southern Maine, where, again, we've already put forth the idea this is the biggest story to ever happen in the history of Maine.
Yes, and I heard Pat Dhoni illustrating that with
Yes.
Sean and RJ earlier this morning. NBC5 is going to have the whole deal. Dhoni went to Maine, met with a bunch of people, and just got the whole backstory on Cooper. It's fascinating.
And it's definitely at least the biggest sports story ever from Maine. Maybe something else important happened in Maine that I don't know about. All right, so he talked about how he had heard stories about this long-limbed third grader up north, which again,
out of context.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Exactly. Who was dominating kids that were multiple years older than him. And he goes, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. And so he goes, there are some kids that can barely chew gum and walk at the same time, let alone even ace the layup line. But he goes, Cooper was out there doing left-handed flip layups at 45-degree angle, and he was so coordinated, and he couldn't believe how, like, already at home Cooper Flagg felt when he was on the court. He said the way you saw him pass the ball to bad players with extra backspin, so it was a soft pass. And he was like, hey, you're not good. So I'll throw a little something extra to make the ball spin back and get to your hands softer.
And that's encouraging for when he's got to pass the ball to Dwight Powell. Right?
Yes. Who, of course, did pick up his $4 million option, because why would you not? But I do like the idea that whether you think like bigs are inherently less likely to handle your pass well or whatever, I like the idea that even as a kid, he's like, no, I've identified the players on the team that are less likely to catch this pass. So I'm going to go ahead and groove it for them a little bit. So first of all, I thought that was amazing. Secondly, you might like this. You might not. If a teammate missed a shot, he'd grab a rebound and let them shoot it again. So he could dominate, but he liked to distribute. And actually, believe it or not, that was a knock on him in certain games at Duke. Even Coach Shire looked at him and said, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were supposed to be able to take over this game. Are you going to do that or not? Mm-hmm. And so, like, that is one of the things. And you've heard it over the years. Like, that used to be one of the things that, like, people would say even more currently about Paolo Banchero. If you go back to early LeBron James,
yes,
it would be like, hey, man, I think you could take over this game more from a scoring aspect. So that is something to watch. I mean, it's great that he can distribute the ball really well and wants to be a team player, but there are times when you're like, I need you to be cutthroat, Cooper.
Right, just go be the assassin, go be the killer late in the game, and that's one of the aspects in my mind that sets Luka apart from other just really talented offensive scorers in the NBA these days.
Absolutely.
Big moment on the road. I'm going to end you right now.
Absolutely. Now, he has a brother named Ace. So
this was news to me.
Yeah, okay. So
a twin brother.
Yes, he has a twin brother named Ace. So yes, his twin brother's name is Ace Flagg. And he's not as good at basketball, or else I feel like we would have heard about him by now.
It'd be a huge bummer to have to be Ace Flagg, the twin brother of Cooper.
For sure.
Like, and Dhoni was talking about the difference in like personality between them when he went. And like Ace is just a little bit more easygoing, talented dude. I think he's playing at a school in Maine for college.
Yeah, no, he's good.
He's good, yeah. But Cooper was just always so much more intense and super competitive.
So what do you find more surprising? Is it that, or in the family's minivan when driving to practice, they were fancy, he was able to watch DVDs. Again, outdated technology that I still love. But he would watch DVDs of the 1985-86 Celtics season so he could learn more about Larry Bird and about the team in general, because that is widely believed to be one of the greatest NBA teams of all time. This is when he was like a kid. All right.
I love that.
Are you more, I'm going to say, flabbergasted by the fact that he has a twin brother named Ace, or that in the van on the way to practice, he was watching mid-'80s Celtics tapes to improve his game?
It's going to be the Celtics DVDs.
Okay.
Especially at that age, to care that much and really try to soak that in. He didn't have anything to do with having a twin.
That's a good point. That is a very good point. Now, to go along with that, go back to Andy Bedard, his youth basketball coach. He said, you show Cooper something once, you're not going to have to show him again. And then we go to Brian Scalabrine. We've had him on our show plenty of times.
White Mamba.
Yes, that's right. He'll dominate 10 ways in one game and then 10 different ways in another game. Like, you go back to the NCAA tournament, I'm pretty sure it was Arizona, and I think Caleb Love started to take over, and he was scoring at an unbelievable rate. And you're like, uh-oh, here we go. And then Cooper Flagg's like, okay, fine. I will score at that same rate because that is what's necessary. And that's one of the things. And I know some people have talked about, like, what is his defining, like, overwhelming best trait? And that can be a negative, or you can view it as a positive. I don't know that I know what it is outside of maybe I would just say his defensive ability and versatility.
Yeah.
But he's so good at so many different things. I don't like the idea of him running the point. But if you needed him to run the point for a possession or two, like in a pinch, I think he can do that. I think he can fit fine as a 2, as a 3, as a 4. I think he can defend at the 2, the 3, and the 4 as well. We just talked about that with Bobby Carella a little bit earlier. And defensively, he's already probably at least your 4th best defender.
Yeah, and I think by the end of the season, we'll be talking about him as maybe you're close to your best there. Now, I am curious when it comes to you not wanting him to sort of run the point, be that point forward, initiating offense. Is that a basketball IQ thing, or is that a dribble handle thing?
No, I think it's a handle thing, because you know what you really would love to see, because I watched probably too much Duke basketball throughout my life, but especially this last season, is one of the things that he's really great at is if you are going to go at a slower pace, like if you want him to run the offense at the top of the key, or maybe even just past half court, I think that's great. And I think he can definitely do that. And I know teams are not like pressing again and again, but I don't like the idea of him bringing the ball up the court. But if you can get it to him off of a pass, even right past half court, then he can take over as your de facto point guard if you want, out on the wing. And then the other thing that he can do is he can drive it to the hoop. Like, some point guards can do that, not all, but some of the elite point guards, you're like, not only can they distribute it, they can take it to the hoop. And that is one of the things. And he has a bigger body for like somebody who you'd think of as a point guard, kind of like Luka. Luka was one of the best we've ever seen at, I can pass the ball, but I can drive it right down your throat and make you pay.
Right. I
think Cooper Flagg has that same capability.
Yeah, and I like the idea of him being still so young and time to develop, that maybe 2, 3, 4 years from now, we have a different perspective, especially when you consider the handle factor as being one of the main reasons. Like, you can start to develop some of that.
Oh, for sure.
If you have everything else, and I like what our buddy Tony in the 214 said, like, what's his best trait? It's just how complete of a player he is.
Or somebody said effort. Effort I get, and like he tries, because we'll talk about defenses, at least somewhat effort based. He will give you tremendous effort on both sides of the court. And the other thing, you mentioned how young he is. He should have just graduated high school. Don't forget, he reclassified into this. He turned 18 while his freshman season at Duke was going on. So he won't turn 19 till close to when Kyrie is supposed to come back. 19. So
it's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I saw like John Habistro or somebody like that saying if he would have been born 11 days after what his actual birthday is, he wouldn't even have been eligible for this draft.
That is exactly.
And so that's all super encouraging. And the other thing that I saw when I really started to watch him throughout March Madness and the tournament, there was one specific game, I can't remember the opponent right now, but his ability to throw up lobs to the big men.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm thinking with Lively or with Anthony Davis and Gafford, that is something that Luka was so good at, and he's got that to his game too.
Look, come on, Malawach is going to be a lottery pick in the draft tomorrow. All right? And like
big man from Duke.
Yes, I think he has a load of potential defensively. But offensively, a big part of his game was either offensive rebound, putback, or finish that lob, which he did with like ruthless aggression. And you just talked about it. Derek Lively, Daniel Gafford, Anthony Davis. You have the most terrifying trio of lob finishers in the league. And in Cooper Flagg, and that's where I said, I don't want him taking it the whole way, but if you have him set up to run your offense kind of in the half court, that can be devastating, because you have to respect his offensive game. If he penetrates, like, you won't just back straight away from him. Like, you have to stay with him. And so you have the opportunity to have somebody roll to the basket and be wide open. And I think you're going to see a lot of those, like, gimme, assist, alley-oop dunk.
I think you might have just won Masterpiece of the Week during this segment. Congratulations.
Couple of different things.
That was really impressive work, the way you paint that picture.
Hopefully you got valid basketball information along the way, too.
It was...
Right?
Hopefully.
Yeah.
We got it all.
Okay, that's fine. I can live with that. As long as we got valuable information along the way, I can accept that.
You channeled your inner Cooper Flag in that segment where you did a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
And we appreciate that.
See, I like that. By the way, we didn't even get to the hype factor. I do want to get to the hype factor at some point. Maybe that'll end up being tomorrow. But like when we talk about the hierarchy of how hyped his prospect star is compared to everybody else who's been in the draft in the last 25 years, it's pretty astonishing. With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do some NFL overreaction or reality? We've got our AEW ticket giveaway, and maybe we'll go back to Cooper Flag because it'll give me the opportunity to say something foolish again. All of that next right here on The Fan.
Has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you know. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Third and 4. Again, the pressure picked up. Shot for CD Lamb. Flag down. Lamb's got it. Lamb going to the 10-yard line.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Eric Chiafalo. Jacob Ray will be rocking with you all week long, and then I'll be back, hopefully, until the end of time. So right here, we're going to do NFL overreaction or reality, but also in this Expressway, we will do our AEW ticket giveaway, and we just might get back to some Cooper Flag hype. Sound good?
Let's go.
All right. NFL overreaction or reality. Now, I played the highlight, and that's how you know we were going to go in this direction. CeeDee Lamb will break his own Cowboys record for most receptions in a season. Now, Eric, I'm going to go to you, and we're going to allow Jacob to get involved in this conversation as well, assuming he does well. Overreaction or reality, CeeDee Lamb will break his own Cowboys record for most receptions in a season. That was 135 going back to 2023. That was actually only 14 catches back on Michael Thomas's all-time record, but let's stick with the Cowboys for now. What say you guys, overreaction or reality?
I don't think this is like a ridiculous overreaction, but I will lean that way. I think the George Pickens edition is going to obviously take away some of the targets there. And Dak to Ferguson, I think Ferguson is going to be a guy that really benefits in this offense now with Pickens and Lamb, of course, being there. So I think this will be a little bit more of a spread the wealth. They talk a big game about how they want to be able to run the football. So how much more are they going to be running with this team as opposed to the McCarthy and Kellen Moore time? So I mean, because 135, so he needs 136 receptions.
That's right.
That's a lofty number.
It is.
So I expect CeeDee Lamb to have an outstanding season, but I would guess it's 134 catches or less.
Yeah, I think that would be 8 catches a game. So, like, that's That is a lot.
That's a lot.
All right. What say you, Jacob?
I'm going to go overreaction as well. I think they're going to really try and ride the run game to start the season, and I think they'll probably end up peeling back a little bit once they start reaching the tougher teams who can stop the run really well, and that's when you're going to see the catches kind of increase after that. But I think the first kind of easy stretch of the season, they're going to really dedicate themselves to the run game. And I don't think the targets are going to be there for CD.
And I'm not obviously wishing this in any way, but you have to keep in mind the idea that is Dak going to play all the games?
Yeah.
And if you have a Joe Milton in there, what does that do to the CD Lamb touches?
Totally agree.
Because he had 101 catches last year. Part of that's because of the quarterback situation. Is Dak going to play all the games?
Yeah.
There's a chance he doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a
huge chance.
Yeah. Okay. NFL overreaction or reality, perpetual hanger-on Aaron Rodgers really will be done after this year. Now, he just said on Pat McAfee that this is probably more than likely his final season.
Pretty sure, he says.
Yeah, pretty sure. Which, of course, leaves you plenty of wiggle room to be like, I mean, I said pretty sure. I didn't say totally sure. So, I'm back.
I think he's pretty sure he's married as well.
Yeah. It's really weird. I keep seeing people try to research this, and then I'm over here being like, I don't care who he's married to.
Well, not even I don't even think it's who he's married to, it's if he's married at all.
Oh, you think he's just BS?
I think he might be ball sacking the people.
Wow.
Because there's no records. His family's apparently, not that they would really know what's going on in his life, but they're like, we don't believe so. Yeah. So
all right, overreaction to reality. This will be the last season Aaron Rodgers plays in the NFL.
I feel 100% this is reality. I think that the game will be divorcing themselves from Rodgers a little bit. Even I mean, think about it. There was one team that had any interest in him this time around.
Yeah.
So another year. He's played 20 years.
I think that's right.
This is going to be it for him.
Okay.
I completely agree. I think it's reality, and I'm even going to go a step further. I don't think he's going to finish the season before retiring.
Ooh, okay. So that's probably going to answer my bonus question. I got a bonus Steelers question. Jacob, I'm going to start with you because I think your answer is going to be overreaction.
I have take envy over that one. That was a good take right there, Jake.
Overreaction to reality. The Steelers are a 10-win team with Aaron Rodgers.
Ooh, I don't think they get to double digits. I'm seeing them 7 to 9 range, so I'm going to say overreaction.
Man, there's a part of me that feels like, dude, they're always 500 or better with Mike Tomlin, and oftentimes it's with Mason Rudolph, Duck Hodges,
garbage.
What are we talking about? Kenny Pickett, they still find a way.
They do.
But I don't know. I think this is the year that Mike Tomlin and Pittsburgh finally can't put it all together and be the above 500 football team. So I'm going to go no on the double-digit wins.
NFL overreaction or reality. It's going to happen. The Buffalo Bills or Baltimore Ravens will win the Super Bowl this year.
Ooh. Oh, actually win it.
Actually win it.
Because you could just say, get to the Super Bowl.
You know what? We'll dumb it down, and then we'll go from there. The Ravens or the Bills will make the Super Bowl this season.
Wow. I will say reality.
Oh, I love it.
I will say reality because, man, if not now, it's really never going to happen for either one of those teams. The Chiefs, I still believe in as being certainly a playoff team and being a team that, the Chiefs will be in the AFC Championship game.
Sure.
That feels like just something that is as much of a lock as anything in the sport these days. But yeah, with the way that Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson have played, I think it's fair to put all your eggs in one of those two baskets.
I'm going to go overreaction, just because I think the only way these two teams make it to the Super Bowl is if Kansas City somehow loses before the championship game, and I just don't see that happening. So I'm going to say overreaction.
All right, that means Chiafalo, only you are eligible for the bonus question. Buffalo Bills or Baltimore Ravens, one of them will win the Super Bowl.
Hey, listen, if I think they can get there, I think they can absolutely win it. Why not?
Yeah.
So, and again, they're probably going to have the quarterback advantage in that particular game if they're going up against the Eagles or the Lions or the Packers. Maybe not the Commanders. If the Commanders make it, that means Jaden Daniels is
the real deal.
Perhaps the real deal. It might be a wash there.
Yeah.
So yes, I think this is their time.
All right.
It's got to be their time.
I like it. And if it's not, I don't know.
Then it never is.
Yeah, because like Josh Allen even said, he goes, hey, winning the MVP was cool, but like,
there's more.
I'm ready to win the Super Bowl.
There's more out there for me.
Do you think he saw Haley Steinfeld's profile raise with how awesome Sinners was and how much money it made? And he's like, whoa, I better step up my game.
I gotta level up now.
Yeah, Pitch Perfect or the sequels was the AFC Championship game. But then she made Sinners, and you're like, ooh, we're in the Super Bowl.
That's a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So you saw that movie.
It's tremendous.
Is it tremendous?
I also love Michael B. Jordan, though. So, I mean, why wouldn't you? He is handsome and a good actor.
If you were Josh Allen's teammate, would you have covered your eyes throughout portions of that movie?
No.
Okay, because I haven't seen it. I heard there was some pretty next level nastiness.
Yeah, but I think it's more from a violence standpoint than a naked standpoint.
I just heard something about a spit situation.
Oh.
I did as well.
Yeah.
I just heard about it.
Yeah.
I just heard about it.
I get it. Look, if you get turned into a vampire, weird things might happen.
I guess so.
All right. As we discussed yesterday.
From what I've heard about this movie, I just imagine that every time Josh Allen takes the ball to run and sees a defender, he's imagining that defender being Michael B. Jordan, and he's going to truck stick that dude.
Okay, but
and he'll never get tackled this season because of it.
I don't want to give you the impression that Haley Steinfeld has like a kink in the movie where she's like, spit in my mouth. Like, I don't want you to think, damn it.
You're on fire today.
Whatever. You guys are jerks. All right. NFL overreaction.
He just lost the point entirely.
Yeah. I gave up. I conceded. I said something so stupid that I concede the point. All right. NFL overreaction or reality. Sam Darnold has to prove himself all over as a quarterback again. Because I feel like last year, he really was doing a great job, and then they crapped the bed in their last two games, and now it feels like, well, that's why we had to send you away. Now you got to show me all over again that you might still be good.
100%, yes, especially because we've seen Kevin O'Connell and that offense make sort of chicken soup out of some level of chicken S.
Yeah.
And so seeing it in a different offense, and the last thing we saw was Sam Darnold just being the worst version of himself.
Yeah.
And that's what people are going to be remembering. So
Do you think he could not be chicken S, though? Like, maybe it wasn't just O'Connell?
I lean more that he's closer to chicken S on the chicken spectrum than he is to the soup.
Okay.
But the Seahawks defense is going to be so good that they will be competitive. I wear their offensive line, and seeing the way Sam Darnold, how many sacks did he take in a couple of those games late in the season? I think that could be a huge problem for him with Seattle.
I'm going to go reality. I don't think we saw him win the big game. He didn't prove his ability to win the big game and make the big plays in the big moments. And if I remember correctly, the Seahawks offensive line wasn't great last year. I remember Geno being under a lot of pressure, and that's kind of what broke Sam Darnold towards the end of the year, especially against the Rams in that playoff game. So I think he's going to struggle to start, but I think he's definitely got to reprove himself.
NFL overreaction or reality. Travis Hunter should be a full-time player on offense.
And so we're saying not defense?
Okay.
Or what does that mean?
So then that becomes the next question, because there's some thought that they'll hybrid him from the perspective of maybe they'll drop his offensive snaps by 15 to 20%. So the contention in this question is you can decide what you're going to do with him on defense in a minute, but it starts with he's a full-time offensive player. Whether that means the coaching staff keeps him out of defensive plays or only uses him 10% of the time, I don't know.
Okay, so I do think that he needs to be as much of a full-time player offensively as most receivers are.
You think that's his better skill set?
I do.
Okay.
I do think that is his better skill set. Now, obviously, people have differing opinions on that. I know Walchuk feels like at corner, if he just was a full-time corner, that he would be one of the best in the league, like pretty much immediately.
And don't you think it would be easier to be full-time cornerback and come in for 10% of your throw-in wide receiver plays than it would to be full-time wide receiver and come in for 10 to 15% defensive plays?
Yes, I do. We have seen Bill Belichick do that years and years and years ago with Troy Brown. You can mix him in defensively and be just like a dime corner or whatever in specific situations, put him in there. So I think both of them are doable, but
There's a part of me that just loves the idea, and we'll see if Trevor Lawrence can take the next step, but he's certainly competent. Now that you have Liam Cohen as the play caller, you saw what he did with the Buccaneers.
Yep.
Brian Thomas Jr. set the world on fire as a rookie receiver.
Stud, yeah.
The duo of Hunter and Thomas Jr. to me, just as a football fan, I need to see that as much as possible because that's going to be highlight reel stuff.
Okay. So same question for you. NFL overreaction or reality? Travis Hunter should be a full-time offensive player.
I fully agree with Eric. I think Jacksonville is going to be a team that wins games on the offensive side of the ball. I don't think Travis Hunter is going to move the needle too much for that defense to where it's worth taking energy away from the offensive side of the ball. And I think Trevor Lawrence still needs weapons to prove that he's worth that contract. So I'm gonna say reality.
You know what? I was prepared for this exact scenario. Bonus question to start with you, Jacob. NFL overreaction or reality? Trevor Lawrence is a bust.
I'm going to say reality.
Wow! I did not expect that.
Yeah, I thought he was good, and then right after that comeback win against the Chargers in the playoffs, but he just hasn't done anything since then. I thought that was going to be kind of a start to a really nice playoff run for him and the Jags, but they just couldn't get it done after that. So I'm going to say reality.
I think bust is an overstatement here. I just said he's competent and even above average.
Yeah.
And obviously he's in Jacksonville. He hasn't had the best situation from a coaching standpoint, but he's only flashed, like, he hasn't met expectations, that's for sure.
For sure.
And if he can't do it with Liam Cohen and two wide receivers like a Brian Thomas Jr. and a Travis Hunter, this is sort of the poop or get off the pot season for him of being like, do you have a chance to really be a franchise dominant quarterback, or are you just going to be one of these guys that, hey, on any given year, you can be my Sam Darnold starter for the Vikings, but nobody really wants to marry you moving forward?
I think NFL, I think underachieving, I'm definitely with you on that. One of the other reasons that it crossed into my mind is that he leads the league in turnovers since he came into the NFL.
Dang, I did not know that.
Despite the fact that he missed 7 games in 2024. So think about that. He missed 7 games. He still leads all players in turnovers since he came into the league.
That is pretty damning.
Just wanted to throw that out there. Did you guys enjoy this? Would you like to do NFL overreaction or reality again tomorrow?
So I'm a football guy, Jake. I don't know about you, but
I love the pigskin, so let's do it.
Give me the football.
Okay, good. I'm glad that you guys are in on this. But you know what? I feel like we need to do one more thing, Eric, before we go any further.
Let's give something away.
There you go. 877-881-1053. Caller number 10 right now will win a 4-pack of tickets to go see AEW All in Texas, July 12th at Globe Life Field. It's AEW's first ever stadium show in America. Of course, you can go buy tickets at AEWTix.com, or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 4-pack, 877-881-1053. Now, hopefully people are getting involved in the giveaway. Remember, we're going to do the Dermot Kennedy giveaway all week and the AEW giveaway all week. And then on the G-Bag Nation, 320, Marcus Simeon. So set your calendars accordingly.
I wonder if they're going to ask him who he feels like is the most disappointing player on the Rangers lineup this year.
Ooh.
Maybe they'll ask him that question.
Do you think they should ask it in the same way I've teased it off the air? I think it might have been in our tease today.
Was.
Guess what? We're going to push it. Who's the most disappointing player on the Rangers this season, and why is it Corey Seager? All right,
I think his response to that would be it's only Corey Seager because I, Marcus Simeon, have finally found a way to be respectable. Because otherwise it would have just been me.
Yes. I really wanted to have Marcus Simeon on our show to see if he remembers Mike Bassett gleefully chasing him down in the parking lot at spring training to tell him about the player for FC Dallas that I asked if he's super into his birthday since it's on Christmas, and he was like, well, I'm Muslim, so, you know. Mike thought that was the funniest thing that's ever been. The rest of that segment, he didn't ask a single question. He kept writing questions. He's like, hey, ask him about the resurrection of Jesus Christ. And like that, all the questions he wanted me to ask were like that. All right, we're going to go back to Cooper Flagg because we're not that far away from the NBA draft. We're what, 30 hours, maybe 30 and a half hours. So I wanted to get into Cooper Flagg, and that's the hype. All right, so we have talked about this quite a bit, and I wanted to throw this out there. So it starts with The Athletic, and then we're going to expand it out from there. The Athletic has the most hyped prospects going into the draft in the past decade. So this has nothing to do with how the player panned out. All right. It's not a referendum on their NBA career or anything like that. So these are just the most hyped prospects of the last 10 years. All right. So do you want to do top 10? That makes sense, right?
Absolutely.
Luka Doncic, number 10. And obviously, he has turned out to be great. But I want to say this. I've said this before. I'll say it multiple times. We were at the American Airlines Center on draft night. The first interview he did in the Metroplex, it was with our show. 90% of the fans listening that night were disappointed in the selection.
That is crazy because I remember being pumped.
Yeah.
And
at the time, I said he could be the best player in this draft at 3 different positions. And it kind of feels like that's come to fruition. I mean, it definitely has come to fruition. But yeah, 90%. Because why? He was white and European. And so...
Yeah, just somewhat of an unknown to the average basketball fan. And like Trae Young was a guy that you watched play.
And now you find out he can't shoot. So DeAndre Ayton, number 9. John Morant, 8. Markelle Fultz, number 7. I think people forget how high the expectations were for him. Look again. This is not a reflection of what you did in the NBA.
I mean, nobody knew that he was just going to completely short circuit. That's one of the more fascinating subjects of an individual in basketball history, at least as of the last decade or so. Like, what happened to him?
Okay, I want you to consider the next person on the list then, Ben Simmons.
Oh my gosh. And they were the same... It was the same draft class, wasn't it?
I think they were different draft classes.
Okay, my bad.
I believe, because yes, I believe they were different draft classes. But yeah, Ben Simmons is another great example that you're just like, man, I thought this dude was going to be unbelievable.
I was all in on both of those guys being fantastic. And they both short-circuited in a ridiculous, sort of unheard of way. It's crazy.
Markelle Fultz was the year after Ben Simmons.
They were back-to-back.
Karl Anthony Towns is number 5 of the most hyped prospects. So that means either Cooper Flagg's in the top 4 or he's not in the top 10. Guess what? He's definitely in the top 4.
Absolutely.
All right, number 4, Cade Cunningham. Number 3, Zion. So this one's a little tricky because I do think Cooper Flagg is more hyped up than Zion in terms of over time. Nobody in the history of basketball felt like in the moment they were more hyped up than Zion just because you'd seen all the incredible things that he had done. President Obama showed up at the UNC game to see him play and then his shoe blew out.
Yeah.
And then people lost their freaking minds. And but he had to build up to that. So when he started college, he was only the number 3 prospect. Cooper Flagg would have been the number 1 pick last year in the NBA draft. He's been the number 1 guy for a long time, even when he reclassified. So that means there's only 2 left on the list. Who do you think has more hype behind them going into the draft? Is it Cooper Flagg or is it Wemby? Or was it Wemby?
I think for as hyped as Cooper is and has been, I don't think we've seen a hype like Wemby since probably LeBron.
I think that's a very astute observation.
When you're 7'4" and I'll never forget watching the play where he shoots a 3 and misses it and then gathers his own rebound off the rim and dunks it.
Yes.
It's like he alley-ooped it to himself off a miss from the 3-point line. You're going, this truly is an alien-like extraterrestrial.
Was that the one where, was it Windhorst that they sent out to France to talk to his parents or something for 45 seconds?
Yes.
And it was like 3 a.m. there. And they're like, all right, well, let's go back to the studio. And you're like, that's it? You flew him all the way out for that? So I found another list that had all-time draft hype behind it. And so I wanted to kind of throw this in the mix as well. We talked about Wemby. Wemby is number 2 on this list, behind only LeBron James. So I think it's safe to say if you look at the past quarter century, which you've seen a lot of stuff come out as like past quarter century, all of that. I think you can make a very, very strong argument that Cooper Flagg is the 3rd most hyped prospect in the last 25 years, behind only LeBron and Wemby. Now, obviously, LeBron has somehow he has surpassed the hype. That is still mind-boggling that he was more hyped than any athlete in human history, and he's somehow been better than the hype. That's wild to me. I know Wemby had the blood clot issue, but early look is kind of feels like he's going to be the real deal. I know there are concerns about the health, though. And then you've got Cooper Flagg at number 3. So first of all, that's an incredible amount of hype and expectation.
Okay, I just want to say about Wemby, he played 46 games in this past season because cut short because of the clot.
Yep.
He still led the league in blocks.
Wow.
So that's just one example.
Wow.
I mean, they did 24 points, 48% from the field, 35% from the three-point line, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, and leading the league in blocks and playing like half the game.
And he was definitely going to be Defensive Player of the Year, and a lot of people thought he should have been Defensive Player of the Year as a rookie.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Again,
he's meeting expectations outside of the
exactly
just the blood clot.
Exactly. So that is one thing that's encouraging to me. Now, if you wanted to make an argument after that, would the next person be Ralph Sampson, who did not live up to the hype? The hype for him was unbelievable coming out of college. But I'm excited that just in this quarter century, not all time, he would be third, and the first two you feel pretty good that they lived up to the hype. And I think that's really exciting. By the way, from the 214, what does flag reclassified mean? So they have this thing, and it's actually, you've started to see a lot more people reclassify up, and that's when they change what class they're in. And so Cooper Flagg was supposed to graduate high school in the class of 2026 or 2025. So he should just be graduating high school right now.
Yeah, he should be heading off to Duke this fall.
Exactly. Like just a few weeks ago. And so what they do, sometimes maybe it really is for academic reasons. I've become jaded to the youth sports world, and I feel like most all of the time it is to give yourself an advantage. And so some people move up and reclassify and like, hey, I was supposed to be at your school next season. I'll be at your school this season because maybe they see a need. It's a need at linebacker. It's a need at point guard. It's a need at shortstop. It's a need at whatever. And you're like, I have the opportunity to play right now. Plus, I'll be 1 year younger when I hit the draft, 1 year younger when I hit my first big free agency contract, and on and on and on. It also works the same way sometimes to go back. And you'll see this to create potentially, I guess, kind of like a deceiving view of who you are as a player. So like, think about it. You're 14 or whatever, and you're like, hey, I'm reclassifying and I'm going to stay in 8th grade. All right. So then you're freshman and now you're 15. Let's say you start playing varsity, maybe that year, maybe the next year. And you're like, wow, this kid just started on varsity. He's unbelievable. And you're like, he's already 16. Like, he's not like a freshman like you would think of. And so sometimes I think basketball ratings especially get deceived by that because you're like, well, he's a year older than a lot of the people that he's going up against. And I think you've seen that a couple of times locally. You've seen it a ton nationally. So yes, reclassification. And that's what Cooper Flagg did. And that's why he didn't turn 18 until the season was going, because he should have still been in high school. And as Eric brought up, if he was 11 or 12 days younger, he would not even be eligible to even be in the draft class. And you'd have to wait till 2026. And, you know, I guess you'd go with, well, probably Dylan, not Ace Bailey. Ace Bailey is in the middle of a slide that we'll get to in just a minute. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and throw that out right now. As long as we're on the college basketball train, if that's okay with you, can I throw out another little draft nugget?
Please do.
Okay, great.
I'm starving.
Thank you very, very much. So let's talk about the saga of Ace Bailey. So Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey, the two players from Rutgers who, remember, did not make the NCAA tournament, they were going to go 2 and 3. That was like a lock. It was a done deal. So Dylan Harper is still going to go to number 2. But Ace Bailey picked up the strategy of, I'm not going to interview with a whole lot of teams. So he turned down a whole bunch of interviews and didn't want to work out. And he was like, that'd be fine. I'm going to go 3rd. And then some people started to say, oh, maybe he won't go 3rd. And then he was like, well, I won't go worse than 4th. Somebody will trade up to get me. Maybe that could still happen. We'll find out tomorrow. But then you also got news that he would prefer to go to a situation where he can really stand out and get attention as a superstar. Not where they can win, but where he can stand out and get attention as a superstar. So obviously Washington, they got to be salivating over this kid. They're like, hey, we're never going to win. You could get all the focus here. And so that's ended up, it looks like it's going to cost him because Cooper Flagg is going to go 1, Dylan Harper's going to go 2. Now it looks like VJ Edgecombe, the kid out of Baylor, is going to be 3rd. Con Kneppel out of Duke has shockingly moved up to the odds-on favorite to go 4. I think that's too high. And Trey Johnson, another local kid, and obviously he played his college ball at Texas, has moved up to the betting favorite to be 5. And Ace Bailey is now the betting favorite to be 6. And you might be like, 3, 6, what's the big deal? That is a big change in money. As well as, I don't know, about status or ego or whatever else. And we'll see. Maybe none of this will come to fruition. Some team will trade up or whatever, but it feels like this strategy has really backfired on him.
Yeah, this is a weird one. It's definitely been bad for the PR.
For sure.
So that's one of the things that I'll be most fascinated to watch come tomorrow night is just how much of a slide does he take because everybody's just so out on the kid.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Chi Block starring Eric Chiafalo.
Is Hagee worried about the Nature Boy after this alarming report? And I will tell you why this is the year for all of us to watch the ESPYs. That's next right here on The Fan.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got Eric Chiafalo all week long, Jacob Ray. But since we have Chiafalo, and it is 1 o'clock, let's start with the Chi Block.
Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. I'll give you reason to perhaps watch the ESPYs for the first time in a long time. If you're anything like me and perhaps Kevin Hageland.
I have not watched in a long time, yeah.
Haven't watched the ESPYs in forever. I think we might have good reason to do so this year. But first, I start, Hagee, in your realm, the world of wrestling. I'm seeing on the Reddit Tampa Bay page from Honcho Poncho. They're asking the question on the Tampa Reddit page, does Ric Flair keep coming to your restaurant and essing himself?
Oh, my goodness.
That's an attention getter. I think we're all clicking on that headline, right? You see that headline, you're clicking on it?
That's fair, especially because I think Ric Flair is one of the biggest pieces of trash walking the planet Earth right now. Woo! Whether it's assaulting people, stealing from people, deceiving people, all the divorces, just generally being a piece of human garbage with his decisions. But remember, Rick, it's never too late to turn it all around. But yeah, I would say this is rock bottom, but it felt like we had already hit Flair's rock bottom like 5 different times. And so who is taking care of him? If you look, Eric, I know that you have a wife.
I do.
But if she wasn't helping you out, like if you showed up in public one time and you crapped your pants, we'd have a conversation just to make sure, like, what happened, how did this happen, if it happened a second time, like, we need to get other people involved.
Right.
You said 6 times?
Yes.
Who's helping this person?
Allegedly, it says after the attention-getting headline asking the simple question, does Ric Flair keep coming to your restaurant and S-ing himself? He follows it up with more explanation. This dude has S-ed himself like 6 times this year, drunk as bleep at bars and other restaurants. He gets thrown out of Water Street in Tampa places all the time. Anybody in the service industry having to deal with this S2? So just a question that is being asked in the greater Tampa Bay area. Is Ric Flair, has any Tolo maybe visited there and seen him?
I mean, I know
having accidents. At what point do you say, "Hey, dude, you've graduated to needing the diaper"? Like you don't get to choose that. That's not a you decision anymore.
It doesn't seem like he learned lessons. I think he's in the midst of like his 4th or 5th divorce, so it doesn't seem like he learns lessons. But surely there's someone out there that can help get a diaper on him or tell him to stop going in public and just woo at home.
Shout out to the dozens of people that are packing the OKC streets for the parade today. I'm looking at the shots, and
how long is that parade? 8 minutes?
This is, if that, it would be a max of that. It looks like there's literally a couple dozen Thunder fans out there appreciating their championship team.
Why? What else are they doing today? Shut
sad.
The state down.
Yeah. I mean, we have our own here in the building, Ruben Portillo.
Yeah.
He's a big Thunder fan. Guess where he is right now? At work, like a loser.
I guarantee you give Ric Flair $12 and a bag of Depends, he'd be there.
Yeah, absolutely he would.
Would you call it a bag? It's like...
Yeah, it's
not a box, but it's plastic.
It's like a plastic thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what you would call that. Okay, so elsewhere here in the Chi Block... Let's go ahead and get you to the ESPYs.
Oh.
I will give you a single reason to watch the ESPYs this year. 3 words. Shane Gillis. He's hosting July 16th live on ABC.
Isn't that 2 words?
Are you familiar with Shane Gillis?
I am. I watched the TV show Tires. Thought it was quite good.
Ooh, are you watching season 2 right now?
Season 2 is better than season 1 because they're like, hey, what if we have wacky hijinks and shenanigans, but also an actual plot? And it feels like everyone's like, that sounds like a good plan. And I think the show is better off for it.
If you're not familiar with Shane Gillis's work, I have 2 clips for you. The first one is a little bit more sportsy. And if you're a big Romo guy...
Are we sure we can play these clips?
I'm not.
Okay.
We'll find out in real time together. This one I feel great about. The next one,
he uses some words
not.
that perhaps society does not accept anymore.
Hopefully I bleeped out the right ones.
Oh
Here's
my
Shane
God.
Gillis a couple years ago when Tony Romo was at the height of his commentating powers. And he was showing him love. He was giving him broadcaster flowers, but then also tearing him down for being a terrible quarterback.
Tony Romo's nice.
Anytime I listen to him,
Dude,
I'm
when
like,
he's just like
the
3rd and
best.
5, they're going to hit a quick out. Guy bottom of the screen.
He goes, no, what?
Right
no,
away.
He goes, keep your eyes on the linebacker right here. Watch what he's going to do.
Yeah.
And he
It's awesome.
literally does
It's awesome.
exact. Oh, it's
Yeah,
brilliant.
That's cool.
I think Tony is so keen that it's almost scary. Where it's savant shit, where you're like, is he a genius?
Yeah, it just shows you how untalented he was. He just knew everything that
He
was
knew all of
about
it.
to happen.
Yeah.
And still kind of
fucked it
sucked. He was ground level. Was like, I know you're going there. I'm going to try to throw the ball. Oh, you got it. You picked it off. Damn it.
That's a pretty good point.
Damn.
It's like, wow, dude, he really was a football genius from an IQ standpoint. And it still wasn't enough to win much in the way of playoff games.
He was psychic, but still lost on his sports betting. Like how you're like, how can that be? That is weird. Man, that is the ultimate backhanded compliment. You know all the things, but still couldn't really excel.
Still couldn't get it done.
Yeah.
A lot of people think it's Shane Gillis Alexander, and he just won the title for the Oklahoma
that's a good
City
point.
Thunder.
Makes sense. And he was the MVP.
Yes.
He should get to host.
By the way, 16.4 million viewers on ABC for Game 7. That's the most watched NBA Finals game in 6 years.
Ooh.
The problem is it's just over half the amount of viewers that the last NBA Game 7 or the NBA Finals Game 7 had.
That was the Cavs and the Warriors.
Yeah, that was like
right?
30 million plus.
And you know what? Everybody who saw that game, it lived up to all of the hype and more.
It was as good of a game as you'll ever watch.
Yeah.
Okay, here's one more little example of what Shane Gillis perhaps brings to the SB stage on July 16th.
I recently found out that the girl I'm dating, her ex is a Navy SEAL. That sucks. That sucks. dude. That's the worst ex of all time. I never even thought it. You want to feel insecure as a man? That's the worst. I never even thought of that one as like that could happen to me. I spent my whole life thinking, black guy, worst case on this. And by the way, I mean that with all due respect to the black community, dude. For real, I wish people feared my like that. I wish my struck fear into entire races. Nobody fears my dude. Nobody fears my
All right.
How uncomfortable are you right now?
I think in that clip, Eric just displayed why a lot of people think he's funny and a lot of other people think he should be canceled.
Wow.
They've attempted to cancel him multiple times. It just hasn't worked.
SNL canceled him, and then he ended up.
They got more popular.
They got more popular.
Do you know he self-financed that first season of Tires? And then it was really popular. And so Netflix picked it up and was like, hey, we got it from here.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah. And that's why the second season's like 12 episodes. And the first season, they're like, hey, this is what we can afford.
Big time respect to him for that. I do appreciate it. So Shane Gillis hosting the ESPYs. I will be in on that. How do you feel about this, Hagee, as a card collector gentleman?
You could see why that joke would make me a little nervous for our audience.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. So thank you for...
Like, let's say you had a sports radio station that pretty much was just 98% white people, and so the racism flies wild over there.
Mm-hmm.
Then you wouldn't worry about it as much here. But when you actually have a diverse audience, you have to worry about those kind of things.
My apologies for those who were offended by a joke that was said into a microphone by Shane Gillis. He will be doing that on your television on July 16th.
I did go to a comedy club in Fort Worth this weekend, and one of the things the comedian hit on was he thinks if you get mad at something that happens as a joke or in a comedy club means you're a loser. He's like, you're in a comedy club. Like, what did you think was going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, when the comedy club in particular, I get just a joke in general can be that type of way, but when you decided as an adult to go to the comedy club, you no longer have the option to get offended by really anything.
I know you have other directions you want to go. Can I ask you a follow-up comedy club question?
Yes. It's a great date night idea.
It is.
I love doing that.
It is. What if you get seated next to the obnoxious table and they're really loud and they're really drunk, and one of them, you're like, all right, you can get away with this, but the one next to her, like, come on. You do not have the leeway to be too loud or doing any of this.
Okay, gotcha.
If you were the comedian, would you eviscerate those people? Or would you be like, hey, we're all just trying to have a good time? Or would you be like, hey, will you shut the hell up? Or would you just start digging at them?
I think if you have that comedic type of capability to start roasting the folks like off the cuff from the stage, I love when that happens. The crowd work aspect. And sometimes that's all fun and dandy, and we're playing along here, and sometimes that's me just completely roasting you.
Yeah.
And I am totally here for that, especially because everybody in the audience, that's not an experience you'll ever get again.
Yeah.
And it is organic, and I love the off-the-cuff. I respect scripted comedy.
Sure.
But off-the-cuff comedy, impromptu, is, I think, the top tier of comedy. So I'm here for that 100%.
Now, Chiafalo, what do I do with this text? Chief is the best on the fan. I like that part.
Aw.
And the only reason I'm listening to KNC right now.
Oh, man.
Hold on. Did I just get Shane Gillis?
You did.
And
you got Tony
like,
Romo'd.
Yeah, he's like, I like your program right now, but normally I think you guys suck. And the only reason I'm listening is because of Chiafalo.
Incredible.
By the way, just trying to cover all my bases. I just told you I watched both seasons of Tires, so clearly I understand what Shane Gillis does.
Hagee gets it, dude. Hagee gets it.
I'm not particularly easily offended in real life. It's just you'd be shocked. For everybody who texts in and like get over it, you'd be shocked at the number of people who are like, I can't believe you said this one thing.
Yeah, it happens.
Like, shocked.
We get voicemails all the time on the boss's hotline of
And that's what I think they all sound like.
It's just called the haters hotline. It's just
man,
filled.
we should
avail
be a
that
segment. Yeah,
we always thought like maybe that shouldn't be for air, but we have all those voicemails lined up.
Why not?
Why not air them?
Yeah.
We have Emmanuel Acho creating a legacy formula. Championships won divided by the teams played for equals their player legacy. So Kevin Durant's getting
hammered. Is that a 0.4
in this one? Yes. Kevin Durant is, yes. God, gosh dang it, that's impressive. It is a 0.4 on the legacy score for Kevin Durant, according to Emmanuel Acho, who is one of the least likable human beings in all of television history.
And I'm sure Kevin Durant just let it go.
Kevin Durant, in fact, as the story goes, he did not let it go. And he decided to, in his off-season time, to get one more dunk in. And he dunked all over Emmanuel Acho because Acho tweets out this garbage legacy formula. Kevin Durant's at the bottom of the formula legacy list. And so Durant responds by saying, according to the great Kevin Durant's legacy formula that was created in the best labs at MIT, Emmanuel Acho is the worst linebacker of all time. You sure you want to listen to this guy about greatness? It's a fair question to ask. I think we all have the same answer to that. Hell no, we don't, KD.
All right. So there's a new formula I want to create. And maybe we could all think of this together. Who are the athletes or the people in sports who are like, no, I'm not going to let any comment fly. So obviously, I know he used to do SportsCenter. Keith Olbermann was part of that group.
Insufferable Keith Olbermann. I think that's his actual God-given birth name.
Kevin Durant is in that group.
Okay.
Well, when we did Are You Better more frequently, I would always say that I was better than Dana White, hoping he would get word of it. Because for a while, there was no battle too small for Dana White to fight. Is there anybody else you could think of that's in that group that if like their name even gets brought up, they're like, that's it. We're going to war now. Because, I mean, I get it. Like, I get why Kevin Durant is upset. Someone's dunking on your legacy that people listen to, and you're like, BS. Mm-hmm. But, like, it seems like he'll get involved with anybody who says anything about him.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm sure people will text in some names right now. But in the meantime, I have great news to bring everyone. This is phenomenal.
Oh.
I don't think we were prepared for this.
Oh, my God.
Finally, some innovation that matters. Capri Sun is making 15-inch XXL juice pouches. This is not a joke. This is 15 inches worth of 20 ounces of Capri Sun juice, over 3 times the size of a standard pouch, just in time for summertime. Okay.
Did they make the straw and the straw hole bigger? Because some people still can't figure that out.
That can be troubling, but that's also part of the pageantry of the Capri Sun experience. Okay, you got to earn the right to sip on that thing.
Okay.
And now, when you do finally get the straw in that tiny hole, I believe the hole is still tiny, but the straw is much bigger now to accommodate the extra inches of the pouch.
Sure.
You now get to enjoy much more than just a run-of-the-mill, probably 2 adult sips is your average Capri Sun. Now you're going to get like a full-fledged beverage.
And then
you get to walk around with this giant, like, it's a tall boy Capri Sun.
I love it. Because you have to squeeze it unreasonably, and you're like, all right, there's no more juice left in here. Is it just the angle of it? Because it feels like when we're just normally putting a straight straw in the hole, feels like people can understand. But when it's that straw with the edge on it, like Capri Sun has to open it up, and it's at an angle, it feels like we all lose sense of our hand-eye coordination.
Yes, and I can speak to that myself. It is not easy. You would think over time we would have adapted as a human population to be able to get this. But it's not the case. It is still a struggle. But again, 15, I would think that somewhere Corey Majors is on a beach right now, soaking in a summer 15-inch Capri Sun.
Yeah.
Why would he not be?
See, now I'm trying to think about, will people try to mix some booze in there? So they're like, I got my tall boy boozing it up Capri Sun.
It's going to be a beach mixer.
Okay, I like it. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Chi Block. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Rangers players most likely to be traded, unless you want the team to be buyers. Next, right here on The Fan.
from Scorp?
Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
He awaits the 3-1. and here it is. Swinging a high fly ball out into deep left center field. Racing back is Langford, still going back, and this one is gone. That ball carried well to left center, just over the wall, a little to the right of the 376 marker. Holiday in opposite field, 3-run blast to give Baltimore a 4-0 lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And again, I hope it's obvious why we didn't play any Rangers offensive highlights coming back, because
we'd have been searching for the rest of time.
Yeah, we really would have. Hopefully tonight. And so I don't know if you guys feel this way when you have Chris Young every week, including yesterday on the G-Bag Nation. You hope the Rangers win in general, but then you especially hope they win the day before you have one of their representatives on, because you're like, hey. Because Boch will be much more apt to like dive into fishing and things like that. And if they lose, or have a good time, if they lose, doesn't really feel like the opportunity for such things is there. Now, you'd mentioned something earlier that I'm really intrigued by this concept. The idea that you have to earn your way to be a buyer at the trade deadline. All right?
Yeah, that's my stance on it.
I think that is a really astute observation. And so I'm going to ask a potentially foolish question to start. Do you in any shape, way, or form? I don't think I said that right.
I think it's way, shape, form.
Yeah, I already knew. Once I said shape, I was like, you messed it up.
It's like PEMDAS.
I should have just given up. Feel that the Rangers have earned the right to be buyers at the trade deadline.
I mean, their pitching staff has. I understand if the pitchers are looking around going like, hey, yeah, let's swap out some of these hitters for something. Because we need to get some guys in here. We are pitching at a championship level for the most part. We've seen some dippage, but most of those guys can stand tall and say, hey, I've been doing my job, and I would actually like to do my job and do it in October and actually win games. So from that standpoint, yes, but otherwise, absolutely not. I mean, you're under 500 right now.
Yeah,
and you're 7.5 back in the division.
Yeah.
And with Seattle looming, that could get worse on you. Hopefully, it's an opportunity to climb in the division. But no, at this point, they have not come anywhere close to earning the right to be buyers here.
Okay, now with that in mind, then the logical position would be to be sellers. Now you can stand firm if you want, but we're not doing that for this segment.
I thought it was interesting when Thad Levine came on with Sean and RJ a couple of weeks ago, and he's like, you don't stand pat. You make a choice. You don't just want to be the team that's just sitting there, whatever, unless maybe you're the Dodgers or something, and you're like, hey, we got it all. But that's it. That's the one of one. That's the outlier.
Okay, so I'm going to throw out 3 names for you, because ESPN has put out their trade deadline candidates, and they've made it palatable for all of us by ranking them, which I feel like is always the way to go. Chris Martin, number 42 on the list. Now, this is somebody that we've talked about has done a really tremendous job out of the bullpen. But to your point, if you're not going to be buyers, Chris Martin is not necessarily somebody who you might picture as part of your future, as he just turned 39. He could be moved out of here. He is on the list at number 42. But I want to get to the 2 other players that people might be, at least this season, more familiar with. Tyler Mahle. Tyler Mahle is number 24 on this list. Chances of a trade, 30%. So Tyler Mahle has slipped a bit, and obviously he's been out for a little bit with the injury. I think he'll be back significantly sooner rather than later. But this month, he's only made 2 starts, but he's given up 8 earned runs in 11 innings. Before that, his ERA was 1.64, and he really looked like he could be a legitimate candidate for Cy Young. You've started to see his strikeout to walk ratio kind of wobble a little bit, because all of a sudden it's less than 2-1 for his last handful of starts. And so if you're not going to go for it, Tyler Mahle is a very logical decision to send on down the road for a team that's looking for starting pitching.
100%, yes. And hopefully he comes back and can show after this IL stint that he's still got some level of plus production.
Yeah.
And even if it's not to the same extent that it was pretty unsustainable the way he came out of the gates here. But that is still a guy that a lot of teams would find great value in if they're going to the postseason.
Absolutely. A sub-2 ERA feels like, unless you're peak DeGrom, maybe a little bit of Kershaw there, feels unsustainable. Absolutely. And somebody said, don't trade Malley. He's not doing bad. I don't want to make it sound like he is doing poorly. I'm not saying that at all. But I think in his last 5 starts, he has 19 strikeouts versus 11 walks.
Yeah, and isn't he on an expiring deal?
Yes, exactly.
So it's like, if you're not going to make the postseason, you might as well get something for him right now.
Exactly, because he's another player that, like you said, is coming off an injury. By the time the season's up, he'll be 31. I don't know what kind of deal he'll be looking for, but I could see how it would not be necessarily in the Rangers' price range. Now we'll get to a player that has been with this team for a little bit. He has been a postseason hero. Number 26 on the list, Adolis Garcia. And this is what I found to be interesting. Adolis Garcia has an 80% chance of getting traded per ESPN.
Wow.
So I was talking with Mike about this the other day, and sometimes Mike wants to tell me about his broadcasting experiences. Sometimes I want to vent to him about the Rangers. So one of the things that we said was Adolis Garcia was in a place where you're like, who are you going to get that's going to put up those kind of numbers for $8 million a year? And you're like, ooh, that could be tough. All right. Well, if you look at this year, I know he has a good WAR, and he's on pace to have a very solid WAR for the season. But his OPS is 685. He's hitting 233. He has 9 home runs and 37 RBIs. So that means he's on pace for the year for 18 home runs and 76 RBIs. So 18 home runs, 76 RBIs, 233 batting average, and 685 OPS. And there's a decent shot he's going to want to raise, I would imagine, in arbitration. So he's got one more year of arbitration. Maybe we're talking about $12 million. Well, now all of a sudden, if you're the Rangers, aren't you like, I can find somebody who can do that for less than $12 million?
Totally.
And if that's the case, much like you brought up with Malley and an expiring contract, why don't you move? Like, you should probably move off of him. We're at least enough removed from the postseason heroics that I think the fan base would be okay with that. I was really adamant last year that it would be a mistake to trade him just because he was such a postseason hero for this organization. I know some people disagreed with me, but now I think you're in a position where you can move on if you want.
Yes, and I think you can say that about most these 30 or older type guys on the roster. With the way that this season has gone, the frustration is so high. I think it would almost be, it would be something that would appease the fan base. Like, at least you're showing that you're doing something.
For sure.
We're not just going to stay status quo. And it's crazy that he leads your team in ribbies with 37, and that's like 75th best in all of Major League Baseball.
It is disappointing. It is very disappointing. All right. But let's say Chris Young's like, the hell with that. I can't handle another losing season. We're going to do everything we can to make this happen. How do you feel about Emmanuel Clase? Now, I know the logical thing is going to be, hey, we traded him away. But he's on ESPN's list as the 13th best player that's likely to get traded. And one of the fits listed is Texas. Now, obviously, you have to be careful not to do a thing where you fall in love with the name. Because Emmanuel Clase was unbelievable last year in the regular season. And then what happened in the postseason? You saw him get rocked. And what's happened since then? This year, he has really tailed off from where he was last year. He already has as many blown saves this season as he did all of last year.
Yeah, I mean, he's issued more walks and gotten fewer ground balls while allowing more damage on his cutter. That's 99 miles per hour. But just compared to last season. So he's one of those guys I would be interested. But really, if you want a right-handed guy out of the pen, I think I want Durant from Minnesota.
Okay.
Now, he's probably going to cost more, though, right?
Yes.
Because he's actually pitching well right now.
So I'm glad that you brought that up and that's somebody who ESPN's got as a 40% likelihood to get traded. He turned 27 before the season started. he does have a couple of blown saves, but his ERA has been tremendous. They haven't used him necessarily kind of in your more traditional closer spot. Now, he can do that, but you've seen a little bounce around. I think I don't know about that when you say, would he be more expensive? Because I do think that maybe you're still looking at a situation where Clase carries, I don't know, name cachet, and people are like, I saw what you did during the regular season. Because, like, Clase has the ability to be the best closer in baseball. Like, fact. Now, you can argue that the postseason last year kind of broke his mental focus, and maybe he can't anymore. Whereas Durant, he's been phenomenal this year. He's been really solid the last couple of years. He always brings you a standout whip, and he has shown that he can close out games. So that will probably cost you a lot because contractually you'll have him for a while as well. But that's what you'd be more interested in than Clase, yes?
Yeah, I would be. And hopefully the bats do enough over the course of the next month to feel like, hey, okay, now really let's just go add to the bullpen here. See why it's talked about. I mean, every team really, if you feel like you're a postseason team, everybody wants more bullpen help. I would love to get to a place where this lineup is enough to where we're not making trades for hit batters. We're just able to go put a cherry on top of the bullpen. But that is big time hopium at this point.
So I looked at his contract. He avoided arbitration this year, $4.1 million. He's got 2 more years of arbitration. So you'd have him under control for 2.5 years.
This is Durant?
Yes, this is Durant.
I love that.
And my guess would be, 2 years, $14 million total. Would be like the arbitration numbers that you would essentially come up with. All right, so you're in on that.
I'm
and
in.
then, by the way, if you wanted to go offense, can I throw out one more option? Josh Naylor with the Arizona Diamondbacks. He has a stout batting average this year. He's actually hitting .303, and if you're like, that's old-timey stat, don't care. His OPS is .824, and obviously with some of the problems that Berger's had this year, both injury and struggle, you can look at first base and be like, I see an immediate need there, unless you think Ezekiel Durant's really going to take up first base and like have a solid run right there.
Can't bank on that. That's for sure. Naylor, batting over 300 this year?
Yes. At a time that I know the batting average has lost a lot of its luster in its OPS time, but
hey man, beggars can't be choosers. We need anybody who can do anything from a plus standpoint.
And he does have a good OPS this season. Now the downside compared to the reliever we were just talking about, Naylor is going to be a free agent after this year. But that might make him significantly more available than Durant. You know what I'm saying? Like the Minnesota Twins might be looking at it from the perspective, well, I'm sure they're looking at it from the perspective of they're like, hey, maybe we could still make a run this year. The Minnesota Twins are, at least from the wild card, not in a dissimilar situation than the Rangers are. So maybe they'll be like, hey, when we bring it back next year or the year after, he can still be part of this. Whereas the Diamondbacks, they're fine, but they might be like, it's an expiring contract, so let's get something.
Could be a full-on fire sale there. They got a bunch of guys that could be moved.
Yeah, and look, in that division, you're never going to be able to spend with the big hitters in there, but you also know that no matter how many players you get rid of, you'll never be as bad as Colorado.
That's true.
So
there's always that plus.
That's a positive. I don't know how many teams actually manage around let's not be the worst team in the division, but if they did, you're fine, Arizona.
Silver lining.
Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Lady?
Sweet
No.
I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where in the break we've learned from Evan Grant that near, far, wherever we are, Cody Bradford is going to require elbow surgery and he will miss the rest of the season. To wallow in misery together, courtesy of D&M Leasing, although they're great. It's not their fault this happened. We bring you our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how were you and how are you now?
I'm doing about the same, Hagee.
In your face, Brad.
Taking it in stride here. I mean, the good news is they still do have more than enough starting pitching, but this they've had the best pitching staff for a lot of the season without Bradford. But yeah, this hurts because how important health is with big league pitching, and now this is just one guy you can't depend on for depth.
And it really sucks on a day when you're already having to do a bullpen day. Yeah. And I know Evaldi's coming back, and we're feeling good about that, but it just sucks on the day you're like, well, we have to do a bullpen day already, and you're like, Cody Bradford, don't count on that.
Yeah, this blows, man. The day's ruined before 2 p.m. What the hell? Feel lied to? Yesterday we had CY on the show. It seemed like everything was going to be good. Everything was awesome. Cody Bradford was trending towards a rehab assignment. And then now he's not only going to be done for the rest of this year, he's probably missing 2026.
I don't think CY lied to us, though. I just think new information came available. Like, all right, I'm not sick anymore. It's time to go out here and pitch. And then maybe he pitched last night or this morning. It's like, I felt it again.
Yeah.
And they know.
Yeah, the setbacks happen. But it's just, I always worry about this with the pitching. You know, it seems like.
How can you not?
And it's every organization. It's like all of a sudden you think something's trending in the right way. And then, well, actually, you're going to need to have Tommy John. So it's a bummer. And for Bradford, who's been so good, and then unfortunately just has not had an ability to stay healthy. And he's a local kid from Aledo. We got to have an awesome conversation with him in the clubhouse this year. Like, I'm rooting for Cody Bradford. I'm a big fan of his. So this really sucks.
Yeah, great local guy. And wasn't he their best pitcher to start 2024 for like a month and a half?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
So we felt like we're ready for this breakout now from Bradford. You had to wait again, and now we have to wait again. And it's got to be nervous time. You know, I think if you're Bradford, like 14 months ago, you were thinking, "Holy crap, I'm about to have an awesome big league career," and now you're in this mid-20s trying to overcome injuries mode.
Yeah, and so now bullpen day today. Then you're going to get DeGrom tomorrow. I would assume Evaldi on Friday, and then that bumps everybody down a spot, and then you go Rocker, Leiter, Corbin. Who now Rocker and Leiter, you don't really have the leeway. It would seem at the moment to be like, hey, you're struggling again. Let's go back to whether that's the minors or just take a minute or whatever, because you're going to need them unless you want to go back with more bullpen days, especially since we know that John Gray is still a little bit of a ways away.
Yeah, we need John Gray to come back and be super solid.
Will you believe Chris Young, if you have him on again, he's like, John Gray is almost ready?
I think so, because that's just a break, right? That's a little bit easier to
that's true.
project.
That's true.
But yeah, I think this puts more pressure, to your point, on Rocker and Leiter. And
sure.
with Rocker and Leiter, I'm just hoping for positive while we are patient with development.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a little bit more difficult to do that now.
And I do, Bryce.
Our bats have Tommy John.
Oh my God,
that's the problem. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's the pitch, and we're kind of like hopeful that guys are going to come back
for
and
sure.
I'm to this point, and maybe something did happen. Chris has come on and been super with us in a lot of different ways, and and hey, maybe they did have a setback.
But I was going to ask
you. I'm not even worried about the pitching.
Okay.
I'm honestly not worried about the pitching. I heard you guys earlier talking about trading pitchers. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about broken bats.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm worried about not scoring enough runs or being consistent scoring runs. That's been the downfall of this team all year.
It's been easy to not worry about pitching until now, but the last 2 starts haven't given you a great chance.
And I think if you look back over the last 3 weeks, and the reason I totally agree with you, for sure. The bats have been terrible this year. The thing that worries me about the last 3 weeks of starting pitching is you have struggled to even get to 500 with the best pitching, I think, in the first half in Rangers history.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens if they fall out at all? It feels evident that our bats are not coming to save us, and I don't think Jock Peterson is coming to save anything.
Hell no. I mean, no. It's and talking about trading, and if you've got pitching that's kind of hurt, and that's the only thing you've got holding you into the season, you're interested in trading that right now?
If it feels like a lost cause.
Well, yeah. I mean, if we have a couple more games where it's 6-0, it's going to be the lost cause.
Yeah.
I just, like I say, we've talked about hitting. It's going to come around. It's going to come around. It's going to come around.
Half the season's over.
I don't know. I'm more interested in Ric Flair soiling himself all over Florida.
What do you think about that Reddit post?
I just need something positive right now because
How
I am
old is
so
Rick, by the way?
fuming. I'm fuming at the Rangers.
75 probably is.
It happens. My dad let one rip in church the other day, and like
Dropped his pants.
He might have. I don't know. I mean, he's 86 years old, and like all of a sudden, it's a quiet portion of church.
But I don't think that's why
Everybody's
this is
standing up.
happening.
Everybody's standing up, and it gets a, and everybody's kind of like, I'm just looking straight ahead, and it's the first time it's happened in a lot of years, and I'm sitting there, and everybody in church is old too, and they're kind of like, hey, at least it wasn't me.
Yeah.
My dad acted like nothing happened.
Except he didn't want to sit down again after that.
He did. He sat down, but it's the thing about it. You get to a certain point in time, and crapping in your pants is not a bad thing.
You just soil yourself.
You're so old. You don't.
Good thing.
Well, you don't. Yeah, if you're your age right now and you crap in your pants, Eric's age. It's a really bad plan.
Can I have permission to tell a 1-minute story about that? All right.
Yeah. You wearing a catheter?
No. So we really avoided a bullet 2 weeks ago. So there's this Family Guy episode where they hire Michael McDonald as their backup guy, and he repeats everything they say. And at the end of the episode in Family Guy, Peter does a fart, and Michael McDonald goes, fart. And so around the house all the time, I say that. And unfortunately, Noah's to the age where he repeats everything. Nice. And so he'll go, fart. Yeah. And so we had some relatives up that we hadn't seen in a couple of years. And one of them got up off the couch and did that. And she goes, oops. And we were all terrified. Me and Jess were terrified that Noah was going to go, fart. I was so scared that was going to happen.
That. Make sure you get it on video if he does.
Oh my God! Yes. Luckily he did not, but it was a close call. What do you guys? I know you got Marcus Simeon at 3:20. What else do we need to know about the program?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We'll talk about these Rangers and the breaking news right out of the gates, and maybe ask Simeon about it coming up at 3:20.
I think that's a great idea. We got Bruce Bochy tomorrow. Cody Bradford out for the rest of the season. He will need elbow surgery per Evan Grant. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. They got it covered. Left, right, up, down, every other direction that you need. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say our bats have Tommy John, Kevin.
They really do.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in on a Toxic Tuesday here on The Fan. We're ready to go 3 hours with you. Rangers pregame's coming up at 5 o'clock. Let's get some runs. General at your service. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 in Fitzhugh. Feathering his nest. You got Wolchuk here. Nice job by Geopolitical there working with Hagelin during the KNC Masterpiece. Salute to those boys. Hope they have a great afternoon. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. We do have the breaking Rangers news. That's a tough one. Congratulations to Cody Bradford for making to a point in his career that it sucks when he's hurt.
Yeah.
And, with Tommy John, if that's what it is, he's going to have elbow surgery. They aren't sure if it needs one type or another. And, so we'll get a timeline a little bit later on. But it stinks for him and it stinks for the Rangers because when Cody Bradford, when last we saw him in 2024, he was trending towards being one of the better pitchers they got. Mm-hmm. So they'll have to go the rest of the way with him. But as we said during Crosstalk, they've had a tremendous pitching staff without him so far. And it doesn't, need to mean that their run is over. But dang it, we need to get some offense going, and we'll hope for the best tonight. 5:35 first pitch.
Yeah, I think the pitching has been outstanding, and at times it's been absolutely brilliant. I know that there's been some here recently where there's been a little bit of struggle, but man, it's the thing that's actually carrying you to be a 500 team right now. And without it, this team would be well back in the standings. But we've talked about, you asked me this a while back, Dawson, the hitting, and I said, will it ever get better? And I'm like, I don't think so. I just don't. I think they are who they are. And
right now you're behind the Angels with this offense. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, and so to me, that's kind of where this is. You are who you are, and the Rangers just don't hit. They don't have any timely hits. When they do get people on base, they can't find a way to manufacture a few runs. We asked about, yesterday the questions was about small ball and stuff like that.
Do whatever you can to move a base runner.
And then the general manager says, well, that's really not Boch's way of playing, and that's cool. Boch is he's a multi-time World Series manager, but you need to kind of think of something differently here. It's just, you're just giving away games to teams that are just, they're just in as bad a shape as you are, I guess.
Yeah, 7.5 back now of the Astros. You're only 3 behind 500. The Orioles are 10. This is a team that you should be able to beat if you're just underperforming, and it's unfortunate because just as we get confidence going again Friday and Saturday here, you slide back, and now you're behind the Angels in the standings. Unbelievable. 7.5 behind Houston, who's kind of figured it out. It's going to be Latz and Morton tonight.
Well, and Charlie Morton blows.
Yeah.
This dude stinks. He's 41 years old. He's in the last go-around. He's basically just out there because the Orioles don't have anybody else to go with. He's got a 5.64 ERA.
Tear him up.
You can't score some points, some runs tonight. This thing's Dunsky.
Let's do it.
Go ahead and wave the white flag.
Bully Melrose
I'm
making it.
selling at the deadline if they can't go ahead and get 5 or more runs against Charlie Morton.
Well, the good news tonight is Corey Seager is back after a day off. The advanced stats say still making elite contact, just not quite barreling the ball up and driving it like he used to. And I know that's going to be a big point of emphasis here as we get to Jared Sandler coming up at 4 o'clock. We will have Marcus Semien on the show at 3:20. That is awesome. A legend, 2023 MVP candidate. And, just had a tremendous career. And now, in the month of June, 921 OPS here for Marcus Semien over the last 3.5 weeks.
Well, they tried a lot of different things to keep him in the lineup and play him at a lot of different spots in the lineup. And so he has kind of worked his way back. It's good to see that, that part of it. But, it's every time you feel like, was it 1 step forward, 2 step back with everybody else? You just, you get guys that get a little hot for, a couple of games, few games, and then the next thing you know, they're back to not hitting things. And, Bochy's tried different things with the lineup. It's just, They just don't hit. And that's the last thing. When we left Surprise, Arizona, and we got on that plane, I'm thinking the one thing this team is going to be able to do is score runs. Just watching, for a week and watching the lineup and the way, and it's like, man, this is a tough lineup from 1 to 9. It is a tough lineup to deal with.
And now I feel surprised when they push across 2 runs in the same inning, or when somebody's on and you get that ball in the gap. It's like, wow, what is this?
Yeah, it's fun. It's like, oh my gosh, it's exhilarating. It's like, 2023 memories. This is what it was about to have a good baseball team. But like I said, it's guys like Josh Young that you thought was going to be a cornerstone player for you.
Sure.
And he has just been brutal his last 30 games. He's been awful. Jonah Heim, clearly career year in 2023. I don't think he's ever getting back there. He looks so uncomfortable in the box right now. Yeah. It's just guys that maybe just flashed and had a career year. You caught lightning in the bottle, and I don't know. I mean, now I think that the track record and the sample size just shows you that they've pretty much, this is what they are, and Josh Young's still a young player, but that's a guy that you really need to start to see a spark from moving forward.
You do, and that's part of it. Young and Evan Carter, how much they produced for the World Series run on both offense and defense, and I refuse to believe. Maybe I'm being stubborn. What do you think at 877-881-1053? The Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open for you. I refuse to believe this is who they are. Maybe last year the World Series hangover was a real thing, and I think this year, as we approach 3 months into the season, it's getting harder and harder to deny. I think there's a lot of talent here, though, and just the bad luck of having guys all having down years. Now, I'll take it if we're all going to have great runs at the same time, and when they're out of sync, they're all out of sync. But maybe the best Rangers news of the day, I didn't see this on Friday, but it does go to Derek Holland. The Morning News had a story about it today. UTD announcing that he is going to be joining their pitching staff as the pitching coach.
Congratulations, UTD and Dutch, man. That's awesome.
I tried to kind of click on that link, and I couldn't figure out where he was going to be coaching.
Yeah.
It was weird. Maybe old man problems.
Yeah.
But I was like thinking, okay, where's he going to go? And I should have just texted him and asked, hey, where you heading up? But good for him.
Yeah, I think he could be great because, he has such a good way of talking to the younger players.
His communication skills are outstanding.
Aren't they?
They really are.
And his understanding
makes you feel comfortable.
Pitching and everything. I thought he'd go be a great broadcaster. Mm-hmm. Like our interactions with Dutch over the years suggested that he would have the broadcast chops to do that if he wanted to do. But I think the lure of staying in the sport and being between those lines or being in that dugout's just too much fun.
Putting on the uniform every day.
Oh my goodness,
that's what he lives for.
Okay, Daniel Gafford lives for blocking shots and rebounding and scoring about 10, 12 points a game, and he's expected to sign a 3-year extension with the Mavericks. Maybe I should have led with this because I'm feeling positive about it. I just think it's a great signing. Their ability to dominate in the paint should be the best in the league when AD is healthy. But $20 million a year, I think this is. We're in the arms race because we got Vegas money behind us. I think if Mark Cuban was owning this team, he'd have thought, we can't add more. Yeah. Are you kidding me? We're going to go into luxury tax threshold, and for every dollar I spend, I'm going to have to write a $2 check to the league for revenue sharing. We're not going into – but now that you have this Vegas money, you get to acquire players and then sign them to extensions and say, maybe – we're at risk of losing tens of millions of dollars, but because the organization that owns this is worth $50 billion, that's a drop in the bucket. So we can continue to be aggressive, trying to build winners, keeping good players. And there's definitely a downside to this. I think in order for me to be very confident about this organization, I need that Vegas money with competency in the front office. We've seen in pro sports over the years in a lot of different leagues. If all you have is money and you try to buy a championship, it's not going to work. But if you have money and competency in the front office, eventually it's too much to deny. And I don't know how many teams out there are going to have the financial appetite for risk that maybe the Adelson family does.
It's a big bonus. I mean, I was pretty stunned to see that yesterday with the Daniel Gafford news. Mark Stein and others had reported that they would rather keep Gafford and P.J. Washington than trade them. But I just kind of was assuming, man, you've got so many bigs right now. Now, I will say, the health there, that's a big question. Like, I love Derek Lively. He has not proven he can stay healthy. Even Gafford missed some time last year, and we know about Anthony Davis. So this is a Maverick team that ever since Tyson Chandler, they've been on the search to try and acquire bigs that are reliable and good rim protectors. Now, hell, your front court might be looking the best in all of the NBA.
You got two of the best centers in the game.
You mentioned Lively. At 19 years old, are we really worried about him?
Yeah. I'm not worried.
Injuries?
What do you mean?
Injuries.
Yeah, well, the injury factor, yes, until he proves he can stay healthy for a season, you've got to just kind of factor in that he's probably going to miss some time.
He is so long and obviously a little injury prone. I think it's got to take time for him to build up the upper legs and the core and the back strength. Steph Curry went through that. His first 2 or 3 years, he couldn't get right, and then he really committed. He found a trainer that could make it make sense for him, and then he turned himself into actually one of the strongest pound-for-pound players in the league. That's Steph Curry, even though he doesn't look like it on television. He actually holds team highs in the weight room over there for Golden State. So I think it's going to take time, and getting hurt early in a career often puts guys, like you mentioned, Tyson Chandler, same thing, hurt a lot.
Okay.
Put him on a path to, I need to be round the clock taking care of my body.
Yeah, I just was wondering because I have a lot of, in talking to folks over at the Mavericks, they absolutely love the kid, the work ethic, everything about him. I just wonder, though, if he's always going to be a guy that's kind of dealing with injuries.
Yeah, and a lot of big men are. A lot of big men go through that where maybe
I feel
60.
like that young, that kind
You're
of
right.
That's a little bit troublesome.
It is, especially because he's lean.
When he plays, I mean, he is a badass.
Incredible.
But then you're like, gosh, dang, he fell awkwardly there. Oh, he's out.
I mean, if he could get healthy and then get that corner three or that above the break three to start dropping, like he showed in college, he's got a pretty good touch on the outside. Celtics trading Drew Holiday to the Trailblazers for Anthony Simons and 2 second-round picks. I don't know what Boston's plans are, but it saves them $40 million in luxury tax payments. This is kind of what I was just talking about with the Adelson family. Like, once you make that team and you get to the top, are you willing to keep spending and maybe losing money? And Boston did it to try to repeat. But it obviously didn't go well, and now they're like, okay, we can't be losing money and going out early in the playoffs, especially
new
with Tatum
ownership
hurt.
there too with Boston.
Yeah.
That might be something that, I mean, I'm not saying that they went from a broke guy to another broke guy, but maybe a little bit change of plans there with how they're handling that money situation.
A little different, I think when you win and it's easy to get caught up, and you got this major financial windfall, it's easy to keep throwing money into it, thinking maybe we'll go back to back and build this little dynasty. But once that's up, I think a lot of teams are going to do, like this happened to Denver 3 years ago. They won the championship. They weren't able to keep any of their bench. Yeah. And now Russell Westbrook has gone. It's like a 6-man team once you get into Supermax territory. Okay. 60 on soccer. Messi is back in the news. I remember 2 summers ago that story was so hot when he came to Miami and played up at Toyota Stadium, FC Dallas. Struggled to maintain momentum from there, but they are on a run of unbeaten games now, and they've advanced in the Club World Cup, so they're going to face PSG, where Messi played 2 seasons. That's going to be in the round of 16. He'll face his former team for the first time since departing in 2023 to join Inter Miami. Messi, Suarez, Jordi Alba, Sergio Busquets, all facing their former manager after playing under Luis Enrique at FC Barcelona. I don't know how much legs this story has. We talked with Sammy Khedira at the Super Bowl, and it was really awesome. The legend himself, and they were promoting this Club World Cup. Maybe when we get into the elimination phase, it'll get a little bit more traction. Aaron Rodgers with Pat McAfee today saying this is probably it. That's why I only signed a 1-year deal in Pittsburgh, and reflecting on it being 20 years. It's been 20 freaking years. It's been a long run. I've enjoyed it. No better place to finish than one of the cornerstone franchises in the NFL with Mike Tomlin.
One last ride.
41 years old.
Yeah.
Wow. So, that'll be – I think that's going to be one of the bigger storylines of the offseason and going into training camp. And then as long as Pittsburgh can keep winning, they had that hot start last year. Do you think they're a quarterback away? Are they a Rodgers away here with Metcalf instead of Pickens now?
I mean, defensively, they're always going to be good under Mike Tomlin. I love Caleb Johnson, who they drafted out of Iowa. DK Metcalf and Pat Freiermuth are solid wide receiver and tight end options for you. We'll see about Roman Wilson, who was the wide receiver they took out of Michigan 2 years ago. He's a good slot player, but I don't know that I look at them and say they're a quarterback away. I still think they're in a really tough division and a tough conference. I just don't have them quite up there with, say, Buffalo, Baltimore, Kansas City, even Cincy with Joe Burrow. It's a tough out, man.
It's crazy. The 4 best quarterbacks on the AFC. It's like the opposite of the 90s now with this dominance that the AFC is putting out there. And you're right. That's a tough division, much less conference to get through. Top 10 is coming up next after the G-Bag of the Day champion. Well, Chuck, what's the subject today?
Well, the Tolos have voted, and we're going to go with the top 10 most underrated fast food sides. We had National Onion Ring Day. Shout out to Lucius on Sunday, so we'll party with that. What's an underrated fast food side you love? We'll do that next in the nation.
Plant your flags, Tolos. This is your afternoon show.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
DFWsecurity.com.
DFWsecurity.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Rangers pregame is at 5 o'clock tonight in Baltimore. First pitch, 5:40. This segment of the nation brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. The Bullies top 10 here in just a second. Let's go to the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Let's go. Hey, man. All right, G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30, and we play the champion right here at 2:20-ish. If you see anything floating out there, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. Our winner is a church combo pack. It's still the winner because there's been no competition. Winning by default probably should right now at this point. Let's see here. 2 clips for you. That's what a combo pack is. This reverend is saved, sanctified, and filled with the holy pause.
Good. Come on, do me a favor. Look at a neighbor and say, neighbor. Have you tasted him this week?
Oh, no.
What? Come on. That was the wrong neighbor.
Yeah, that was wrong.
That was the wrong neighbor?
That was the wrong neighbor.
I don't know if there's a right neighbor.
Boom, there we go. Damn buttons.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a right neighbor for that one. You look over at your mama. Have you tasted him this week? This is crazy.
Just slap you right
this
there
is
in
crazy.
church.
Church is uncomfortable. Awkward. All right, and this other one right here. Why are they pranking the prayer request?
I'm praying this morning for Sister Mary Flanagan and also Brother Harry Dick Jones.
Harry Dick Jones.
Happy birthday, Harry.
Shout out to the Jones family.
What happened to the Jones family?
Just love them.
Harry Dick Jones out there. He must have a heck of a party here after the congregation. We do have some breaking news. You have the Pelicans and Wizards making a trade. C.J. McCollum and Kelly Olynyk going to Washington for Jordan Poole and Sadiq Bey. So shuffling things around, trying to get their houses in order. It's a big week for the Mavs. We'll have Mavs content coming up here at 2:40, a little rim session. Here's the Wooly Bully with his top 10.
Man, Washington's going to have a ton of cap space available now for 2026. Over $100 million. Wizards trying to be out there to make some moves.
It's the Wizards.
Exactly. It's like, gosh, that's one of those franchises, like most miserable franchises in sports. Being a Washington Wizards fan.
I'd still go work there if they offered me a job.
Whenever they're good, it surprises me. I'm like, what? Washington's a playoff team?
Wait a second. What? They finished 4 games under 500. They made the playoffs. This is crazy.
Talk bad about these teams until you're like, you need a job, and then you're going to go.
Oh, please. I'd love to get a job.
Oh, wow. Where do I need to go?
Yeah, offer me one. Yeah. Offer me one. All right, 877-881-1053. What are the most underrated fast food sides? Do want to give love to Caitlin Clark, though. And the rest of the WNBA, man. The league has seen a big-time uptick in merchandise since the start of the regular season.
They got cool gear.
They do.
Their uniforms are not bad.
500%. They are selling over the same period last year with fan gear sales over the first half of the season. It's the highest in league history. Your top-selling WNBA player merch is Caitlin Clark, followed by Angel Reese of the Chicago Sky, Sabrina Ionescu, and Kate Martin of the Las Vegas Aces, who was Caitlin Clark's teammate at Iowa.
Heroes and villains, man. It's so good for ratings when you get some of these really fiery type of storylines. I was watching one thing said the WNBA now has a problem on its hands because what's kind of fueling it is this. You know, it is the face-to-face confrontations with the Fever and the teammates, right? Now Cunningham's coming in. I guess this gal's a black belt. She's going to fight for Caitlin Clark. And, you know, the WNBA has a decision to make, like, is this how we want our business model to be? That are we selling great women's basketball or are we selling confrontation?
That is
They fight each other, too, on other teams.
Yeah.
Every one of these teams has a little bit of Detroit in them.
They go after the coaches, too. It's
they're all
during
willing to fight each
timeouts,
other,
like
bro.
the coach has got the board, and it's like, the players just totally disagree with the coach.
Don't you just lean into this if you're them then?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
Right?
It worked in the NHL. Fighting in the NHL made it a hockey win.
I mean, I've always said this. We're just naturally, we're interested in that as human beings. I mean, it goes back to gladiators fighting in the Coliseum. Like, we like conflict. We like the drama.
People that play basketball are well aware of that level of conflict and drama while you're on the court. It's nothing new for any of the participants. I think, the other thing about it being a girls soccer coach is the girls are more physical and nasty than the boys a lot of times, because the boys know there's a line that on the other side of this I'm going to get popped, right? And the girls, like, they go up to that line and they trample all over it. They're wrestling around it, like, so things build. And I think that's something that, maybe could be good for the sport if they want to do that. But I think a lot of non-basketball people are observing it going, oh my gosh, he just got pushed down. Oh my, they're going after the best scorer. Yes, they've been doing that for 50 years. The best scorer, if you dance and shoot threes, you are going to get hammered. That's how we talk about basketball being in the 80s as we turn it into legendary status. Like, oh yeah, back then you couldn't go in a lane, you were going to get knocked down. And I think the ladies' game is giving you quite a bit of that.
And shout out to Paige Beckers, of course, our Dallas Wings. She's got the number 2 highest jersey sales in all the WNBA. And Paige has been absolutely fantastic. It's unfortunate the Wings are struggling, but she's been brilliant. I mean, the future's bright here for our Dallas Wings.
And there are a number of really good players in this league, and I do understand the criticism of, hey, we're making this about Caitlin Clark, and she's maybe the 8th best player in the league. She's the NCAA all-time leading scorer. She plays maybe a more entertaining brand of basketball, and that's going to get eyes, but I think there's a lot of great players out there, and the benefit for them here is that they're going to get new eyeballs coming in.
Absolutely.
But I could see how you might be a little bit resentful of it. Like, I'm way better than this gal, but the league is about her. But if in the business sense of it, I saw another number: 1 out of every 6 tickets sold by the WNBA this year is to see a Caitlin Clark game.
Yeah, they shouldn't be resentful. Like, I mean, I get some of the older veteran players who are like, we were here already, we've established this league, but it just by those numbers, everybody else is now eating too from that. You've got an opportunity now to maximize your brand off of this. So,
but that's the nature of competition.
Yeah. A little bit of envy.
That this is I don't like her.
Right.
And that's how sports go.
Hey, fuel it, man.
Yeah, we say we want more I don't like you in sport. You're getting a lot of that right now. You know, nobody wants to lose or be shown up. And if there's a new hot player coming in, absolutely, they're going to get knocked down in every league in the world.
I mean, it happened to Jordan, bro.
Yeah,
it looked like it didn't happen. He got beat up,
right,
dog.
Yeah.
Had to put on 20 pounds of muscle.
Got beat up.
No, it's a good point, because the NFL's kind of pivoted away from this, right? Everybody's buddy-buddy now. We're doing jersey exchanges afterwards, or kissing and hugging each other pregame. Maybe not so much kissing, maybe just a little slap ass going on out there. But hey, either way, it just seems like a freaking love fest in the NFL. What happened to the old school rivalries?
Yeah.
We can fight each other.
But you're looking at 31% from 3 and 5.5 turnovers per game. Not even close to numbers, right? You're looking at a volume shooter who has some great highlights right now and has captured the attention of America.
All right, let's talk fast food. I give the people what they want. We did have the option to possibly do top 10 greatest NFL players of all time. CBS Sports has a new list out for that. We'll get to that some other time this week. But let's do most underrated fast food sides in honor of National Onion Ring Day, which was on Sunday. Lucius, did you dabble? Did you get some onion rings?
I did have some onion rings on Sunday. Yeah, they had a burger with onion rings on the side. I for sure did, bro. Delicious. I crash out on the weekends and break all diets.
Hey, as you should.
Yeah.
You deserve it. You kick those feet up, baby, and you enjoy that weekend. You're working your ass off. We have some honorable mentions. Firehouse Subs Chili is on here.
Really?
Didn't even know they had chili.
I didn't even know Sub Sandwich Shop counted as a fast food, but I'll take it. I'll take a good food wreck anywhere I can get it. I think the Mott Sticks at Sonic deserve some. And then are the chicken fries at Burger King a side or a main?
No, that could be a side. That's I view them as a side. I would never eat just chicken fries as a main, but I'm also a large individual. Maybe others out there, that'll fill them up. That'll be fuel for the day. I think that's absolutely.
How many chicken fries do you get in a bag? Do you get like
maybe 12?
Oh,
they're kind of like stuffed into one of those boxes, like the old fries box.
Oh wow,
maybe 15.
Are they like chicken strips? I mean, not strips, but like chicken fingers.
They're like straws. They're like built kind of like a straw.
I've never had these things.
They're nice,
pretty solid.
Are they like a dipping sauce?
Yeah, they give. Yeah, you could get your choice of dipping sauce. You just do a little dip. You're on your way, man. Chicken fries are good. I do enjoy those as well. We got texts coming in. Hush Puppies, and I'm a big Hush Puppy.
Oh, man, Hush Puppies, catfish, so good, bro.
Man, I'll tell you, Rockfish has some delicious jalapeno Hush Puppies. Those are some of the best I've ever had. We've also
my guys over at Nate's, if we're throwing names out, Nate's has got like this little garlic bread tray they put out there with butter all over it and the Hush Puppies and stuff.
Okay, well,
as an appetizer.
Yeah,
that's right off the jump.
I'll pop in there and say hello to see what Nate's got going on. Yeah. The Chick-fil-A mac and cheese from the 817.
That's really good.
You're a fan?
Yes, I am. Creamy, cheesy.
Yeah.
Baked well. Yeah. Let's go.
I think Popeyes is also doing the mac and cheese. I'm not sure if it's been so long since I've dabbled in either of the
Lucius,
Chick-fil-A or Popeyes.
when's the last time you had Popeyes?
It's been a hot minute.
It's been a minute.
Dirty
I
rice
love
any
'em.
good, or is it?
I like the red beans and rice.
Okay.
Yeah, with the
Better-
chicken. Sometimes get the chicken strip and I dip the red beans and rice.
There
in,
you go. Yeah, there you go. But better than the dirty rice, right?
Oh yeah, I'm not eating that dirty rice.
Yeah, the Popeyes red beans and rice got a vote from the 469. 469 also coming in with the celery and carrots with blue cheese from Wingstop.
Wow.
They give those to you for free, but maybe some people are really loving those.
I'll pass.
Wendy's
Sometimes
chili.
I'll say this.
Are they?
I mean, so you be like, I got to get
this-
some veggies in there somehow.
Sometimes the celery's a little wilty. It's kind of soft and
I've
bendy
seen-
and not really having much crunch to it.
A little discolored.
Yeah, I've had a couple of those.
I've gotten some bad
experience.
celery.
Yeah.
The KFC coleslaw and corn on the cob.
I don't think that's real coleslaw, man. I think they're doing something.
It's probably packaged.
Yeah,
they
but
used to have the potato wedges, which were pretty good.
It's cut so fine. It's got no taste to it. I don't
Dude,
think.
one that I'll shout out is, and you can, I think, Golden Chick or Chicken E, but the corn nuggets, I think are
I've
outstanding.
never had either one.
Oh, big fan of the Wingstop corn getting texted in. Golden Chick's dirty rice getting some love.
Fried okra, bro.
Fried okra's great. You got to do it right though. Can't have it slimy like.
Oh no, we're not doing that.
But the breading's falling all over the place.
No. Burger King used to have mac cheese stuffed hot Cheetos. It was the best from the 817. It was the best.
Anybody doing a Wendy's baked potato?
Ooh, Wendy's baked potato is going to get some mad love here. That is a great call, Brian. That is a great call. So number 10, we've got the Papa John's Papa Bites, underrated side.
Is that just dough and cheese?
It looks it's like almost looks like a garlic knot, but instead it's like stuffed with the pepperoni and the cheese.
Okay, there you go.
9, we have Carl's Jr. fried zucchini.
Never tried it.
I wouldn't mind it, but I'm stunned that something like that has been on. It must be good. Maybe
Carl's
we dip it in
Jr.
some
is a
ranch.
California company.
These
right?
are underrated, right?
They're underrated.
Okay.
underrated,
Because I'm like,
okay.
where's the
some
tater
randos.
tots? Where's the seasoned fries? But it's underrated.
It's underrated.
It's the sneaky joints.
Yes, it's not the best. It's just underrated. That doesn't get. Really, it's probably not a lot of people order these.
Yeah, you're right.
8 is the Taco Bell Cheesy Fiesta potatoes.
Those are crispy potatoes.
Cheesy Fiesta potatoes became a permanent member. It basically just looks like cheese, sour cream, and potatoes.
Yeah.
That's what you're getting in there.
It's fried potatoes with cheese and sour cream. That's what it is.
We had a lot of pie love coming in here, like Whataburgers, that strawberry pie that they had, Williams chicken, corn fritters, and jalapeno poppers.
Oh, jalapeno poppers are crazy, but that can't be slept on. Jalapeno poppers are like we all understand that that's good.
Good.
Those are pretty popular, I think. 7 is Sonic's pickle fries.
Oh, see,
I've never had those.
neither have I.
Could be good.
Fried pickles is not a bad deal.
Now I am a fan of the fried pickle chips. Over
That's
the
the chips. Yeah.
But these are
The long slice one is too much. It's a commitment.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want a little piece.
Just a little taste. Just a little nibble. 6 is Arby's Mott Sticks. Those are damn good. Those are damn good.
I need to stroll back through there. I don't know how they compare to the Sonic ones.
Man,
I think they were my first. Before I would go to Sonic, I would go to Arby's and get those joints. I feel like they season them a little bit better. That Arby's season, whatever it is.
You always remember your first.
Man,
I think they're
sure
better.
do.
I think they're better.
What's up, homie?
5 is
For your pride.
5 is Jimmy John's. This is weird. Pesto bow tie pasta salad.
I didn't
That's
know
a
that.
sandwich spot.
I didn't even know had
We've got
this.
2 sandwich spots.
I was
on
always like a sandwich and a bag of their chips with the salt and vinegar, and then move on.
I'll say this, and this is something that Eric and I have disagreed on our entire love affair. He is not into cold pasta, so like pasta salad that's cold.
Oh wow,
I love it.
I do too.
Like a macaroni salad.
Yeah,
I'm into it. So I'd be in to try this pesto bow tie pasta salad. I don't know if it's a seasonal or what they do with this. 4 is Little Caesars stuffed crazy bread. Crazy bread slept on, but now you're stuffing it
Crazy
with
bread
cheese.
is good.
Damn good.
Yeah, it's good.
And I feel like Little Caesars, man, for the value.
I feel so guilty eating it because you'd be like 3, 4, then you dip it in that marinara, scraping the side, and nobody's even had one yet. You just had 3 already.
I gotta go order more.
Yeah, sorry.
3, and this got texted in a lot. The Jack in the Box egg rolls.
Yeah.
They're good.
Yeah.
They are good.
Yeah. Especially at 4:38 in the morning.
Oh, yeah. You need to get an egg roll fix.
Maybe 2 boxes of those.
You jump in there and, man, so good.
The little tacos in the box, in the Chinese to-go box are good, too.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that's a side, but...
And I think they are kind of sides, right? And the tacos at Jack in the Box sides.
They put them all in that.
I feel like they're sides.
They put
they're
them in
$1.
that to go. That the mini tacos they're just all packed into that little to go box, and I'm like,
they're doing good things.
Yeah, it's like I don't care. I'm just like my hand. It's so messy, and I don't care. It's just so damn good.
We go back to Arby's for number 2. They've got jalapeno bites. So that's their version of the popper. But they've got the bite, and this is melted cream cheese.
I didn't even know your game was like this, Arby's.
Dude, Arby's gets a bad rap, dude.
It really
does. I know that you've always spoken highly. Brian, you've brought Arby's for lunch several times. I think Arby's is good.
Yeah, I used to think they were trafficking because it was like one car there the whole day, and that was the worker.
Good.
But still, they're there for 10 years.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you doing this?
Yeah.
I know you by name. It's been a while. Number 1, though, Brian brought us most underrated fast food side. The Wendy's baked potato.
Oh, is it? Okay.
The Wendy's baked potato at numero.
You can doll that thing up. Make it right.
I mean, they're giving you chives.
Bacon bits.
Yeah.
Sour cream, bacon.
Sour cream.
Doll it up.
And load it up, man.
Shoot, you can put that chili on there.
Yes.
Ooh, that'd be a good combo right there. That's the way to do it. So there you go. Underrated fast food sides.
I'd get some onion rings or other things to put in that as well. And that
Just stuff it in.
Just make it
now
a
we
big.
just got a side bonanza.
Yeah, exactly.
Whip some mashed potatoes
I
in
love
there.
that.
Oh, it's already
Wendy's should up there.
Yeah.
Wendy's should get
Price
onion
big.
rings. I don't think they do. They should.
All righty, thank you, Boley. The
Brian,
top
sounds like
10.
I got shot with a dart.
You know we're in the spirit world.
right now.
I tell you what, I'm
Is
on
that double?
so much medication right now. I mean, I'm lucky I'm awake.
There were 2 giant orange pills on the
Yeah.
console right before the show started. I think they might be kicking in.
Penicillin.
Do I sound like I'm talking like this?
Kinda.
A little slow.
Just a little bit. Yeah, not that slow, but not too far off. Bully, where are we going next?
All right, let's go around the rim. The reporter that stole the show at the Thunder Parade, and LeBron's weighing in on the Cooper flag fit with your Dallas Mavs. But got to chat with you about my friends at Collars & Co. I know you've heard me talk about them. They've got the dress collar pole.
lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, it's Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I don't know your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This only radio station telling you what we saw, not what we read on social media. From now until the end of Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, turn it on and leave it on. Your Cowboys station, 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 3:20, it'll be time for Marcus Semien, the Rangers player show here. Sebastian Walcott had 2 hits this afternoon as Frisco got a win up there, the Rough Riders got a win up there in Frisco. Hitting .244 with 8 home runs in 65 games played right now for Walcott at just, 19, 20 years old. That's the future right there, and it's great to see him. Yeah, still just 19 years old in 102 days out of Bahamas. I don't think it'll be too much longer. Maybe September next year for sure. Here's the Wooly Bully with some sports.
All right, so much NBA going on. We got the draft tomorrow night. Cooper Flag Mania is upon us here in Maverick Land. So let's go ahead, put the kids down for that afternoon nap, and let's go all the way around the rim. All right.
Yeah, I didn't know it was around the rim, bro.
It's okay.
I thought it was just regular basketball talk.
Let it rain!
Yes!
Rain dance!
Rain dance! All right, now we get the vibes. Thank you, Lucius. LeBron James. Everybody's listening when LeBron's talking, right? Maybe some don't. Maybe some have checked him out already. Cooper Flag, though, he is on doing his podcast, the Mind the Game podcast. He's excited. He really loves this fit in Dallas for Cooper. And
whose podcast is it?
This is Mind the Game, LeBron's.
Oh, okay.
So here's LeBron giving his thoughts on this marriage between Cooper and Dallas.
I personally think that he wants to be great. He had a hell of a year at Duke. A guy that can do so many different things on the floor, can play with the ball, can play without the ball. His jump shot is going to continue to get better, super athletic, quick second jump. And also, he has the benefit, unlike myself, he gets to join a team that's established.
Right.
With Hall of Fame guys, Klay Thompson, Anthony Davis, Kyrie Irving, right off the bat, Hall of Fame coach Jason Kidd. These guys are like, they can give him the whole blueprint while he continues to learn what his blueprint will be. And I think that's going to be an incredible thing for him to have that type of presence, that type of leadership, that type of just basketball IQ and knowledge around him every single day from those pieces. So I think he's going to be amazing.
I'm super excited. I mean, the closer we've got into this, and Christian Clark had an awesome article today out on The Athletic, and he was going through the inner circle of Cooper Flag and his trainer, Matt McKenzie. Like, he, from a young age, he was in 7th grade, and he's playing against D1 recruits that are seniors in high school.
Nice.
Like, they've consistently had him playing against upper competition, so not a huge surprise that when he's like 17, he's saying like, hey, man, I'm good here. I'm playing against the USA Olympic men's team, and I'm backing down Drew Holiday, and I'm making jump shots over, Bam and I'm dominating and holding my own, I can go to the NBA, go to the college in Duke, and then now I'm going to the NBA here, and I'm going to be 18 years old, year one. So there's some great nuggets in this article, like Trey Murphy from the Pelicans was, hey, should he be here? This guy's kind of young. He hasn't done anything, this and that, and the third. But he more than proved that he belonged there. Like, NBA players were taking notice as soon as he showed up. So I'm pumped, man, to get Cooper Flagg. This is actually a dream, considering just how down in the dumps we were after the Luka trade. And the basketball gods were smiling on us. Hell, maybe there was some finagling going on with those ping pong balls. Yeah. I'm not going to say there wasn't. But either way, I can't wait to make this official tomorrow night, and let's get Cooper Flagg in a Maverick uniform, and hopefully this is decades now of a Dirk-like run.
That would be amazing. The only thing that would be better is if I was the GM, because I would look at this as a golden opportunity to build around Lively and Flagg, and I try to create what the Oklahoma City Thunder got. Right now what you could get for Davis and maybe Irving. I know it's just so complicated because of Nico's situation. But I think a lot of front offices would be very excited about the opportunity to try to win now. And if that doesn't work, let's blow it up quickly and make sure we get draft picks, because this could be the next dynasty. Maybe you want to try to win a championship first, like the Spurs did with David Robinson and Tim Duncan, and then have that baton passed over the next couple of years as, you try to win multiples and build for the future at the same time. But because they got Flagg, all in all, I think it's one of the best situations in all of basketball, with the money, with the veteran stars, the young stars, which kind of makes it weird that so many coaches want to be leaving. I hope that this is, in solid hands with Nico, and despite the Luka trade and the decision and everything that went there with not putting it out for bids, that still you have a great GM in there. I hope that, he doesn't have more surprises in store for us, because everything was good up until Luka.
Yeah. I mean, it's not, I do think Nico gets team building and understands what he wants to put together, but it does seem like there are so many red flags right now. I don't know how good he is in terms of relationships with people. It almost sounds like it's the opposite from what we're hearing in Dallas with Brian Schottenheimer, who wants to create like the best sports culture that we've ever seen. Nico, I think it sounds like these guys are kind of getting run out of there a little bit.
It's a little bit of a culture of fear is what I'm hearing.
There's a little bit of a few.
Sometimes that's horrible, but sometimes it's great. Sometimes that's exactly what your team needs, to not care about people's feelings. I'm here to make great decisions. And there was a lot that had to be cleaned up after Mark Cuban, so I could see where a new ownership group would be like, man, this guy's pulling us in a much more buttoned up direction. Like, you don't rise to the top of Nike in the way that he did without having a lot of great skills you can bring to the table. I think the biggest flaw of his was he overvalued Anthony Davis. If you want to decide to trade Luka, I can understand that. But the bringing back Anthony Davis was the big mistake there, and it's the only thing that I can really hold against Nico for his entire 4 or 5 years on the job.
Well, it's the Anthony Davis thing's fascinating because Bleacher Report today.
Did you say not getting more for Luka? Did you say that part?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
Getting Davis for Luka.
Yeah. No, I mean that the return on that, Lucius, will always be, no matter how anybody felt about Luka, the return is laughable.
But I just put something on Twitter, right? Because a lot of people say you traded Luka for a guy who's more hurt. Over the last 3.5 years before that trade, Luka had played in 223 games. Anthony Davis had played in 214. I'm not saying that to defend the decision to get Davis. I'm just saying it was closer.
Yeah. Anthony Davis had a clean bill of health up until, unfortunately, he got hurt after the trade, which is just like, okay, well, that's a tough break for you right there. But Dan Favale of Bleacher Report wrote about this whole Cooper Flagg sweepstakes should really just change the Mavericks' look at how their team is now. And at the trade deadline, they should be looking to flip Anthony Davis. And I think all of us have had that conversation about, that would make a lot of sense. Especially now with the deal with Gafford. You're going to have Gafford and Lively. I know AD says he'd rather play the 4 than the 5, but if you're going to keep PJ Washington here and you're going to have Cooper Flagg, go ahead and recoup what you lost and get something for Anthony Davis here.
That's why I said it'd be better if I was GM, because do you think Nico can trade AD right now? I don't think he would.
I think he's too stubborn.
I think he loves him too much and he's stubborn.
Yes, I absolutely, because he would be admitting defeat, like he made a bet. But again, he could find a way to spin it to where, well, now we've got Cooper Flagg. Now all of a sudden this 3-year window I was preaching, that's been propped open now to where, yeah, I do have a young nucleus of talent I can build upon with Flagg and Lively, and that changes my perspective now. Things have changed here. And Luke is apparently in great shape. He's had significant weight loss. He's on a strict diet, according to Dan Woik of The Athletic, and he's looking fantastic in all the pictures that we've seen. So this is going to be scary.
Yeah, and I think in some ways that's exactly what he needed, was to be traded and then have J.J. Redick call him out. That double whammy, right? We heard after the trade that it had woken up the monster in him. No, it didn't. He was still out of shape by the time we got to the playoffs, and he was the main reason they couldn't defend. And if he could defend, they probably wouldn't have gone out as easily as they did. So, I think this is a huge opportunity for Luka to hit his potential if he can carry this through. We've seen him try to get in better shape, and then months later, he's totally lost that momentum. And I think everybody can relate to that in our audience. Well, 99% of us can. There's 1% of you out there that stay fit constantly, and salute to you guys.
Sure, yeah.
And that is the majority of pro athletes, are that 1% that stay locked in, either through the blessing of genetic material or hard work or a combination of both. And Luka just doesn't have it. We've never seen evidence. And by the time you hit your mid-20s, like trying to find that gear in your life, it's a stretch.
I'm hoping for the best for him. I'll always love Luka and thank everything he did for us here in Dallas and wish him success. But hopefully Cooper Flagg makes us not miss him as much.
I'm learning something about this Mavs, though, with Nico, and you wonder, like, I didn't know there was this guy named Matt Riccardi. It's the
assistant GM.
The assistant GM.
Came over from Brooklyn.
Yeah. Sounds like this guy's got Nico's ear. And I wonder if he's kind of walking him through things.
He's a big cap specialist. I mean, that was his calling card coming over from Brooklyn. I remember CA really breaking down what his background was. So when they did that
like
whole big
numbers guy or
numbers guy. Like, how can I fit these contracts all together? Like when they did the whole, what was it, KD, Harden, and Kyrie there in Brooklyn, he was kind of the architect of trying to piece together all the financial aspects of it to make that whole thing happen.
That's huge, because I know in this offseason, Rich Paul talked about how, putting together a team in light of the salary cap is more important than ever. You have to have expertise, and you have to have players that are willing to take less to be part of something greater, understanding what's the difference of $50 and $60 million when you're talking about a retirement portfolio. And if you're willing to forego that extra 10, we can do something special. So hopefully Rich Paul and Ricciardi and Nico can all get together and come up with a plan to, because I know Rich Paul, who's the agent for LeBron and agent for AD, his main focus was, how do I put AD in the best possible situation to win big? So you got a lot of very important and powerful people with great accomplishments working on this.
Very true. We've got audio of this Thunders reporter that went bat bleep crazy. We'll get to that a little bit later on in the program.
Appreciate it, Wolchuk. Marcus Simeon's coming up in 20 minutes. Top stories. Ranger hurt, out for the year, next in the nation. I want to chat Frankels with you, though, because if you are hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, we highly...
our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a fantastic day. We are 20 minutes away from Marcus Semien joining us here, the Rangers Player Show on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. I teased Rangers news, the breaking news. And, we talked about how when you hear about these elbow and arm situations with the Rangers, I mean, we had Eovaldi already that we're about to get through after a month outing, but how nervous we get. And it always takes me back to, how am I forgetting his name now? The Japanese pitcher.
Our
beast. Yeah, Yu Darvish.
Nomo.
Yeah, Nomo. Yeah, Nomo. Rookie of the year, 96, I think. But Yu Darvish.
Shin-Ho Park.
Yeah, Yu Darvish. We were flying out to spring training, and we heard the day that we're getting on the plane, Yu Darvish had a little triceps thing. He's fine.
Yeah.
2 days later, they're like, yep, he's going to have Tommy John, and he's out for the year. And, since then, I've always been sensitive about these things, but it's been a trend in baseball for like 10 years now where they don't want to tell you until it's official. So I guess Cody Bradford went out for some sort of a bullpen or a tune-up, or maybe he just woke up and felt it. But whatever was healing enough for them to think that he could do bullpen work last week, that didn't come together for him. And now he's going to have elbow surgery. So we got fingers crossed. Sandler's joining us in 1 hour, but fingers crossed it's not full-blown Tommy John.
Yeah. The Jared report was that he did experience a setback. It's going to be elbow surgery, and according to CY, it's not yet known if this is going to be the internal brace procedure or Tommy John. So if it's Tommy John, then he's probably out all of 2026. If it's the other one, the internal brace procedure, maybe he's got a shot at pitching next year. But I'd look at this as you're probably not going to have Cody Bradford for 2026.
Is the brace the thing you always talk about, Dawson, the Tommy John with the extra stuff on it?
No, I think that was
I think they're separate.
Yeah, there's Tommy John plus the brace.
Okay.
Which is reattaching a ligament in the forearm somewhere.
Okay.
Which kind of makes it stronger.
And reinforcing it. Yeah. So, the good news is that there's never been a better time to have Tommy John surgery, and we're seeing right now with Jacob deGrom just how good this enhanced Tommy John that was invented about 2 or 3 years ago is, compared to previous. But yeah, what are we looking at? Is it a 14-monther? So maybe he could pitch in August and September of next year?
Yeah, possibly.
It's unfortunate if they couldn't do this surgery in March.
I know. It just stinks that you end up having a setback like this. We heard CY told us yesterday he was sick over the weekend. They were hoping to do a rehab, but yeah, to your point, who knows? Maybe you just sleep funny and something bad happens. I don't know.
Yeah, I know, baseball players have been injured taking the garbage out before. There's all sorts of funny baseball injuries that can happen, but I think this just is they were hoping that with time and physical therapy, he could heal up and give it a go. Like, I think Nolan Ryan famously dodged Tommy John one year, or maybe it was rotator cuff, but they were thinking he was going to need an operation, and he gave it some rest and worked out, and of course, Advil, and he got the job done. Whatever the case, Rangers baseball is coming up in under 2 hours now with the pregame in Baltimore. A crucial piece of the schedule. The Orioles are not a good team, and you get 2 more with them, and then they're going to be at the Globe next week with the Mariners sandwiched in the middle. So, 5 of your next 8 games against these birds, with those 3 against the Mariners, if you are going to start making up ground, this would be a perfect place for a turning point. But I think after last week, the sweep and then winning the 2 over the weekend and then getting to Sunday and falling apart like that, then last night, we might be back in some summer doldrums here once again, hoping for signs of life from this baseball team. And that's got to start with Corey Seager. The good news is Marcus Semien is killing it. He's going to join us coming up in about 15 minutes. Mavs news, draft approaching. Daniel Gafford getting a 3-year extension. Do you guys like the move? Do you guys like Daniel Gafford? It's $20 million a year. Are they overpaying?
Well, that's what he wanted. He had said that was the expectation. If you wanted to keep Daniel Gafford around, he was going to want at least $20 million. So,
and he was going to get that on the market for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He's been fantastic as a Maverick, what he's done defensively, the rebounding. He's given you some really big-time offense. There's been some nights where he's put up 20 points for you. And I guess it kind of goes back to our conversation, the opening segment about Lively. Because as much as I love him, he has been hurt. So now at least you have 2 guys there that can carry that load throughout an 82-game season.
You like Gafford, Brian?
I do. The thing about it is, I'm the point with Gafford. I thought the physicality that he played with, that kind of temperament, it gave you a little bit of toughness about him.
Yes.
So yeah, I was thinking that deal was going to be far greater than $20 million a year. So yeah, I'm okay with what's going on.
I think the way that he played against Oklahoma City was the reason they felt like we got to go get Hartenstein. Like that, the activity, the shot block. You're getting 2 blocks a game. He can score. The catching of alley-oops. He is a really, really good player. And I would like to say the Mavs have built a collection of role players. I don't know if everybody understands how much better these guys are than your Dwight Powell and
there's just no
Dorian Finney-Smith.
Yeah,
you got so much skill.
Skilled bigs. Yeah.
Gafford's only 26. I mean, this guy's in his prime right now. If they also get a deal done with P.J. Washington, which a lot of people are reporting, I mean, you've got yourself a pretty damn good core that is going to be young and in their prime.
One of the toughest things to do, and salute to the Thunder and the Pacers and the Celtics and a few other teams for figuring this out, is, hey, if we're positionless, we can switch everything. It's going to make defense a lot easier. The advancement on that is, instead of 6'6" guys, can we do it with 6'11" to 7'1" guys? And with Gafford, I mean, to a lesser extent than Lively, but especially with Lively, his length and his ability to move out there on the perimeter, that's just such a massive advantage for team building. And it's one of the main reasons I do believe that the championship is there. You know, it is there for the taking. And, you know, if you look at teams in the West, I don't know if anybody else can put up something for the Thunder. Like when you project what's your ceiling, what's your floor, everybody's ceiling in the West is short of the Thunder's, but the Mavs, I think, is better.
Yeah, and they've had the Thunder's number. I mean, obviously they knocked him out 2 years ago. Last year without Luka, as OKC was running through everybody, they were a team that was able to beat them. So they match up well with OKC. If they can be healthy, and it's a big if, but right now they've got so much depth. That's why I am pretty high on the Mavericks. I don't know what to think about this front office right now with Nico, but on paper, I do like a lot of pieces on this roster, especially now with the addition of being able to get Cooper Flagg, which is your future.
Not happy about the coaching changes going on, though.
No.
That's not.
Well, and who knows?
A lot of turnover there.
Jason Kidd going to be here? That's still a question mark.
That does not look good at all. Like if Jason Kidd wants to go to New York and your assistants are leaving, like the health of the organization, anybody that can leave
is trying to leave,
kind of wants to leave because maybe it's Nico's show. Yeah. And that's not a good sign. Although, you know, teams sometimes have to go through these very difficult growing pains in order to take the next step. And I want to remain faithful that whoever, you know, steps in has a great set of tools to work with. Okay, so we got you Cody Bradford's significant injury. The other local sports story that's interesting is news from up the road on Mockingbird. They are getting ready at SMU, and Leah Asimakopoulos has a nice piece up on this in the morning news, to improve facilities around the athletic department. This is, you know, partially a sign that in college sports it's become pro sports.
Yeah.
And they all want to have this thing to recruit on. I mean, I worked in Oregon before coming to Texas, and I just saw up close what the facilities did for the Ducks and allowed them a great, you know, foundation to recruit from. Brian, I think in this day and age now, this is not to be exceptional. It's just to keep up with everybody else.
Yeah, you're trying to keep up, but the bottom line is you've got to come up with money for these kids. That's you know, you could spend money on facilities and all these things and make it look nice. And that used to be a very good recruiting tool that, oh, look at our locker room, look at our facilities, look at where we're practicing, look where we're playing, all these things. I think trying to keep up, trying to spend money that way, great. The kids are now like, how much money are you going to put in my pocket? That's the most important thing.
Show me the nice facility and the shoebox.
Show me the facility. Where am I going to play? And then here's my direct deposit.
Yeah, I'm willing to have lesser facilities for significantly bigger money. And I
think a lot of kids are that way.
Does SMU have the financial backing? We know they could in the Wild West.
Yeah, they did. They came up with well over $100 million because they're getting, because of the move that they made to the ACC, they gave up television revenue. So they had to come up with $100 million in order to kind of make up for some windfall there. So yeah, SMU has got the money to be able to do this.
I mean, they spent $100 million on one end zone last year.
Well, they had instant success. I mean, they're first year in the ACC. They're playing for the championship.
Yeah,
they go to the playoff.
Yeah, absolutely. They got a good young coach over there. I mean, it's a program, and then they recruit well in this market too. And then you just go over to SMU, the campus itself. You know, you walk around the campus, the female student body population there's outstanding. I mean, it's
a lot
just
of talent.
A lot of talent walking around there.
You got food and dining and the scene of downtown Dallas. It's all there.
Yeah, it's all there.
Because of the history of SMU, it just seems like far-fetched. But hey, they were in the playoff. TCU was in the national championship game. I think one of the great things about NIL is has even the playing field. And if you can out-recruit and pay.
If you could outpay. But the most important thing is that when you outpay, that you're paying the right guys. That's, you don't want to get in a situation where you're paying for a quarterback and then he doesn't play well.
Could you see them winning the national championship?
SMU?
Ponies?
You know what? I'm going to say, I'm not saying this because I live 2 blocks away from that school, but absolutely I could. I think that with the talent around this city and the talent in this state, they could recruit this state really heavily. And they absolutely could.
It seems like
it looked bad against Penn State. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it looked bad, but they got a taste of that, and that's all you have to do.
A building block.
Give that fan base over there. It's a very, very wealthy fan base. Give them a taste of winning that way.
Yeah,
and you will get it, and you'll get what you need done. It's all about the players, and it's going to be about the bank accounts.
That's all that happened with Phil Knight. One super rich booster went to the Rose Bowl with Achilles Smith, and he was like, "Wow, this is fun. Can we do this more?" They're like, "Sure, give us a bunch of money, we can do it."
Yeah, you're in a situation where Oregon, I remember with Phil Knight, Nike, and all that was cool, and it became the uniforms. It was like, "Oh, we're recruiting, and that's what we're going to do. Oh, look, we get to play on." But yeah, you're gonna get in a situation where like SMU is going to continue to, and there's going to be some kids that are actually really good players that want to get a great education
and stay close to home.
Close to home.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
New president Jay Hartzell up there, and the new AD Damon Evans. Big plans. With Evans saying this place needs to be the Ritz-Carlton or the Four Seasons. That's just how I feel about it, and that's what I'll strive to do for our fan base.
Yeah.
You love hearing that. They've had the crews working on Ford Stadium, undergone a number of renovations. That Gary Weber end zone complex opening last season, 192,000 square feet on the south side. Cost them $100 million.
Yeah.
Dining and entertainment spaces. Says, I love our stadium. I think it's unbelievable, but I'm not going to sit here and mince words. Do we need some upgrades in the future? Yeah, we do. We've got to take a hard look and assess what's most appropriate for us. The reporters also asked him about Moody, and he said everything is being assessed, but he didn't answer it in a way that made you think that that's a top priority.
Larry Brown had that program running pretty good at basketball there for a while.
That was fun.
I mean, the Moody Coliseum, I mean, the soccer, all that program, they've got some really, really good things going on over there at SMU.
So they're saying that end zone has raised the standard and maybe the appetite for premium seating. So they're looking into more premium seatings there around the stadium, saying you want to create this experience people want to come back to. I want to create FOMO here. And that, again, is in line with what all the pro sports teams are saying. Our in-game experience has to be so good that just staying at home and watching it on your 70-inch flat screen isn't good enough.
Well, they got that thing called the Boulevard, I believe, where it's kind of got an SEC vibe to it, where you can like go outside by the stadium there. I think
it's amazing. Yeah,
where you kind of have tailgating and things like that's what you need to do. You provide all that for your alumni to come back and then set up. But the thing that the winning aspect of things, that Texas Tech, they get that oil man that sold his company, and now he's funding what's going on out there at Tech. Tech wasn't going to be a team that women's softball, all of a sudden they're in the finals. But they went out and got one player. I mean, they've got a lot of other good players, but they go out and get one of the best players in softball. Money. That's what it takes. Money is going to bring the best players here, and SMU's got that.
Yeah, looks like they're going for it here, maybe in a way that we haven't seen since the 80s, but this time it's legal.
Yeah,
okay.
Legal, baby.
They were really good at it back in the 80s. My dad and them at A&M admired how well they ran that thing.
We're coming back with Marcus Semien. We'll admire the fine work he's been putting up there at the plate and at second base, and talk to him about tonight's Rangers game as they get set to visit the Orioles coming up next year on The Fan.
I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What is it? Cinnamon sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time now for the Rangers Player Show here on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. And, joining us now is a World Series champion, two-time All-MLB first team, including 2023. Single-season record for home runs by a second baseman. I mean, it goes on and on. Dominating this month of June, it's Marcus Semien joining us now on The Fan. How the heck are you?
Pretty good. Just in Baltimore, trying to stay cool out here.
Right on. Is it pretty hot out there too?
Yeah, it's about 102, a little bit of humidity, so probably be one of the hottest series we have this year.
What do you do? Is this a big liquid IV afternoon, or how do you tackle that?
Yeah, I mean, we all make sure we're hydrated, constantly drinking water and electrolytes, and just get out there and play the same game we always play and pray that we stay healthy.
You mix it in a little pickle juice?
No. See, that's for cramping. That's for after.
Okay.
So we saw that when Rock kind of had some cramps going on, but looks like it helped him out a little bit.
I mean, it's pretty serious, this heat snap, but, being the pro that you are, I imagine this is, something you got whipped pretty good. Do you look at the younger players and have to give them pointers here as we hit the hot part of the summer?
Yeah, I'd probably say so. I mean, I think all of us came up in the minor leagues playing in some city that was really hot. You know, for me, I came up with the White Sox playing in Kannapolis, North Carolina, Winston-Salem, Birmingham, and Charlotte, all hot weather summers. So then I got traded over to Oakland, where it was, people were wearing jackets and hoodies in the middle of July. So I've seen kind of all kinds of weather, and the bottom line is you want to make sure you're hydrated so that your muscles are, in good shape during the game.
Hey, Marcus, has this season really forced you to be super patient? Maybe different from other seasons that you've had, where you've been kind of up and down the lineup and some good, some bad. But has this been the most patient you've had to be during your career for a season?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I'm definitely a creature of habit. Hitting the leadoff spot for a long time, and once the change was made, it did take a little bit of patience from me to just understand what was going on, and I just tried to maintain a good routine and prepare the right way and work my way out of a slow start. I've had slow starts in the past, and those are definitely tough times, but I definitely rely on my teammates, my family, and just keeping a steady mindset every single day to get out of it.
Was it different this time around because you're getting, closer to your mid-30s? Was there any thoughts like, wow, maybe I am actually starting to show signs of age here a little bit?
Thoughts from me? No, not at all. I don't think that way. I don't know if other people do, but I feel like I'm in great shape. I lean on our trainer here, Logan Franson, the training staff. They work hard for us, so I use every resource I can within the organization and continue to give everything I have.
It's Marcus Semien here with you on The Fan. Do you think about the Hall of Fame at all? Does that motivate you?
I don't. I just think about winning games, and I definitely think about doing what I need to do to play every single day and help us win every single day. And, the rest of that stuff, it's obviously you have to be one of the top ever to be in that category. So I definitely haven't thought about that, but I just try and keep it simple.
What's the dynamic right now in the clubhouse? I think from the outside looking in, we've always viewed you as one of the leading voices in that room.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, our offense has not been hitting as well as we have in years past, but we know our pitching is carrying us. So we really continue to let those pitchers know, hey, keep doing what you're doing. You're keeping us afloat. Once we get hot, we'll be rolling. That's the mindset in here.
How difficult was it, Marcus, though, and you being a veteran player and kind of having an idea of what you need to do on a daily basis, how difficult was it with the changing of the hitting coach towards the middle of the season? Did that throw everybody off a little bit, or was it something that it kind of needed to be done?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what needed to be done. I knew we were a struggling group.
Sure.
So leadership in the front office and ownership, they wanted a new voice, and they brought in a guy who played a lot of baseball and watched a lot of baseball, and Booney's a good outlet for us, especially me, a guy who plays the same position he played, and he has hit for some power at that position, and he knows everything that we're feeling on a day-to-day basis. So it's cool to bounce ideas off of him. He works hard just like everybody else, and this is one of the hardest working coaching staffs in baseball, and we just try and rely on every piece of information they can give us so that we can be out there at 7 o'clock ready to go.
And Booney, didn't he have like 37 home runs in that 2001 Mariners season? Did you pass him with your I guess the guy closest to you was Davey Johnson, but you passed Booney on the way there. Huh? Do you mention that ever?
No, I don't mention that to him. I mean, he had a great career. His whole family, they did some really good things in this game. He always teases me that he has more career homers. So every time I hit one, he says, "Oh, 7 more." So he's funny like that. But he's definitely a great resource for us. I definitely can relate to him as a veteran player, and it's been fun so far.
Can this team, Marcus, get back to where it was 2 years ago?
I think so. I mean, we're going to have to really get it going here, but, the only way to really get it going is to focus on today. I think that a big part of our success will be getting myself and Corey going at the same time. We have some young players who are doing some good things, but I think, when Corey and I get going, everybody feeds off that, so that's what we're trying to do here.
How's the family going? How many kiddos are we up to now?
We had our daughter during the ALDS in 2023, so that's 4. My wife is pregnant with the 5th, due November 15th.
Congratulations, man.
We will be, this off season will be an exciting time for us. Very busy, but it's all a blessing.
Marcus Semien here with you on The Fan. We have this commercial running. I don't know if you heard it right before you came on with us, but where you're talking about leading the league in errors as a rookie, I believe, and then winning a Gold Glove. What do you take more pride in? Is it the home runs, or is it that you made that transition in your career to being one of the best defensive second basemen?
I definitely take pride in just how my defensive game improved. I felt pretty confident in college with the glove, got to the big leagues and, lost a little bit of confidence there. And that happens in this game. But, whether it's with the glove or the bat, the process of kind of figuring it out is always a grindy process, but it's fulfilling once you come out on top and you have success in a major league game and then have success for an entire season and, win an award for it or become a world champion. Those things are really, they make you feel good.
So as far as managing success and doing what you can today, looks like you've had a decent career against Charlie Morton. You gonna tear him up tonight?
Charlie's always been just a tough matchup because of the movement he has. His velocity at his age is still, up there touching 97. But, we know he loves that curveball, so it's just about, seeing that ball, recognizing the spin, getting it in a good spot, and staying through the baseball. And that's all we can do.
Well, thanks for joining us here on The Fan. Congrats on all your success in the World Series in 2023. That was amazing. And by the way, you are on track for the Hall of Fame, man. So give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
Salute. There he goes, Marcus Semien, brought to you by Globe Life for over 125 years. Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
Do you not think do we not butter him up enough?
Oh, no, that's good. That was good.
We should have kissed his ass a little more. A17 said he's been the hottest hitter on the team, and we haven't been propping him up.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he did hit 921 OPS here this month, so, I mean,
I give him enough love there. I don't know.
I thought we did. I thought we gave him enough love. I mean, I didn't want to overdo it considering how rough the first 2 months were.
Yeah.
And the thing with players is they never want to talk about how good they're doing.
No. And Marcus is a deflector.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But that was great. I mean, we've talked with Marcus every year that he's been on the Rangers, and he's consistently the same guy, even keeled.
Yeah.
That's how he can go 2 months struggling like that and remain the same dude on the first day of the third month, and then go from having a bad 2 months to one of the greatest seasons in second baseman history. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to, this is not enough time for this topic, but let me go ahead and wedge in a little bit of Cowboys since we usually do that here.
Okay.
The Cowboys all quarter century team.
Yeah.
Where do you want to start? You want to go, I mean, is running back a discussion at all? Is it Zeke?
Well, what we did was on Love of the Star this morning, Zach and I actually talked about this. And they had certain positions where they had maybe 4 guys, like, 4 wide receivers. We said, no, break this down to 1. Break this down to 2. We were not interested in having 4 guys.
So who was your receiver, T.O.?
No, we went with Lamb, and then we also went with Dez.
Okay.
But we had a discussion about T.O. And Zach, rightfully so, brought up Terry Glenn.
Yeah.
So yeah, there was I thought it was going to be difficult, but maybe because some of the lack of some playoff success didn't make it. You're now trying to really base it on, well, who are the better regular season type players?
Yeah.
And that, so I was like, well, there are 4 names? No, let's make 2 names.
I think that's a better way to do it. Just look at the starters. Sure,
exactly.
Well, Zach brought up a really good point because, again, we were talking about the offensive line, and we were having a discussion between Doug Free and then Terrence Steele at this time.
Yeah.
And Zach was trying to think of a way to get Flozell Adams at left tackle and then put Tyler Schreiber at right tackle.
He played right tackle his rookie year.
But to me, I'm looking at it like Tyron Smith was just so much better a left tackle.
But if you wanted to make the best team, it'd be Flozell and Tyron.
Just for the best five, that's kind of where I was going.
I just found it kind of weird. Not weird. I found it like when you're talking about a quarter-century team and you're throwing in there Terrence Steele.
Sure.
I
mean, they haven't had great right tackle play.
And he's in his, and nothing against Terrence Steele, but you're starting to think about Doug Freed, Terrence Steele.
Is that Colombo out there in the late 2000s?
Colombo.
I mean, it was pretty glaring. Like, I think the two weakest spots were right tackle, which we're talking about, and then safety.
Yeah.
Like, at safety, you didn't have, I mean, it was, do you go Darren Woodson and Roy Williams, I guess? And that was Darren Woodson kind of in the back end of his career.
Yeah.
And then Roy Williams, who was great with Woody. And then as soon as Woody left, he kind of got exposed for his coverage liabilities.
That was a big problem there because Roy Williams couldn't pick it up.
Do you guys have any quarterback debate at all, or is it just Romo?
It's close, but I did lean Romo.
We leaned Romo is what we did.
I mean, his ability to make that play with anticipation and sort of let that thing go and like the art of quarterbacking. I think if you could give me healthy Dak Prescott at 23 years old against healthy Tony Romo, I would probably take Dak.
Yeah.
Especially in today's game, but overall, if I had to pick, I'd go with Tony Romo. I think there's been a number of good pass rushers. At this point, it's got to be Ware and Micah one way or the other, right?
That's
that one was tough.
We had a discussion because we were trying to kind of figure out, where with Micah's situation, and is he the right end? Is he a linebacker? Where is he?
Do you play tank and get Micah on the field?
That was another thing that but. We end up with the linebackers, which we're killing our show. I'm sorry about this.
Yeah, you still go listen to Love of the Star. We're talking about other things. We had a great mailbag segment as well.
So but the thing about the linebackers, I went to the point where I went and Dexter Coakley and Dat Wynn were two guys on our Bill Parcells team that were outstanding. We weren't a good offensive team. We were really good on defense. But I turned around and went Lee, Van Der Esch, and then Dat Wynn, and is my three linebackers is what I did. And I went on the premise that you talk about guys that read quick, get downhill in a hurry, and are sure tacklers.
You'd rather have who was the second guy you mentioned, Sean Lee, Leighton Vander Esch? You'd rather have Leighton Vander Esch than Rolando McClain? You'd rather have Leighton Vander Esch than Brooking or James?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think when I honestly not thinking about Brooking at all. Not thinking about Brady James. Brady James Brady was in the mix. But if you told me I had those three linebackers, when you talk about like I say, the ability to just read, react, finish, those three are hard to. And hey, it's been unfortunate. All of them, with that Win really wasn't an injured guy, but
Lee and Van Der Esch.
But Lee and Van Der Esch were. Sure. But when they play, it's almost like having having Luke Kuechly out there.
Yeah,
those types of players.
Well, that's a good tease, hopefully, for the Love of the Star podcast. Just recorded this morning with Broadus and Bolchuk. You can get that inside the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcast. And it's time now, Brian, for Krusty's Corner. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, what is some data say about your team's identity? We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, how did the Rangers do in Game 2 against...
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, losers. We'll be back on the Rangers here coming up at 4 o'clock. Jared Sandler is going to join us, Rangers Insider. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the King.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of this one as well. I want to ask you guys a question real quick.
I don't want to answer it.
I need your help.
All right.
I do need your help. Would you consider me a bad guy?
No, I wouldn't consider you a bad guy. I think you're one of the best teammates we've got.
Okay. I appreciate you saying that. Very kind of you.
Makes one of us. You're not a bad guy, Brian.
I had an experience on the elevator coming up.
I'm sorry.
This afternoon.
Oh, God.
Morning, I guess.
You let the door close when somebody was running for it. Hold, please.
There was two gentlemen, and they walked in ahead of me.
Okay.
Into the building. One had like a suit in his hand. He had like his suit clothes, a jacket and pants, all that stuff. And the other guy was dressed, ready to go. And they were talking along the way. And so they hit the button. I happened to be standing in front of the elevator that opened. So I get on, hit the badge thing, and and then my guys, they're talking to each other. Well, what happened? One guy hit 3, and the other guy he hit 5, which my access card got him.
Yeah.
Okay. So
they're going to 11.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm going to 11. And so they're on the elevator and they're still talking.
Uh-huh.
Well, the doors open up. Doors open up at 3.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, "Oh, this is the wrong floor."
Oh, gosh. Uh-oh.
He looks at his guy. "Oh, wrong floor. Jump back in." They get to 5.
Wrong floor.
Wrong floor again.
Where are we going?
But both of them got off the elevator.
They would need to get off at 4.
They needed to get off at 7.
Oh, 7.
And I heard the guy say it.
Oh, no.
"Oh, I think we need to be at 7. I let the doors close.
There you go. Yeah. You don't have time for that bleepery.
You know what? You missed 2 floors. Figure it out, boys. We got a couple other elevators you can use.
Did you at least do the fake reach for it?
No, not at all.
Sorry.
Not at all.
You got me,
not
bro.
at all. Not at all.
I tried.
I figured this. You lost me when you effed up on 3.
Oh, yeah.
And then I knew damn good and well our stations, we had
On
stations
5.
on 5.
You guys are lost, wasting my time.
You're lost. You have no idea where you're supposed to be in this building.
Yeah.
I'm not here to try and save you.
No.
And I was just minding my own business, but when you effed up twice on the floors, I couldn't bring myself to.
They have that nice little board that'll tell you exactly where your floor is. If you just spend a little bit of time instead of imposing on others.
Yeah. Thanks, Lucius. These guys walked in ahead of me, and they didn't even bother the little board.
Yeah.
They did. They acted like they kind of knew what they were doing, and I'm like, okay, cool.
I respect that. Act like you've been there before. They're trying.
So really, I'm not a bad guy for.
No, I don't think so at all. No, I would have done the same thing.
Did you say anything as the doors closed?
No, not at all.
Sorry, fellas.
No.
Were they looking at you? Did you make eye contact?
No, they didn't see me because when they jumped off, I almost reached down because I heard the guy
jacking with my time.
Hit that button. Door closed.
I almost hit the door close button because I heard the one guy go. Because 5 is a very distinguishing floor. You go down there, you're like, oh, this is a radio station.
You might run into the boss.
Yeah, this is Radioville down here. I mean, up here where we're at is just kind of a bunch of we're but downstairs it's
very professional.
Yeah, upstairs not so much. Downstairs very. But those when they both jumped off, I said, okay, I knew they were both wrong. I almost reached for the button to close it.
I might have done that myself, Brian, very quietly. Maybe lean over there and get a little button push there. But, one of the things that drives me nuts is when you're out in public and somebody is imposing on your time.
Yeah.
Like they have no clue in the world they're holding you up. I mean, the obvious move there is, I'm sorry, let us get off. Because we don't know what the hell we're doing right now. And sorry to hold you up, sir.
Right.
Yeah, I think you were taking what was yours, Brian.
I didn't say a word to him, didn't say hello. But when I heard the guy say, oh, we should have gone to 7, I let the doors close.
No, you got to bail because next thing you know, you get to 7. They should have been at 9. They don't know what the hell is going on.
Okay.
Their problem, not
Hold,
yours.
please.
You got 3 podcasts to do, bro. You ain't got time to play around like that on the elevator.
I appreciate that, Lucius. I really, really do. And so, yeah. Okay.
Freed up your conscience?
Well, yeah, a little bit. I mean, I was thinking like, I'm not feeling great.
No, you should.
I'm
You're
not
a terrible person.
But I didn't want to be a deal where like, you're right, Dawson. If you're kind of wasting my time,
yeah,
I don't have time.
You're
for you.
clueless.
Yeah, don't. I mean, have a plan.
You feel entitled to my time?
Yeah. Why are you making me ride the elevator with you today?
Mm-hmm.
Why are we going up and
You should
down?
have went on a coffin fit in the elevator. Get them on out of there.
Oh, just
sorry, fellas.
Trying to do radio, a little hurt today.
Sorry. Got a little something on my Super Bowl ring here. I was scouting the Packers.
I mean, jamming them buttons, trying to get off of there.
But when you're when both those dudes hit wrong buttons right off the jump,
yeah,
I said this is not going to.
We're totally wheels off here.
I was hoping exactly what happened. I was hoping what happened.
Like
I was hoping that they were going to jump off at 5, and then I was just going to let the doors close.
Since you brought it up, quick story, 30 seconds.
No, I mean you're doing fine.
I'm in the garage. I'm in the garage Saturday night, hanging out about 11:30 at night. I hear like it's within 50 yards. Okay. Boom, and then a loud collision.
Oh, somebody hit a parked car.
Somebody pulled out in front of a car that was flying down Trip Road. I would guesstimate it by the sound of that vehicle. It was going at least 70, right? And
wow.
Maybe in a 35, and somebody pulled out there. There's like a 3-way intersection.
Oh, wow.
So I'm thinking in this moment, what do I do? As I'm sitting there in my boxers and a bad T-shirt.
Nothing.
What you wouldn't do anything? It was so loud. It happened. It sounded like it was in my driveway. It might have been a quarter mile away.
Well, you
do
go
nothing
peek outside. And
I couldn't see it. I could just tell it was on the other side of the trees.
Yeah. If it's not right in front of your house, I mean, you could have called 911, I guess.
I did. I called
that would've been the only
911
thing
and
that I
I
would've
jumped in the truck. And so I'm talking and trying to like talk them. I jumped in the truck in my underwear,
boxers and shirt,
and I'm driving like maybe I got to save somebody, right? I don't know if anybody else has called 911. I don't know if anybody heard that. So I wanted to get on the horn with them and then drive to the scene. But as I got to the scene, an ambulance was there.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay.
So I drove away then.
Well, did it look bad?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was.
You take a photo and tag Dallas Texas TV or something at that point?
No, I was just trying to get home. I wasn't trying to be part of the story.
Okay.
Well, no, at least
promote for the show.
But when you call 911, they want to hold you like you might be part of the problem.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, I'm good.
No, you're not interviewing.
Can I go
like
now,
shirt and
please?
Boxers.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't want to talk to any officer right now.
Don't look at me.
I'm just trying to let people know there was a massive wreck somewhere within a half mile of my residence.
Good for you, man. Good for you. All right. Little football talk then. By the way, yeah, we did Love of the Star today, so check it out. If you want a lot more football talk,
yeah, it's terrific.
Love of the Star, we knocked that out today, so give that a listen after our show if you would. Appreciate that.
You guys actually get downloads on yours.
We're trying.
Yeah, you guys are crushing it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
well, hey, how about WoW?
Yeah,
go get those numbers up.
I tell you what, I listen to that.
It's a badass name.
It is. It is a really good name.
WoW?
Your thumbnails are better than mine too, by the way. I'm a little disappointed in my thumbnails right now.
I get you right.
I know you will.
Have a thumb off.
All right. Pro Football Focus. They kind of talked about here about identity. You know me, I hate identity.
You really don't like identity
I
questions.
don't like identity questions, but this kind of goes back to like NFL offenses and what data says about teams' identity and efficiency. And I know I have a few minutes here to talk about this, so I'm glad you guys carried this on the way you did. But they kind of Pro Football Focus is what they're calling clustering NFL offenses, and this goes from 2022 through 2024 is where we're at. So this kind of is like, okay, this is where the Dallas Cowboys were, you know, and if they broke it down into different offensive categories. The number one is the number one is the elite offenses.
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo, Ravens. Only 2 elite offenses, according to Pro Football Focus.
I think that's fair.
Fair. Next offenses up, potentially up into that elite, would be the 49ers, the Eagles, and the Lions. Okay?
Yeah, come to think of it, why aren't the Lions in there?
I kind of wondered the same. I kind of wondered the same thing. I kind of wondered why the the Lions were not in that, the way that they run the ball, the way that they score, the way that they
I mean, that was 33 a game last year.
I don't get why they're not into that.
And they had a top 5 rusher and receiver.
How about this one? Great on the pass, struggle running the ball.
Washington?
Not Washington.
No, because they did run it.
Yeah.
They struggled to defend.
Cincinnati's in this group.
Okay.
Tampa Bay's in this group.
Yeah.
They got better last year.
Yeah, they got better last year. The Chargers are in this group, and Kansas City's in this group.
That's true.
Great passing, struggling to run. Here's the flashes of brilliance. Dolphins, Jaguars, Packers, Rams. Rams seem like they should be a lot higher than
They
this.
should be, but they've had a ton of injuries too, which might skew the numbers.
Seahawks, Vikings, and your Dallas Cowboys. This is from 2022 to 2024. And then the groups behind this are, let me give you the categories and see if Dallas, and I'm going to give you the categories and you tell me where Dallas could be this year. The categories behind this are run game down, let's work on the pass. Like they got the run game down. Let's work on the pass. That's Chicago, Arizona, the Commanders, and then the Falcons. I like the fact that the Arizona was in that, got the run game down.
Well, taking
that coach. I like that. Low ceiling plus offensive line struggles. That would be Denver, the Giants, the Saints, and the Steelers. Struggles all around. That would be Browns, Colts, Jets, Panthers, Patriots, Raiders, Texans.
It was a dumpster fire.
And the Tennessee Titans. Okay. Oof. If you look at where, if like the last several years, just real quick, if I could, if you look at the last several years, how predictable your offense is versus how efficient it is. They have the good but more predictable, and then they have the good, less predictable. They have the bad and more predictable, and bad and less predictable. The Dallas Cowboys, since 2022, are right in the middle of all this. They're neither good and more predictable or good and less predictable. Your good and less predictable would be, again, Buffalo, the Eagles, Green Bay, and the Ravens. You are dead in the middle with this.
Better than what I would have guessed.
Yeah,
I would have thought you were at times good but predictable.
I would have thought, good and more predictable. But that's like they've got the 49ers and the Lions and the Chiefs and the Bengals in that good but more predictable category.
Yeah, I think these two are intertwined. Like the running game has to make you unpredictable. It's got to be so good that our plan is, guys, we're going to run it twice and have 3rd and 1 or a first down. And when you can do that, and I think they're going to be successful doing it.
Yeah, I would. If you like to take a quick guess, good and more predictable or good and less predictable?
The Cowboys
this year.
I would say good and less predictable this year.
I hope so.
That's my absolute hope. Please don't be bad and more predictable.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The Nuggets owner's son talking about trading Jokic possibly.
Yeah, that's weird.
Holy cow. Talk about a crazy offseason. Maybe we'll get into that if we can in the final hour. But Sands is coming up. We have the C-Note at 4:20, then around the bases, and then to the Rangers game here on the Fan.
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day, as it's time now for Rangers baseball with Jared Sandler, a proper round tripper coming up later on this hour. We just had Marcus Semien on back at 3:20. It was great to hear from him, an absolute legend, possibly a future Hall of Famer. I was talking to him about that during the interview, and of course he shied away from those sort of conversations, but he's on pace. He's, because he had a bit of a later start, he'd have to be really good through his mid-30s, and maybe what we've seen so far this month is evidence that that's about to happen. I think his OPS 971 for the month, as Jared Sandler joins us now, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. How the hell are you, Sands?
I'm great. You guys talking about Marcus?
Yeah, we were talking Marcus Semien Hall of Fame candidacy and chances. How would you weigh in on it?
I lost you guys for a second there. I'm sorry. What'd you ask?
Yeah, we were talking like Marcus Semien Hall of Fame candidacy at this point in his career. And I was making the point, I think he's on track if he can have 2 or 3 more years like the one he's currently having, or that he's had.
Yeah, I sorry, Gavin, it broke up again. You're asking about the what the next few years could look like if he continues and sort of shows a turnaround. I'm sorry.
Yeah, would he be a Hall of Famer if he
a Hall of Famer?
If he can put together a couple of years like he did in 2023?
If he puts together a couple more 2023 type years, then I think given that he'd probably end up being considered a second baseman, it would be possible. Yeah, I mean, I think that at minimum it could be a conversation, but he'd have to have a couple of years, much like 2023. Like, that's got to be the baseline, I think, for that to be. Now, the counting stats for Marcus, to whatever degree we look at that, it seems like people these days aren't as interested in counting stats if they deem it to be, more volume-based. But, he'll likely end up with 2,000 hits. Can he get to 2,500? Can he get to 350 home runs? Those things, they don't seem super likely from the home run standpoint, but yeah, I guess it's possible. I think maybe what would help is another Gold Glove, or gosh, if he could get 2 more, just all the things like that. The things when you go to someone's Wikipedia page or Baseball Reference page, the things that stand out, I think will help him. But yeah, he'd have to have multiple years like 2023, I think, to be a part of that conversation.
Jared Sandler here with you on the Fan Course. The breaking news right at the top of our show today with Bradford, Cody Bradford being out now with elbow surgery. What else do you know about this, Sands?
Well, yeah, just that. We'll find out more tomorrow. I guess the surgery will be tomorrow, and Keith Meister, who's going to perform it at that point, will determine whether it's just going to be a straight Tommy John or the internal brace procedure, which is a little newer, something that we've heard about now for the last few years. And the recovery for the internal brace is not as long. It still would knock him out for all of this year and the beginning of next year. But Tommy John would knock him out, gosh, probably for all of this year and most of next year, if not all of it, depending on if there are any setbacks in the recovery.
So there's a brace. So there's a brace and a Tommy John, or both, and he might get through this with just a brace?
I think it's one or the other. I think it's either Tommy John or the internal brace procedure. Both of them would knock him out for the rest of this year, and the internal brace procedure would probably allow him to pitch in 2026, maybe a month, 2 months, 3 months. I think we'll know more tomorrow. If it's Tommy John, then my guess is it would knock him out for, if not all of next year, certainly close to it.
Man, fingers crossed. That's tough. So I guess it's just, confirmation we're going to have to rely on Rocker and Leiter a little bit more.
Yeah, and, hopefully John Gray and gosh, Jacob Latz, they clearly have been fast-tracking him to stretch him out and become a starter. Jacob Latz, a few weeks ago when he started, it was a bullpen game, but now we're looking at him as a starting pitcher. So, but yeah, I mean, Rocker, Leiter, the return of John Gray. Hopefully Tyler Mahle can get healthy, although I don't know that there's I don't know that that's imminent. But yeah, so that's all hands on deck. And then obviously if the Rangers were to take on the role of buyers at the deadline, then, perhaps they could look at an arm to help supplement.
When we talked with Marcus, he was stressing, hey, him and Corey need to just get hot at the right time. And then this team's got a shot here offensively. Charlie Morton, I mean, Jared, I'm looking at this. I know you're not going to say it. If they can't find a way to tee off Charlie Morton tonight, I'm losing a lot of hope.
Well, Zach, I mean, we've had a few pitchers where, we've had, whether it's been verbalized or not, that's been the feeling. Charlie Morton's been Jekyll and Hyde. He got off to an awful start this season. So the one thing, I imagine you're looking at season numbers. If you go back to late April, the last 2 months essentially, Charlie Morton's had an ERA right around 3.30. So the last 2 months, he's actually been a really good pitcher. Now, some of that's come as a reliever. He's only been back in the rotation consistently for the last month, but he's coming off, back-to-back starts in which he allowed 1 run over 11 innings. So I hear you, and the numbers don't look great this year. He has been better, and not just for 2 starts, right? So the last 2 months, he's been a lot better. But, yeah, I mean, Zach, here's the thing. We can, Charlie Morton, Charlie Brown, Charlie anyone, we thought going into the year that this was a lineup that was immune to that. Not that they wouldn't have nights where they got shut down, and not that they wouldn't have nights where some guy you don't expect to shut them down would shut them down. All lineups have that. But this was not a lineup going into the year where we were like, okay, well, it's this pitcher, so they got a good chance, right? The thought was this is a lineup that's going to be able to compete every single night, and it just hasn't been the case. So, hopefully they can get the job done against Charlie Morton. Like I said, he has been better of late, but yeah, I mean, here's the reality. The time is now for this team because, as we talked about, the trade deadline's approaching. They do have time, but if you're going to convince ownership, if you're going to convince the front office to be buyers, you got to start showing something, and you can't keep stalling out when it looks like you're about to get going. Now, if the Rangers, I'll say this, if the Rangers win the next 2 and they win another series, it's a totally different feeling. We're kind of riding low because yesterday's game was such a dud, right? Yesterday's game was really, really disappointing. But if they win tonight and they win tomorrow, a little bit of a different feeling, but they got to get the job done.
Hey, Jared, I was going to ask you, Charlie Morton being a veteran pitcher, though, how often do we see a guy that's predominantly a curveball pitcher or uses the curveball as much as he does? Is that something? Yeah. Is that? I mean, it always seems like four seam sinkers, cutters, sliders. How do a lot more pitchers? Are we still seeing curveball pitchers in baseball?
Not as much. And you mentioned the slider. If there's a pitcher who leans on a breaking ball more than any other pitch, it's typically the slider. Now, I guess there's some pitchers where, it's the lines are blurred on, what they throw and the slider or curveball. But no, you're right. We don't see many guys who throw the curveball the way that Charlie Morton does. Now, not many pitchers have been able to throw a curveball the way that Charlie Morton throws a curveball. But, yeah, I mean, for him to throw the curveball more than any other pitch, that's not something we really see. And it's honestly, if you think about it, it's been really recent where we have seen starting pitchers throw a pitch other than a fastball as their most used pitch. So they're really, you go back however many years you want, there aren't many starting pitchers who lean on a curveball as their primary pitch. Yeah. Certainly not the way that Charlie Morton does.
Jared, looking at this lineup and, the guys, it's just like Simeon and Seager and Adolis Garcia. And it's like, why isn't this team producing more? Are we warming up to the idea that 2023's World Series was a fluke, or was it a peak, or, is it just that young guys like Young and Evan Carter played great and then the league caught up with them, and it was just a matter of time before they regressed, and we're lucky that they got a World Series out of it?
Yeah, combination maybe. Maybe young guys. I mean, obviously, listen, I'll say this with Evan Carter. He had a 2-month stretch that was just he was rolling and was riding that wave. I think that we all thought really highly of Evan Carter, and I still think there are people who feel like Evan Carter can be a big time impact player. But I don't know that it was fair to expect him to do it right away, in last year. But last year was obviously, went in the total opposite direction. Josh Young, here's the reality, Gavin. You can ask that question, and I can sit here and play the other side. But there's a valid argument to, the basically what you're suggesting with that question. I think last year there were a lot of people that were kind of making fun of the Rangers after winning the World Series, or their defense mechanism was, oh, it was a fluke. It was a fluke. And last year was the year to show them, shut up, you're wrong. But they didn't. So now this year was kind of the year where it's like, all right, well, one year they won it. The next year they didn't even make the playoffs. Which one's more accurate? And, well, right now as we stand, I mean, it would be tough in, if there was sports court, right? If there was sports court and I was the lawyer for, hey, last year, 2023 wasn't a fluke, it would be a little bit of a tougher case right now. So, maybe it was a combination of guys with career years taking advantage of things going their way, and they deserve credit for that, right? There shouldn't be an asterisk or anything behind that, but maybe that's what it was. But obviously, the hope and the expectation was that wasn't the case, and that 2023 was more reality and 2024 was more of a fluke. But right now, I mean, it obviously, based on the results on the field, it would be tough to make a definitive argument against that.
Jared, thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the game tonight. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
All right, fellas. Thank you.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. He's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing here in the G-Bag Nation. We got to hit the C note, Cowboys news of the evening. Plus, I want to talk about this Nikola Jokic story coming out of Denver with the owner talking about possibly trading him. What's up with that? And we'll do everything here. Round the Bases coming up at 4:40, pregame at 5 o'clock, and we're back here. It's the G-Bag Nation.
product. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Time for the C note. I'm going to get in some Cooper Flag talk because he's going to become a Mav tomorrow. And there's pretty big news out of Denver that's just made this conversation even more interesting. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, Cody Bradford out for the year. That's been the biggest local story here. And then the biggest national story, there's, a couple of contenders as we get set for Mavs Rangers baseball coming up at 5 o'clock. But, yeah, the Nuggets and Jokic, it's Josh Kroenke, son of Stan, who I guess is the boss over there now, or the governor. But the angle is he was talking about how if things could go wrong for Denver with an injury to the wrong player, he would have to consider what he believes to be an unthinkable, which is trading Jokic. He said trading number 15. So I think the angle around Flag is a gift that you want to take advantage of before he gets paid, because once you start paying those superstars, it's hard to put together the supporting cast. But it's similar now, isn't it, that in the NFL, when you have a quarterback that gets paid, everything changes as far as the salary cap and how that pie gets split up. Wrong guy gets hurt, we could end up trading Jokic. That's that thing where the NBA has a choice to make whether do we want to have a supporting cast, do we want to have our superstar player, or do we want to be profitable? And what he's telling you right now is if he gets hurt and we're not contenders and there's not people tuning into our games, we wouldn't be profitable. We'd have to give up our best player. I don't think this is the model that the NBA wants.
No.
The model wanted to stop superstars from aggregating on teams and taking away the legacy of a Dirk or a Kobe all with the same team but the unintended consequence is you've made it difficult for teams to keep their own superstars, even one, and remain profitable. I didn't imagine that it was to that extent, but I do think the NBA has a major problem on their hands with team building and how they've altered the economy in a way that has some unintended consequences, I believe. Like, if the Nuggets have to trade Jokic, it's one thing if we can't keep Porter and Jamal Murray. If we can't keep Jokic, that's insane. It's
crazy. And last year, they didn't want to go to that second apron to keep Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. So, I mean, it's interesting because earlier on, just reading what he was saying, he said, we're not scared of the second apron, and then kind of just threw out there like, yeah, but if the wrong guy gets hurt, God forbid, the unthinkable, we'd have to trade number 15. It's like, okay, why even say that? It's absolutely bizarre. But I do think when the NBA has an opportunity to opt out of this current collective bargaining agreement, they're going to do so based on ratings and problems like this.
Yeah. So get that championship early with Cooper Flagg, and then I'd say get to work building around him, because what Flagg is going to need is exactly what Flagg is right now. He is a young guy coming in that might play all-star caliber ball, maybe even better. And for the first 3 or 4 years, he's going to be making a fraction of what he should. So, as Flagg moves into his prime, then the job has to be, how do we get these draft picks back? And hopefully it's not trading a P.J. Washington and a Gafford and a Lively. It's trading Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving to give Flagg that same opportunity to have young players coming into the game as he hits his prime.
I asked somebody in the Mavs organization about this, about the potential of trading. Would Nico, I know we brought this up earlier in the show, and my guy over there was like, listen, he would trade him only if AD asked out.
Okay,
that's the only way.
Because that's the loyalty to him.
Yeah,
that speaks to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, he would not trade him on his own to try and recoup the picks. My guy's only only if AD asked to go will he.
Yeah,
trade
like
him.
I don't see him being moved if Nico's still here.
Yeah.
Time now for the C note here. Cowboys news of the evening. Let's go to NFL.com. Ranking each division by starting quarterback quality. Where do you think the NFC East would come in here?
Starting quarterback quality.
Well, I think you got two really good ones. I'm sure that most people would look at, and Jaden Daniels and then Jalen Hurts just won a Super Bowl. Dak is a top 15 quarterback, depending on what list you're going to look. Some have him in the top 10, still some have him really low. So I'd say third.
You nailed it. Yes. Okay. AFC East comes in fourth, with now Fields joining Allen, Tua, and Drake May. That might be a division on the rise. But yes, Cowboys and the rest of the NFC East coming in fourth they're giving it to Russell Wilson.
Is AFC North number one?
AFC West is number one.
Oh, AFC West.
North is probably being the AFC. Yeah.
NFC
North too.
It depended on with Rodgers. That's what I was thinking.
Right. I mean, because Burrow and Lamar, obviously.
Yeah, I was thinking Burrow, and then you throw.
But you don't know what the hell you got in Cleveland.
And they come in fourth, but to your point, that could be number one. I mean, if you add Rodgers to that, and Rodgers plays well along with Burrow and Jackson, but they only rank Rodgers as the number 22 quarterback.
That's understandable.
They got Dak at 19th, even lower than Pro Football Focus. Wow. Yeah, Dak's actually weighing it quite a bit down, and Russell Wilson at number 23. NFC West is number 2 with Murray, Stafford, Purdy, Darnold. That's pretty good. Everybody inside the top 17 there, and then the AFC West with, they got Mahomes at number 7. Mahomes taking a little shot here. I mean, his Super Bowl performances have left a little something to be desired, even though they've won a number of them. Like, he's got 2 games where they were basically totally incompetent offensively, but number 7's way low.
It's just kind of crazy. Like, that dude has never not played in a conference championship when he's been starting.
Right?
That's ridiculous.
The stats aren't there. But hey, the stats weren't there for Aikman either.
The greatest stat is winning.
Absolutely.
That's I'd be flexing all those wins.
Luke Schoonmaker's days in Dallas could be numbered. That's the headline from InsideTheStar.com. Unless he can prove himself, they say he's getting pushed there from the depth chart, including Spanford and Fant. I thought we saw enough from Scooney in the second half of last year that I definitely want to put off this decision 12 months.
I'll tell you what, I would be surprised. I can understand the Spanford love, but he needs to be more comfortable catching the football. We'll see that when we get to Oxnard. And Fant, I don't see that one. I don't. I think, and I'm not. And hey, listen, I'm the guy that also was a champion for Schoonmaker. I'm not saying that if someone's going to beat Schoonmaker out, great. I totally get that. But it Spanford, they really do like him a lot, but he has got to do a better job of getting himself in position to catch footballs.
It's crazy because he had like 45 catches one year at Minnesota.
Yeah, and every one of them are contested.
Are they?
Yeah, he's not going to separate from me. He's not going to separate
kind of body.
So see if he's that's what I'm saying. He has to get back to, and you got to almost put the ball right on him for him because he just can't adjust with his hands.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, Schoonmaker. I will say this: when he was playing for Ferguson, when Ferguson was dealing with the knee concussion, all those things, I think there were some things where where Schoonmaker was making some progress.
He showed that he was actually an NFL player. It was a big step for him.
Blogging the Boys included him though in their piece of 3 Cowboys facing make or break seasons.
Schoonmaker make or break. Oh yeah,
I'd look at it that way for sure.
Yeah, he's in there.
With the other two being Mozzie Smith and Trayvon Diggs. I think Diggs already knows he's gone, and I think that's part of what explains his absence. It'd be really tough to try to come in to work for somewhere where they kind of want to move on from you. The general manager had been talking about you. And maybe you feel like no matter what I do, they're not going to want me. But then you juxtapose that with the fact that he's got to play great in order to get paid if the Cowboys do end up moving on from him, next March, which at this point I would bet is going to happen, right? This is going to be Trayvon Diggs' last season.
He's healthy.
I know you thought that he would be gone.
Yeah. I didn't think he'd be here right now if he didn't get hurt.
Well,
there's a medical guarantee,
right.
That is probably the main reason that they didn't move on from him now. And I think next offseason it's a small hit, like a $6 million cap hit, and they could move on from him. Very unfortunate. I think you look at the reasons why the Cowboys have been unable to accomplish more. It's injuries to guys like Diggs. We were thinking worst case scenario with Diggs was, hey, this guy can't cover great, he doesn't tackle, but boy, you're going to get somewhere between 4 and 8 picks a year out of this guy. Sure. You can live with the downside, but the real downside ended up obviously being the injuries here. Pro Football Focus spotlighting 2 Cowboy position battles among the NFL's most intriguing this preseason. You got running back.
Yep.
And, obviously that one's big. I don't know. You could end up with 2 or 3 backs better than Rico Dowdle, or you could end up with nobody better than Rico Dowdle.
Very true.
It's really going to come down, in my opinion. We talked again about this on Love of the Star about the running back situation, and is Blue going to be able to pick up the offense quickly enough? We'll be able to see that in Oxnard. If there's any kind of struggles and they're not playing him, and they're all going, why aren't they going to play Blue? Why aren't they playing Blue? Well, maybe someone will saddle up to you and say, well, Blue needs to learn the plays. And so I think that's the only thing that can hold him back. So hopefully when we get to Oxnard, because we didn't see it here in the OTAs and the mini camps and stuff like that, we need to see him actually at training camp. That's where we'll get a good idea.
What makes you point that out? Do you hear that he doesn't have a good grasp?
I just we were starting to hear about all the other running backs. Yeah. We were starting to hear that, look,
Miles
Sanders got
Sanders
juice and Williams is this and that and the other, and then I go to a Wednesday practice and they're using CeeDee Lamb in the backfield. They're using Turpin in the backfield. I'm thinking, wait a minute, isn't this kind of stuff that Blue needs to be doing? Doesn't he need to be in the backfield? And it's
what's the role for him? Is it just other stuff?
I would hope that they find a way to get the guy being a starter.
Yeah, I would like towards the season he needs to get the reins,
because there's going to be a time where it's not going to look fast enough unless Miles Sanders turns back the clock a little bit.
And this offense desperately needed a guy that could take the ball and make things happen.
He can
I don't have anybody else with his skill set.
Absolutely, but if he doesn't know what he's doing, and that's the only thing I think that holds him back. If we get out to Oxnard and he's not picking up the offense, that's the only thing that could slow him down.
You think ball security will take care of itself?
I think
maybe
so.
Just some bad luck.
I hope so.
I think so. I'm more worried, like I say, about the things that like him learning this stuff.
I have so much respect for Sarkisian and offensive mind. If you didn't trust Blue more, you got options. But so I guess it's a similar situation to what Tony Pollard had coming out of college. Okay, then defensive end was the other position that Pro Football Focus looked at as far as compelling position battles. I mean, they do got them stacked up like your guy Parcells used to say,
Like
Brian.
club sandwiches.
This is an official pass rusher club sandwich. I feel like they're going to be fresh and coming in waves, and it doesn't really matter who starts because all of them are going to get a chance to compete, and all of them have something that they're going to bring to the table that's going to ask big questions. I mean, as a tackle, you're dealing with Micah or you're dealing with Dante Fowler, and then here come in more guys that are quick and fresh in the fourth quarter. I think if you're playing with elite, it's going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, playing with elite. That's the whole key right there. How can you find a way to make teams very one-dimensional? That's your best chance.
DallasCowboys.com is doing 20 questions to camp, and today's was, do you see a different role for Kevontae Turpin than what he's done so far?
I had to laugh to myself because I remember working with the Cowboys for all those 8 years.
Yeah.
It was always Nick Eatman did a great job. Nick's probably listening right now. He goes, we need to come up with 20 questions, one a day. That's our content. Nick was so content minded, and so you came up with, each one of us had to come up with a question for this. So what was the question?
Like, what else do you think they would do with Kevontae Turpin? Do you think they'll use him differently? They'll have him out of the backfield some. He'll probably play in the slot a little bit. I don't think he's an outside guy. Can they get the ball quickly to him on a slant that you saw him be able to take it to the house against Houston? Things like that. I mean, I don't know.
He's a better catcher than I thought he was.
He is. I don't know about him winning down the field because of his size.
Yeah.
That's one thing I don't think he's ever proven.
He just got
Pickens for.
Right.
Yeah, clear him out.
And Ferguson, hopefully, is well over the middle. But stuff like just get him the ball in space and let him go.
Yeah.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation C-Note every afternoon at about 3:20 here in the G-Bag Nation. We'll be on that all the way until and through training camp. Now, Proper Round Tripper coming up next. We'll check.
Yeah, what do you like to listen to or watch while you work out? And we got to get to this audio of the Thunder reporter that just stole the day. That's next in the Nation.
full of V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. It's Rangers baseball coming up at 5 o'clock. Paul Biancardi, ESPN, is going to join us to talk NBA draft tomorrow at 3. It'll be Cooper Flag Day here on The Fan. Here's Wolchuk to wrap it up.
All right, so we'll get to bases here in just a minute. Oklahoma City, they had just a raucous parade going down there in OKC. I don't know if
that's
you guys...
crazy. Like 10 years ago, they seemed like the most intense fan base in the league.
Yeah.
Around KD and Harden and Westbrook, like the parties they would throw for away games to watch it on the big screen outside of their arena looked bigger 10 years ago than what they just did for a parade. It's weird.
It was bizarre. I mean, the helicopter views, I mean, it looked like there really weren't a lot of people. It looked pretty empty.
Do you think they spread it out too much?
Maybe.
I kind of feel like that. It's funny. They were showing like shots of the crowd, and they were doing the real close to there was no wide shot. I mean, I didn't see
the
that.
one wide shot I saw was bad.
But when you're really, really tight to the crowd, like you're running along just looking at the crowd, it's kind of like there's like 2 or 3 rows of people. You know?
But I think that also draws to why it's going to be difficult for the Thunder to keep this contender together long enough to be a dynasty. Like they just don't have enough people.
No.
You know,
I mean,
that was 68 wins and a championship that the team had been waiting for a long time. This has been building for at least 5 years since the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander acquisition was 6 years ago. You know, and to have that sort of a flop for your championship parade, I'm sure everybody up there is having a blast.
Oh, absolutely.
They should have scheduled that for a Saturday afternoon or something like that. Saturday at 2, fellas. Everybody come on out.
Tuesday morning.
Yeah.
But I was trying to eyeball it. Like, I don't know if 30,000 people?
There's probably no arrest, right? We didn't have any arrest. Like any unruliness or anything like that.
Did we hear? I didn't hear anything Sunday night, like celebration-wise. Normally, you get something.
It's kind of crazy.
You're not greasing the poles there in OKC, I guess.
Did you see how Oklahoma City, the players kind of celebrated? It's like they really weren't sure.
They just went. They didn't know what to do.
They really.
This was
They're
amazing.
like a really young team that really doesn't know how to like. They needed a veteran in there.
Jalen Williams.
They needed Dennis Rodman in there to kind of to help them celebrate.
Caruso's got to show them how to pop the champagne bottles. None of them knew how to do it.
Yeah,
and I get it.
They left a lot of like that. The Mick Ultra. They left a lot of it. Just they didn't even spray it.
Well, so Jalen Williams, I guess, was his first time ever drinking, is what he was saying. He said, "I told the guys if we win it all, I'll drink." So he's sipping the Michelob Ultra, and we all remember the first time we taste beer. You're like, "That's," I mean, at least for me, that's disgusting.
Had to force it down there for a while.
Then he asked,
that
like,
Mick
"Where's
Ultra's
the
like
tequila?"
water, though.
Yeah, true. But even for him, he's like, "Take this away from me." But the Thunder reporter, this lady that she was doing this for Oklahoma City, they featured it on NBA TV as they did the live look-in. Got a couple of cuts here. This is the Larry O'Brien Trophy, getting pretty close.
Right here, right here, right here. Right here, right here, right here. Right here. Oh, I'm within this. I'm right here. I'm right here. There's J-Dub right there, guys. Fantastic. Oh, look at this, guys. It's pure love. Yay, J-Will. He's lost his bus.
She's fanning out.
She really is.
Yeah.
And here comes another Thunder bus. Oh, my goodness. Oh, there's Isaiah right in the ground. He's doing his little dance. Oh, that looks fantastic. I am about to fall off this ramp. I promise you. Here he is, giving high fives.
There he is. Oh my gosh, it's here. The Larry O'Brien, let me touch it.
It's not like me at the Rangers parade.
Oh, you were way better than that.
I mean, yeah, I was like,
This lady, you weren't fanboying.
No, I did. When I saw Chris Young, drunken Brian pushed Jared out of the way to get to Chris Young.
Man.
I want to shake your hand.
I did.
Shake your hand.
I did.
Let me shake it.
Chris looked at me like, bro, you're just like really intoxicated.
Okay.
I'm like, no, I'm okay. I'm all right.
You let me know. Was this yeah.
500,000 fans is the estimate from Oklahoma City's police
All right.
department.
Good
So
for
I
them.
think
Good
it
for
was
them.
spread out.
Good
I think
for
they
them.
had a long parade route.
Yeah.
Like the Rangers was just a lap around.
Yeah.
You know, where
We'll go with
we
this.
could all pack it in.
We don't want to just completely bleep on OKC. All right, here's one more clip of this reporter just fangirling over Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
They're far. I think it's SGA. Is it SGA? It is. He's right behind the porta potty. There he is. SGA. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We could get SGA. Let's see if he'll come. All right. Here we go.
Oh my gosh, he's right behind the border body.
Pause.
Just incredible.
Yes, that puts the picture in the frame up a little
Oh
bit. Chuck.
man, I loved it. All right, we got Rangers baseball tonight. I don't care what Jared says about this Charlie Morton having two good games. Charlie Morton is 40 years old. This dude is, he's pitching out of necessity for Baltimore. They got to get it going tonight. The bats have to get it going, or else we'll see what kind of mood I come in tomorrow for a hump day. Bleacher Report has ranked the most improved player on every MLB roster. We go to your Texas Rangers in the American League West. There hasn't been a ton of improvement, but it is a pitcher. And it might just be an improvement because we haven't seen him pitch yet. It's Tyler Mahle. Over the previous 8 seasons, Mahle had a 4.32 ERA. His 2021 campaign with Cincy, the only productive or healthy one to date. But after he missed dang near all of the past 2 seasons, 14 starts, 2.34 ERA, as he's co-anchored with DeGrom, Evo, who's coming back, the best rotation in baseball. So they're certainly the bright spot's been the pitching. There's no doubt about that. But
yeah, we need Seager to fix this thing tonight. We have now reached the point where it's got to happen now. I think it's been better, Wolchuk. Like if we were taking stock of, hey, how are you feeling about the Rangers right now? It's no longer one of the worst 5 offenses. They're scoring, closer to 4 runs per game. But
the pitching's starting to sail a little bit.
Well, see,
and you're starting to lose touch of Houston.
Right.
Houston's 7.5 up now. We're like one bad weekend away from double digits.
Yeah.
And so I think this is the time where it's got to happen.
I agree with you. That's why I'm like, guys, tonight they've got to hit because you're right. Houston's starting to pull away, and you can kind of feel a little shakiness, which I think is inevitable over the course of a season. No matter how good your pitching's been, there's going to be a rough patch, and you've got to have your bats then to say, hey, you guys have carried us this far. We're now going to get you out of this slump for 2 weeks or whatever the hell it's going to be, and your offense is able to then propel and carry the team. So far, they're at least getting runners on. Now it's about getting runners across. So you've taken a step to where it's like you're not just, last night was a 3-hit game. That was absolutely ridiculous. Trevor Rogers, I can't tell if he was dialed or just the Rangers suck so bad at the plate right now, but tonight against Charlie Morton, this should be a better opportunity.
It was a bit of a reality check, though. These last 2 nights after, bouncing back the first 2 games in Pittsburgh and then Sunday and then yesterday, that's one. But, this is reality where Patrick Corbin is more like a guy who's going to have an ERA close to 5.5 or 6. And, Jack Leiter on Sunday, a guy who's still figuring out what it takes to be consistent. So what I'm seeing is the pendulum is swinging towards reality with your pitching staff. Now it's got to swing to reality with your offense if we're going to get back in this thing.
Let's pray. Yandy Diaz, my gosh, this dude's one of the strongest players in all of Major League Baseball, but MLB.com had a story about him. And before he works out, what does he like to do? He watches Tom and Jerry.
Yeah.
When I'm working out, I always like to try and watch Tom and Jerry for like an hour. It clears my mind. It relaxes me. I think we're all listening to something. But watching Tom and Jerry, he said to me, Tom and Jerry is the best. Nothing else comes close. That's the only thing that I want to watch.
I think,
Cartoons,
for me, like Eminem's greatest hits, just that angst,
Gets you going.
That might be what I'm looking
you need
for.
Something
like on a long Peloton ride, where they actually need to get up in your saddle for the 8th time in the last 10 minutes, and you feel like you're going to die. A little bit of that.
Maybe do a little let the bodies hit the floor.
Absolutely. White zombie.
Something that is freaking crazy.
Yeah, but it's got to be intense, one way or another. Whatever genre of music that might be.
Get yourself fired up, ready to rock. We did just get Whit Merrifield. He has retired from Major League Baseball. Congratulations on a great career. And Cal Raleigh continues to be one of the stories. I mean, unfortunately, he's in the AL West, but he hit his 32nd home run.
My God.
The catcher for the Mariners. They win 11-2.
He had like 8 or 9 home runs late in April. I remember the first time the Rangers played the Mariners, and I was like, apparently we got to be on the lookout for Cal Raleigh because this guy's hitting like every other pitch for a home run. Yeah. And then he hit like 4 that series against the Rangers. Yeah. And since then, he has not cooled off.
No. He's hit 17 homers in the last 30 games.
My gosh.
He's been absolutely unbelievable. I mean, he's honestly on an MVP pace. Unfortunately, you have Aaron Judge. But Cal Raleigh's been absolutely unreal. So all of a sudden we thought Seattle couldn't hit. Cal Raleigh's fixing that problem.
That's one of those players that you need. You need to find one of those guys to give you that player at first base that can be a threat for 50 bombs, and you feel like going into a season 35 or 40 is there. And that stinks because he was another one of those players that kind of came out of nowhere and has given the Mariners life offensively.
Been really good.
But the Astros are playing winning baseball now, and the Rangers have now fallen a half game behind the Angels, and the only thing good about that is you love to see anything good happen for Ron Washington. Yeah. Thanks to Lucius Alexander and the Pimp Cup over there, Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. Just went 3 flawless once again. He's just getting it done day after day, stuck on automatic. Thanks to Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us every day at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Salute to everybody streaming us. Please like the video before you get on out of here. Help us grow just a little bit. Of course, Sean and RJ will be back tomorrow morning, bright and early, to get your sports day started. And it's going to be an incredible day. I mean, Cooper Flagg is going to be drafted to the Mavericks organization tomorrow. We look forward to talking about it with you. Thanks to Wolchuk and Broadus. I'm Gavin Dawson. Till tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation. At ease.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is...